So let's start another chapter. AS 22. Accounting for read out. AS 22. Accounting for taxes on income. On income. Understood? Correct. Now, first let me give you some basic of this. So what AS 22 say? That tax expense are of two types. One is current tax, one is deferred tax. Current tax means any tax payable as per Income Tax Act. As per Income Tax Act means we all know that we calculate taxable income. You know how to calculate taxable income? Because I don't know taxable income, huh? Because that is income tax subject. I am not teaching you income tax. Correct. So for this I require your help. Correct. So for current tax calculation, I will say you are expert than me. So you will update me how to calculate what current tax. So taxable income will be calculated as per Income Tax Act. It has nothing to do with books of account. Multiply with what? Rate of tax. So this become what? Current tax. Means I can say in this way, it is current tax consequences arising from past transactions and events. Understood? Current tax consequences arising from past transactions and events. So what is deferred tax? It is future tax consequences. Correct? Arising from what? Arising from what? बताओ, past or future? Future tax consequences arising from, अरे बोलना. Now either they will pass. Present means past only. There is nothing present. On 31st March, on that day it become past, na? Correct? Are you getting? So either there will be past transaction or future transaction. So बताओ, arising from which transaction? Very good. One thing is very much clear, that you have not said future transaction because we don't record future transaction. Correct now? Very good. Excellent. This is concept. Very good. Excellent. I am happy. Future tax consequences arising from what? Past transactions. So we are We are here to understand this, what is these future tax consequences, correct? And this current tax plus minus will be known as what? Tax expenses. Means what they want to say, this can be either deferred tax liability or it can be deferred tax asset. Understood? It can be either deferred tax asset or deferred tax liability. So if there is a deferred tax liability, so it means it is DT expense, deferred tax expense. We will pass one journal entry deferred tax expense to DTL, correct? So for this we'll pass one journal entry deferred tax expense account debit to what? DTL. Understood? I'm just giving some basics. But till now I have not explained what is DTL, what is DTA. Everything is going to come in your life. And DTA means deferred tax income. It will give rise to deferred tax income. So what journal entry will do? DTA account debit to what? Deferred tax income. So can you say if it is income, it can be income as well as expense. So if it is expense, it will be plus. If it is income, then it will be minus. Where? With current tax here. Have you understood? So we need to find out whether it is DT or DTL. Based on DT or DTA, it will be plus minus. It will be plus minus. Correct? Sir, sir, we are not able to understand what you are saying. मजा नहीं आ रहा है. क्या है sir? We are not able to understand. अभी तक you have not understood anything. I know what you can understand, what you can't understand. Means even though I have written, you are not able to react. So why you are writing this? You are only writing, we are not able to. So let us come to real situation. Correct now. Let us come to year 1, year 2. Let's see what actually happened. Year 1, year 2, and let us prepare SOPL. You know SOPL? Correct. So let us start with what sales. Let us assume sales of year 1 is what? 10 lakh. Okay. And let us assume sales of year 2 is also what? 10 lakh. मजा आ रहा है? Correct. Then we'll say less cost of sales. So less cost of sales, it is 7 lakh. And let us assume there is also what? 7 lakh. Exactly the same. Correct. But what is GP? Gross profit will be how much? It will be what? 3 lakh. And what? 3 lakhs, sir. What you are doing? What is this, sir? So we can also do. Then we'll do minus what? Expense. Let us assume expense is also what? Same, 50,000 and 50,000. Sir, what, sir? Please, sir. Please. What you are writing, right? Correct. Understood. Up to this same. But what happened? In this year, we created one provision for doubtful debt. Oh. अच्छा ये बात. Provision for doubtful debt. So we created provision for doubtful debt. What journal entry will do in the first year for creating provision for doubtful debt? PL account debit to provision for doubtful debt. Means PL account will debited, means it become expense of this year. It become expense. So let us assume provision is also 50,000. Okay. Correct. And let us assume this was an expected loss. This was an expected bad debt now. An actual bad debt happened in which year? Year 2. Correct? Year 2 actual bad debt happened. Understood? Actual bad debt hua. So in first year what journal entry you have done? PL account debit to provision. In second year what journal entry you will do? But what journal entry you will do? Bolo. Bad debt. Account debit to what? You are thinking so much. I am worried. To debtor na? Yes, correct only. Why you are thinking so much? To debtor. Now bad debt is a nominal account will be closed. So it will be closed by transfer to which account? PL account. Means this is 50,000. This is 50,000. Can you say one loss cannot be debited 2 times ना? Means year 1 also you debited, year 2 मजा आ रहा है मतलब debit करते जाओ. Miss हाँ तो say ना means something But you to reacted in final level, so they don't react only. I ask same question there also. This CA foundation, huh? CA foundation. This is CA foundation, not CA inter. But case you are taking time means थोड़ा सा तो गड़बड़ है. चलो okay, but you have given correct journal entry. Means it will not come. It will not come यहाँ पर. Correct. Done. Now difference will come. It become what? 2 lakh. It become what? 2,50,000. My question to you all, everyone, what is my question? This become PBT? PBT. My question to you all, we should calculate, means we should deduct tax expense. Now tax expense, whatever we are deducting, they should be based on, everyone, tax expense, whatever we are deducting should be based on book profit or taxable income. Should be based on book profit or taxable income. Taxable income? No. Just this is book. Why you are applying income tax act यहाँ पर? I am not teaching income tax act to you. My book profit. So my tax na. My income tax act go to DT faculty. Love him. I am not worried about that in that subject in that classroom. But in my classroom give me respect ना. अरे बोल ना रे. मीन्स इतना प्यार से बनाया क्या? मीन्स इतना प्यार से इतना मेहनत से क्या बनाया SOPL एंड देन फॉर टैक्स यू आर सेइंग गो टू इनकम टैक्स. हाँ ना इंसाफी है. बोले या सुनो करेक्ट और नॉट? अरे बोलो माई SOPL, माई बुक्स, माई प्रॉफिट एंड फॉर टैक्स यू आर सेइंग गो टू टैक्सेबल इनकम. अरे इन दैट सब्जेक्ट वेदर यू केम टू बुक प्रॉफिट, या यू केम from there you need to come to me only. But why I will go? I will not go. From there to you need to come here because you start with PBT only. Means income tax subject require my help, but I don't require their help. Means the starting point of any subject will be accounts. Can I say audit is incomplete without accounts? Correct? Income tax is incomplete without account. FM is incomplete without account. Costing is bakwas subject and therefore deleted at CA final level, you know, in new syllabus. Costing is not for chartered accountant. Actually CA costing is not required. Ha, chalo theek hai, but you should have some knowledge, because that's why we should have some knowledge about costing, but CA does not require costing. That much costing to will understand by our own. Correct? But theek hai, CA inter mein whatever you have done, that is okay. Correct? So costing is what? Something with related with not with books of account. Costing, estimation of cost, determination of sales price. Okay, chalo theek hai. So what I am saying, major subject is for what? For CA, what? Accounts, and all other subjects revolve around. So income tax without account, FM without accounts, audit without account, law is also not our area. Law is also not our area. That is, for law either CS you do or become lawyer. But we should have some knowledge. So that knowledge is up to CA inter, and law also deleted in CA final syllabus now. Means if you are coming to CA final in new syllabus, so now out of 8 subject, 2 subject deleted, means it becomes 6 subject in new syllabus. So becomes pass CA inter, pass CA final as soon as possible. Maja aayega. Are you able to understand? Means 8 subject now become 6 subject. 2 major subject which was dangerous, costing and law, has been deleted at CA final level. Understood? The accounts is major subject. Correct? And therefore the name is chartered accountant. It is not chartered audit now. Chartered income tax, chartered lawyer, chartered costing. तो बोलते नहीं. Chartered accounts is major subject. Major subject. So, and if you are not expert in that, so why you are CA? Why you are CA? The first question will be asked na. And because that is an interview, they first start with AS only. They will ask AS, Indias in the interview. And if you are comfortable in that, then they will enter into income tax. Then they will try to exploit with you with income tax, etc. But first they will check whether you have AS and Indias knowledge or not. And if you are not able to answer that, will not be taken in that company. I think you have given articleship interview. You have not started articleship. You have started articleship. So have you given interview? Chalo theek hai. Anyone till now you have not started articleship? No one has. Chalo theek hai. But what I want to say, everyone, come to this point. Can I say it should be at 30% of this only? 2 lakh now. So let us calculate on that. 2 lakh into 60,000 and 75. Understood? So this become what profit? Profit for the year how much? 1,40,000 and what? Means up to this so we are doing correct only. But which में आ गया income tax act. Now income tax act is there. So act to act na. I'm not saying subject, act. Act is act. Now act says that you need to pay income tax as per income tax act. Correct. So there is some statutory obligation, statutory liability. Are you able to understand? So because of that reason we need to find out what is income tax payable as per income tax act. Let us see. Let us see. So can I say now you will go to income tax subject, you will meet DT faculty, अरे बोलना रे, and you will start computing taxable income. Let us calculate. Calculation of what? Calculation of current tax. Current tax means what? As per income tax act. Understood what I am saying? So calculation of current tax. CT means what? Current tax. Current tax means as per which act? As per income tax act. So year 1, year 2. For the year 1, year 2, if you want to calculate taxable income, you will start with PBT, profit before tax. You remember business and profession. So PBT, what is PBT? How much? 1 lakh. 2 lakh, na re? 2 lakh and 2,50,000. But whether provision is allowed, whether provision for bad debt is allowed, all provisions are disallowed. It will be allowed in which actual bad debt happens. So please, whatever I am saying, you need to become expert in that, because I will not explain DT here. Correct? Understood? If I am doing some mistake, rectify me. Because when I have done lot of amendment came after that, and I am not updated. Okay? Ah sir, we will update you. Bolo na? Yes sir. So can you say provision for doubtful debt disallowed? Disallowed. How much disallowed? Full. Correct. And it will be allowed in which year? Bad debt allowed? Oh. Acha, acha, acha. 50,000. Okay. So it become taxable income. TIT means what? Taxable income? How much? 2 lakh? 50,000. And this become 2 lakh? Now you will say current tax at what rate? 30%. It is how much? 75,000 and 60,000. Oh ho. ये क्या हो गया? Means as per income tax act, in the first year how much amount is payable? Payable is what? 75,000. Therefore you will pass one journal entry. Current tax expense account debit to what? Current tax pay means what? Income tax payable. Or we can say current tax liability. You can say current tax liability or income tax payable, whatever you want to use. मजा आ रहा है. So current tax liability. अरे बोलना रे. 75,000 for current year and 60,000 for next year. Understood? Let us understand what is this 75,000. थोड़ा समझते हैं. Everyone. Means this journal entry you have done in the books of account because of what? Income tax act. Are you able to understand? But let us understand what is this 75,000. Okay, this 75,000, let us understand what is this. So if you try to understand what is this, let us understand what we are getting. Okay, this is tax. 75,000 is what? First we will say what is my book profit. What is my book profit? 2 lakh. So I will say this is my book profit. Will pay tax on that only. So how much tax on PBT? How much tax on PBT? So I will say this much I should pay. Means can I say this much expense to is pakka? Means there is no doubt about that this 60,000 is an expense. It is an expense or not? It is an expense because this I have already said this is my profit. On that profit I will pay tax. So balance what? Tax on what? Balance on what? 50,000. What is this 50,000? Expense disallowed. Tax on expense disallowed. Are you getting what I am saying? So tax on expense disallowed is 50,000 into what? 50,000 into what? 30% is equal to what? 15,000. Just try to understand. Can I say because of that disallowance we are paying higher tax in current year? Everyone. Because of that disallowance we are paying higher tax in current year. Are you able to understand? So because of that disallowance we are paying higher tax in current year, but it will be allowed in future. When it will be allowed in future, we will paying lower tax. So when we are paying lower tax, can I say because of that disallowance we are getting some tax benefit? Anything benefit is what? Any future benefit is what? Asset or expense? Asset. Any future benefit is not an expense. So what our accounting, what our AS says, this is not expense, this is the asset. This is asset. You paid in current year, but will be recovered in future. Anything recoverable is what? Asset. It is not expense. It is not expense. So what they are saying, this is not expense, this is what? Asset. Oh, and the name has been given deferred tax asset. DTA. What journal entry will do? DTA, account debit to deferred tax income. How much? 15,000. How much? 15,000. Understood? Have you understood this point? Have you understood? Entry of CA final level, huh? Entry of CA final level. बड़ी बड़ी बातें कर रहे हैं. But high level topics. Correct? Just try to understand what I will do in CA final. Correct? But because accounting, advanced accounting completed CA intern, now will not teach accounting, advanced accounting there. Accounting done, advanced accounting done. So in CA final will not do accounting, will not do advanced accounting, will do only what is research. What should be the accounting? What should be the correct and fair presentation of financial statement? What should be the proper accounting? Understood? Means just try to understand whatever we have done that is correct only. Check karenge. What I said, tax expense should be on my book profit only, and that is 60,000. But what is my current tax? What is my current tax? Current tax. Current tax, how much we calculated? 75,000. And how much deferred tax? For the income or expense? Income will be added or deducted? Deducted. What is the amount coming? Oh, acha. It means tax expense is on PBT only. Understood? This becomes a 75,000 minus 15,000. That only I have calculated 60,000. I said why I will go to tax. This is my tax expense. This is my tax expense now. So we should calculate tax expense on my PBT due to matching concept. If you are recording profit 2 lakh, so you should pay tax on that only. But we can't avoid income tax act. We can't avoid income tax act. Income tax act says that you need to pay in current year tax based on taxable income. So that become my current tax liability. So my current tax becomes 75,000, but out of 75,000, 15,000 recoverable in future, that become my DTA. That is not a expense. That is not a expense. That is a asset. So we create DTA. DTM is DT income. 75,000 minus 15,000 is equal to 60,000. Understood? Understood. Come to the second year. Second year. Let us see what is this. So can you say this is also tax on what? PBT. How much tax on PBT? PBT was how much? 2,50,000 into what? 30%. 75,000. Understood. Correct. But can I say now, everyone, what happened? The last year asset is now recovered. Last year asset now recovered. Are you getting what I am saying? So it is whatever asset we have created, that is reverse right now. That is reverse right now. Correct. So it means tax benefit we receive. We receive that tax benefit. We are paying lower tax. It means in current year, how much tax benefit we received? Tax benefit is what? 15,000. That is recovered. So it becomes 75 minus 15,000 is what? 60,000. Correct. It means, can I say we need to reverse DTA incur this year? Last year it was created, current year reverse. So when you reverse DTA, what journal entry you will do? 2 DTA. You will say 2 DTA na? 2 DTA. So it becomes DT expense. DT expense is what? 15,000. Means this is creation of DTA which got reversed. Understood what I am saying? Understood. Whatever you are creating, one day it will reverse. It is as simple as you created provision, journal entries PL account debit to provision. When you reverse provision account debit to PL, correct? That only. So can I say it will have what? A debit effect in this year. In last year it was a credit effect in SOPL. Now it will have debit effect in SOPL. It become DT expense. So if you come to SOPL, let's see what happened. Check करेंगे. बताओ. What was current tax? Current tax 6,000. And what is my deferred tax? Income or expense? Expense. So it will be added. Total they close 75,000. Is coming 75,000, and we created 75,000 only. Have you understood? But in exam we can't write this. We need to write down tax expense, current tax plus minus deferred tax, and therefore we need to calculate current tax separately and deferred tax separately, and we are here to understand how to calculate deferred tax. Have you understood? This is the first example. Second example, one more is coming to you. But have you understood? Means I will take 3 examples. Then I will start the concept. Example number 1 you understood? Come to example number 2. Year 1, year 2. Let us start with gross profit only. Gross profit 3 lakh and 3 lakh. Then okay. Then let us write down depreciation. What happens, suppose you purchase one asset of rupees 1 lakh, and let us assume for simplicity useful life is 2 years. Correct? For simplicity write down useful life is, understood? It means 50,000, 50,000. Are you able to understand? Correct. So it become PBT. PBT is how much? 2,50,000. 2,50,000. Correct. Now we'll say tax expense at what rate? But now we write down current tax and what? Deferred tax separately. Understood? This much you understood? But one thing is clear, that this will be 30%. How much? 2,50,000 into 30%. How much? This will be 75, and this will be also 75 total. One thing is clear, na? Understood this point? Now, working note number is calculation of what? Current tax. Now let us assume कि as per income tax, entire depreciation was allowed in first year. It was a capital expenditure in scientific research. So entire depreciation allowed in the year of purchase. Correct? So there will be some difference. There will be some difference now. Are you able to understand what I am saying? We'll start with profit before tax. 2,50,000. 2,50,000. So first we'll do plus depreciation allowed in books. Correct now? 50,000 will be added. 50,000 will be added. Then minus depreciation as per what? Income tax. It become 1 lakh and 0. 0 na? 1 lakh and 0. It become what? 2 lakh and 3 lakh. Correct. Then current tax at the rate of what? 30%. It becomes 60 and what? 90,000. Have you understood this much? Correct. Any doubt? I hope this much you understood. Now let us understand what is this current tax once again. Yes, once again this will be tax on PBT. Tax on PBT is how much? 75,000. Correct. Means can I say our expense should be this much? Correct. Our expense should be this much, but we are paying how much? Why we are paying 6,000? It means can some expense has been allowed in the year? Means can 50,000 extra has been allowed in the year? Means as per books of account how much was allowed? But as per income tax how much allowed? So how much extra allowed? So can you say in current year some expenses has been allowed? Because of that reason we are paying lower tax. But in the future it will be disallowed. When disallowed we will pay higher tax. So in future we are paying higher tax or lower tax? Higher tax means can you say it will create a liability? It will be future liability. So you need to create DTL. You need to create DTL. So can you say whatever expense which has been allowed, expense allowed, on that we need to create DTL. Expense allowed is 50,000. 50,000 into what? 30%. How much? 15,000. This 15,000 will become expense of current year. Expense of current year. What journal entry will do? Very good. It will become DT expense account debit to DT expense account debit to DTL. Have you understood this point? So can I say because of extra allowance we are paying higher tax in future? So that will create DTL. Have you understood when we are creating DTA, when we are creating DTL? That point have you understood? Correct. Batao. So in this current year, what is current tax? Current tax 60,000. What is deferred tax? 15,000 expense. Total become what? 75,000. Match हो गया. Have you understood this point? I hope you are understanding the explanation. I am just giving the impact why the concept of current tax and deferred tax came, because we need this much tax expense because of matching concept. If your PBT is 2,50,000, your tax expense should be on PBT only. So because of matching concept, there was a concept of current tax and deferred tax. Understood? Correct. Now, if we say in this way, in this year, it is 90,000. So what is the tax on PBT? 75,000. Correct. So the current year means in this year, second year, can I say now we have already paid higher tax. We have already paid higher tax. DTL will reverse. So when you reverse DTL, what journal entry you do? DTL account debit to what? It become DT income. DT income how much? 15,000. It become DT income. Understood? So whenever DTL is reverse, reverse journal entry. It is as simple as DTA reversal we have done. Correct. So in this case, batao, what is your current tax? Current tax is how much? 90,000. And how much DT income? 15,000 negative. You can see it becomes 75,000. Have you understood? So 2,50,000 minus 75. 1,75,000. Have you understood the concept? So one question I have taken for what? DTA. One question I have taken for what? DTL. Means can I say in this way? Everyone? Can I say in this way? If in current year expense is disallowed, so in future it will be allowed. When it will be allowed, you are paying lower tax. Create what? DTA in first year, reverse DTA in second year. Understood? Can I say in this way? Means if due to this income tax act, there is some allowance in future, means some expense will be allowed in future. It means there is some tax benefit in future, create DTA. Correct. If I say in this way, expense allowed in current year, which will be disallowed in? If it will be disallowed in future, we are paying higher tax. Create what? Now and reverse when it is understood, allowed. Understood? Have you understood this point? Correct. Pura thought concept you have understood? Correct. One more last example. Last example, then we'll take break. Chalega? You want break? After last example, we'll take break. Last example. Till now we have not started. I am just giving the basics of this chapter. Okay. Last. Year 1, year 2. Gross profit is equal to what? Same. In this I require your support. 3 lakh and 3 lakh. But in current year what happened? One donation was given to unrecognized fund. You know donation to unrecognized fund? Donation to unrecognized fund. Let us assume 1 lakh. My question to you all, suppose in the next year there is no donation. In the first year only. Chalo, I'll ask question when I will come to current tax. The accounting is very easy. It become expense of current year. So PBT is what? 2 lakh and 3 lakh. Correct? Minus tax expense. We want A current tax, B deferred tax, and then we'll calculate it. Okay. Understood this much? Now, calculation of what? Calculation of current tax. Correct. Year 1, year 2 will start with what? PBT. PBT is how much? 2 lakh and 3 lakh. Now, my question to you, whether donation is allowed, disallowed, na? In current year, it is disallowed. Next year, what you are saying? Donation disallowed. No, it will never be allowed. Huh? Disallowed forever. Really? Allowed or not allowed? First batao. I said I am not expert in GT. So you fight. Someone will win. Batao. Whether it is disallowed in current year or not. Why it will be allowed? Next year allowed. Then why you have disallowed in first year? What pap you have? What pap you have done in first year? Unrecognized. It is unrecognized forever, na? The first year why you have disallowed? Means income tax act was is मजा आ रहा है उनको disallowed करने में. There is some reason for disallowed because it is unrecognized. It is disallowed forever. Unrecognized will not become recognized, ना? अरे बोल ना रे. So it means permanently disallowed. It will never be allowed. But if I say provision for doubtful debt disallowed, it will be allowed in the year in which it is what paid. Same depreciation was allowed, excess depreciation was allowed to disallowed in next year or subsequent year any. But in this case, it is permanently disallowed. Correct. Have you understood? The third concept came. Third concept. So, बताओ donation disallowed forever. It is how much? 1 lakh, na? And it will not be allowed in future. Are you able to understand? It will become what? 3 lakh and 3 lakh. Next question to you. If you have understood a concept, then only you will be able to say. Means I will understand how many of you have understood and how many are listening carefully. Correct? If you can answer, it means you have understood. If you can't answer, means I need to explain once again. Correct? Then I will not give break. So this become taxable income. Current tax at what rate? 30%. How much? 90 and 90. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. Now, let us do bifurcation of this. Okay, this is tax on PBT. How much tax on PBT? It was 2 lakh, na? 2 lakh into 30%. Means this is to our expense. Our profit to expense to will pay. Means in this to will pay 6 x tax. In this no doubt it is an expense. Correct. Now the question is the tax on expense disallowed. So tax on expense disallowed is what? It is 1 lakh ka 30%. Batao, what you will do about this? Think and say, think and say, think and say. Think and say, think and say. What will do about this? Whether DT or DTL? You have understood? It means you have understood. Understood, na? Means you apply the concept whatever I have given. You can say this is not going to reverse in future. Means there is no tax benefit of this. It is permanently disallowed, and therefore can I say no deferred tax. It means can I say it become no DTA. You can say no DTA. So can I say it become expense? It is become expense. Means can I say current tax is how much? How much current tax? If you say current tax how much? Deferred tax how much? 0. It means now it become 90,000. 90,000. Understood? And this will, because it is not going to reverse, this will be also 90,000 only. And there is no reversal. If not created, the question of reversal will not arise now. Understood? This become what? Permanent disallowance. Means can I conclude in this way? This is permanent disallowance. This to you can calculate now. This become 1 lakh. 10,000. This become 2 lakh. 10,000. No deferred tax in this. Means what is the full concept? In this chapter what we are understanding, there are two type of income. One is known as accounting income, means PBT. Correct? One is taxable income. And there is a difference between these two. Bole yes or no? Due to disallowance and allowance. Correct? This is known as difference. And this difference are of two types. One is known as what? Timing difference. One is known as permanent difference. Timing difference means which are capable of reverse in future. Permanent difference which are not reverse in future. But we create deferred tax on which? Timing difference. And we create deferred tax on what? Permanent difference? No deferred tax. Concept over. Concept over. Means you need to identify when the difference is timing, when the difference is permanent. And no deferred tax on permanent difference. Only deferred tax on, can I say, if it result in what? Higher tax in future and lower tax in future. So higher tax in future means DTL. Lower tax in future means DTA. Khatam. Over. Concept over. Now only what? Questions and some discussion as per AS22. I have given the concept. Concept is this much only. Now question from examination point of view, how to solve that question, that we need to understand. Have you understood or not? Correct? So can we take break? After break once again, we'll come and we'll do it. Okay? Break you require for how many minutes? How many minutes you require? 30 minutes you require? Chalo, 30-minute break. Can we start once again, everyone? Yes. So before break, we have done the concept of AS22. Have you understood timing difference and permanent difference? Just write down. Write down point number 1. Correct. Write down meaning. Point number 1, meaning. Is write down point number A, accounting income. And accounting income means what? net profit or loss, correct, before what? Before tax, as per what? SOPL. Point number B, taxable income. Taxable income is what? It is profit or loss as per income tax law. As per income tax law. Understood? Point number C, tax expense. So tax expense, that we have understood, is equal to current tax plus minus deferred tax. Sir, current tax. What is the meaning of current tax? It is amount of income tax in respect of what? In respect of taxable income, correct? Point number E, deferred tax. What is deferred tax? Tax effect on what? A tax effect on which difference? On timing difference. Timing difference. Then point number 2. Correct. The reason for difference between what? Accounting income and taxable income. Correct. There are 2 reasons. What are the reasons? Either it will be timing difference or permanent difference. So what is timing difference? Point number 1. Any difference which originated in 1 year and are what? Capable, correct, of reversal in one or more subsequent years, that difference become what? Timing difference. So what is permanent difference? Any difference which originated in 1 year and are not capable of reversal in one or more subsequent years. Correct? Understood? So can I say deferred tax will be created on will be created on timing difference. Correct? No deferred tax will be created on permanent difference. Understood? Means we can say deferred tax is equal to timing difference multiplied by rate of tax. Correct? Understood? Let us do some analysis. Analysis 1. First, expense disallowed in current year, allowed in subsequent year. Correct na? Whenever allowed, disallowed. So in current year it is what? You can add on, this is current year, this is subsequent year. So in current year disallowed. So timing difference originated and then allowed. It will be reverse. So can I say expense disallowed will be allowed. So that expense will be allowed in future. So it means lower tax in future. So it means DTA is created and then subsequently it will be reverse. Understood? DTA is created, here DTA reversed. Understood this point? Means example we can say any provision. Example if you say any provisions. Correct? There are some expenses which is allowed only when paid before due date. If paid after due date, so it will be allowed in the year in which it is paid. Remember? Means I think it is under what? Which section? Section 35, yeah, section 43B. 43B. Remember? Bonus, gratuity, interest on financial institution. Remember? Huh? Don't remember? You have not done. I think you need to be what? you need to what recall all whatever you have done under income tax act. Okay, just I'm writing section 43B disallowance. Just go and read it. Correct now. Section 43B disallowance. Just go and read it. Okay. Then point number 2. Add on expense allowed in current year will be disallowed in subsequent year. So in this word, DTL will be created. DTL created and DTL reversed. Understood this point? Correct. Example, we can say additional depreciation allowed. Additional depreciation allowed under income tax act. Bolo. Under income tax act. Correct. Bolo. Understood? Any doubt? Point number 3. Write down. Income taxable in current year disallowed in subsequent year. So disallowed in subsequent year means not taxable in subsequent year. So it means we are getting some tax benefit. So what will be created? DTA created and DTA reversed. Correct. For example, we can say pre-received income. Any pre-received income taxable on cash basis. Bole yes or no? Taxable on tax basis means under income tax act we can either use cash or accrual basis. So it might happen some income is taxable on received basis. So if it is pre-received, it is taxable in current year only, but in future year it will be disallowed now. Similarly, point number 4. Income disallowed in current year. Current year but taxable in subsequent year. So the taxable in subsequent year means what? Will pay higher tax. So DTL will be created. DTL created and DTL reversed. Understood? Correct. For example, income accrued. Understood? Income accrued but will be taxable on received basis till now not received. So when it will be received, it will be taxable. Right now disallowed, it will be taxable in future. Correct? So income accrued but taxable when? Taxable when received. Have you understood this point? Just giving one example. I can't give all example. Then expense disallowed in current year. Never allowed in subsequent year means subsequent year it is never allowed, it become permanent difference. So no deferred tax, no deferred tax. Example, donation, donation to unrecognized funds, correct? Then what? Point number 6, expense allowed in current year will never disallowed. Understood? Can you give me one example? In subsequent year, bolo, huh? Preliminary expenses, what are you saying? Loss, business losses, that is a special point we'll discuss. Can I say best example is what? Weighted deduction, weighted depreciation allowed, 125% depreciation allowed, 125%, correct. Additional depreciation, better you don't write additional depreciation yahan par, otherwise you'll be confused. Don't write additional depreciation, excess depreciation write down, better, correct now. The additional depreciation means weighted depreciation, here I don't excess depreciation, okay? Understood? Means excess depreciation means in income tax it might happen you are charging 25% and the books you are charging only 10%, that become excess depreciation, correct now? But additional depreciation which will not be allowed in books, it is never disallowed. Does it 125% means more than 100% depreciation. So यहाँ रखो additional depreciation better, correct ना? Additional, in bracket you can write weighted deduction. You know weighted deduction बोलते ना, अरे बोलना रे ना, weighted deduction we call it weighted 125%, we call it weighted deduction. चलो ठीक है, whatever you say 120% or 125%, whatever, correct ना? That 25% become an additional depreciation that will never be disallowed. So additional depreciation allowed under income tax which will never be disallowed. Then point number 7, income disallowed in current year and will never be taxable, never taxable in subsequent year. So no deferred tax. Example is what? Example what? Any exempted income means agriculture income. Bolo yes or no? If there is any agricultural income that is disallowed and will never be taxable now, permanently exempted. Point number E, income taxable in current year will never be disallowed, means it is permanently taxable. For example, if you have done dim dividend, have you done dim dividend? Section is what? Dim dividend, section 222 A, B, C, D, E. Remember, you forgotten, na? Although I remember, you forgotten. I have done when dim dividend. It is taxable, but it is never disallowed. It is permanently taxable. Dim dividend. Understood? So these I have just given some analysis. If you think in this way, you will understand which one is timing difference, which one is permanent difference. Understood? Correct. The next point, write down. Point number 2 done, na? Point number 2. Point number 3. The impact of timing difference. Madam, point number A. Taxes of initial year being higher and subsequently what? Lower. Understood. So taxes of initial year being higher, but this will what will create? Will create DTA na? Subsequently lower means we are getting some tax benefit in next year, yeah, subsequent year. In this write down DTA is created. On such a timing difference, what journal entry will do? So for creation of DTA, journal entry is DTA account debit to deferred tax income, and this will be transferred to PL only for reversal of DTA. What journal entry? Deferred tax expense transfer to PL to what? DTA. Understood. I'm just giving in writing now. All explanation I have done. Huh? Point number B. Now what I will say? Taxes of initial year being lower and subsequently higher. Correct? DTL will be created what will journal entry for creation for creating DTL? It is DT expense transfer to account debit to what? DTL. Point number 2. For creating what? Sorry. For reversing DTL, what journal entry? DTL account debit to what? DT income. Simple. No complications. Very easy. Correct. Then point number C. Unabsorbed depreciation. You know unabsorbed depreciation? Huh? Unabsorbed depreciation and what? Carry forward. Carry forward. Tax losses. Tax losses. As per Income Tax Act, na? As per Income Tax Act, we all know that unabsorbed depreciation and the tax losses can be carried forward for how many years? For 8 subsequent years, and it can be set off with what? It will be set off with future taxable income. Means if you have some losses, which losses? Tax losses. If you have losses, which losses? Tax losses, not PBT, tax losses. So you can get some benefit in future. Means in future your taxable income will reduce because of that tax losses. So it means in future you are paying lower tax. So there is some tax benefit. So can I say on these losses also some DTS will be created? Understood? So if you have some losses, you should be happy. When you have tax losses, you should be happy now. Normally, you know, in the market, we purchase a company which are having tax losses. Because if you purchase a company which you have tax losses, so that tax losses can be set off with our profit. So tax losses profit zero ho gaya, so we can save what? Our tax. So we purchase a company which have what? Tax losses, unused tax losses. So it means that company has some sale value. Are you able to understand? So it means you are incurring losses, you should be what? Happy, because with losses you are learning. With losses you are learning. Correct now? The first learning of my life was the I have said something. What is? Huh? First learning of my life was what? When I incurred a loss of 15 lakh. When I incurred a loss of 15 lakh. Understood? I incurred means what happened ki I started a academy with some partnership. 15 lakh I have invested. Means whatever was my saving I have invested that time. And with 7 days I have closed down. 7 days I have closed down. Understood? Thoda kya hua? But that was my first lesson. I went to depression for 7 days, 8 days. I was full depression. Understood? Then my start, I understood what should be done, what should not be done. And after that I have never stopped. Means then my graph become like this. Because I understood I should not be dependent on others. Are you getting? I should not be dependent on others. That time I understood that what I will do by myself. I will never take anyone help. If nothing is there, I will not do. Whatever I will do by my own, otherwise I will not do. And then my graph started like this. So I incurred a loss, it became my learning stage. Learning stage. I was in depression. Understood? ना ऐसा नहीं है कि I started and I मजा आ रहा है. But in that period I understood what is actual life. Because I have understood that at that point of time no one will help you. No one will help you. I asked help from many friends, many relatives. Everyone said bye bye. So I understood that stage ki in this world nobody will help you. You are the only person who can help you. In your study also no one will help you. You are the only person who can help you in your study. So if you listen YouTube video for motivation, that is bakwas. That is wastage of time. That is only you are wasting your time. Because every day you will watch YouTube video only. Correct na? That motivation will last only for 1.5 hours or half an hour. Not more than that. Self-motivation is more important. So whenever you are under stress, I will say start motivating yourself. I will say in this world only one person will be in your life who will motivate you. 99% will demotivate you. So find out that person and don't be dependent on others. Believe me, this fact I am saying 99% will try to pull your legs in this world. Even though your best friend will not help you when you require the help. When you are in happy mood, everyone will come. But when you require help, in that moment who is helping, that become best friend na? Correct now? Or that become friend. So what I have understood that when you require, no one will come. No one will come. Isliye start helping yourself. Start thinking about yourself. I will say the person whom you love most should be whom? Huh? Yourself. Always, always. I will say in the morning, go to the mirror and say about yourself something. क्या बंदा है यार गजब. Yeah, I do. I तो 50 minutes, 20 minutes in mirror only. Correct ना? I will not leave mirror. I will watch myself only. क्या यार गजब है ये तो. Means you start saying something about you, then only everyone will say about you. If you say something good about you, then only others will say about you. Otherwise, no one will say about you. Correct? So that I am saying, he always losses. Whatever has been happening in your life, on that point of time, be calm. Be calm. Don't take any wrong decision that point of time. Means be calm. Good time will come. Good time will come. Actually, what happened? Ki my brother, my big B, my own brother, his one dialogue is always with me. In Hindi, I will say, because we always talk in Hindi only. तो बोलते हैं कि सबके जीवन में एक गोल्डन मोमेंट आता है. In everyone's life, only one golden opportunity will come. If you grab that, you will become successful. If you do not grab that, you will not become successful. So wait for that opportunity in life. Are you getting? मेरी बात समझे? तो जब वो लॉस हुआ ना, तो वो मेरे दिमाग में था. I need to wait for my time. It does not mean I was not under stress. Are you getting? But वो दिमाग में चलता रहता था कि my opportunity, that time will come, time will come, time will come. That opportunity I need to grab. And the came, I grabbed the opportunity. And पता नहीं what happened with my life. Suddenly something happened in my life. I have not anything. God has created that thing. Means everything was planned by God. And believe me, if I would have continued that partnership now, if I would continue that partnership, today I realize that I would have not become at this stage. अच्छा हुआ टूट गया तो. Believe me what I said, if I have continued, because I was with wrong people. That moment I was blaming myself, कि अरे क्या हो गया, why I have done, why this thing. But if I would have continued that partnership, I would have not been in this position. So God was actually have planned this thing in my life. So everything planned in your life also. Actually that is already designed by someone, created by someone. You are only playing your role. You all are playing your role. Everything in your life has been written somewhere. Correct? But something good is going to happen. Some good is going to happen. This is fact. You need to wait for that golden opportunity. Correct? Wait for golden opportunity. When that will come, grab it. At that point of time, if you will not grab it, that opportunity will never come. Then it will not come. Correct? So, yaad rakhna, that point, believe me, this will act. After becoming CA, it will come. Not before becoming CA. When you will come to the market, I am saying that time this point will come. So, in your life, one big opportunity will come. It may be after 100 small opportunity. Are you getting what I am saying? That big opportunity will come after 100 small opportunity. Means it might happen you to struggle for 10 years. It might happen you to struggle only for 1 year. Depends upon life to life. But that big opportunity is going to come. That you don't miss. That you don't, everyone's life. Correct? Those who missed it, they will cry forever. Correct? Yes, sir. So, unabsorbed depreciation and carry forward tax losses as per Income Tax Act. So, can you say any tax losses as per Income Tax Act, any unabsorbed depreciation as per Income Tax Act can be set off with future taxable income? Means in future, due to such set off, we are paying lower tax. It means, can you say it will give some tax benefit? Therefore, on these tax losses, we should create what? DTA. Means, can you say it will be also considered as timing difference? It will be also considered as timing difference. Write down. Write down. This can be set off against what? Very good. Future taxable income. Correct? Future taxable income, and therefore considered as what? Very good. Considered as timing difference, which will result in what? Which will result in creation of, very good, you have understood, creation of DTA. Any doubt? Let me take some questions now. Come to question number 4. ABC Limited prepares accounts annually on 31st March. On 1st April 2001, it purchased a machine at a cost of rupees 1,50,000. The machine has a useful life of 3 years and expected scrap value of 0. Although it is eligible for a 100% first year depreciation allowance for tax purpose, the straight line method is considered appropriate for accounting purpose. Means in accounting SLM method, in income tax 100% depreciation in first year allowed. Understood? Correct? ABC Limited has a profit before depreciation and tax of 2 lakh each year and a corporate tax rate of what? 40%, 35%, 38% respectively for the 3 year. So the profit and loss account and past journal entry as per AS 22. So what will do this question? I will take in two cases. If the tax rate are same, then what is the impact? The tax rate are different, then what is the impact? In exam, of course, follow the question. In exam, you will follow the question. To explain, I am just taking two situations. Chalega? We are doing question number 4. In this, write down case number 1. If tax rate are same for each year's, correct? We need to prepare what? Extract of SOPL. Extract of SOPL. Let me draw the format first, then you draw. Okay. So it will be 3 years, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. One year, 2 year, 3 year. And can I say in each year I want 2 column, inner column and outer column. Understood? So this is the first year ended 31st March 2002 na? 31st March, is March or December? March 2003. This is 31st March 2004. Chalega? Can we start? Can we start? They have given profit before depreciation and tax. Madam, profit before depreciation and tax. How much they have given every year? 2 lakh, 2 lakh, and 2 lakh. Then first depreciation less depreciation as per books. It is 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. Correct na? Then batao. We'll get profit before tax. It is 1,50,000, 1,50,000 and 1,50,000. From this what will deduct? Tax expense. We'll say less tax expense. A will be what? Current tax. B will be what? Deferred tax. And then we'll get what? Profit for the period. So this become profit for the period. So first we need to calculate current tax and deferred tax. Then only we can fill it. Have you understood? However, can I say, because we know the tax rate is what? Let us assume, we need to assume na same. Let us assume how much? Say, can we say 40%? 40% for every year. So 40% of 1,50,000 is what? Okay, the total tax expense will be 60 only. Bolo yes or no? Let us check whether same is coming or not. Means we need to do current tax plus minus deferred tax na. But it will come what? 1,50,000 minus 60 only. Are you able to understand? Correct. Now, working note number 1 will be what? Calculation of current tax. Current tax. So there are 3 years: 31st March 2002, 31st March 2003 and 31st March 2004. We'll start with PBT. Profit before tax. How much? 1,50,000, 1,50,000 and 1,50,000. Then plus depreciation as per books. It is what? 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. Then minus what? As per IT. How much first year? Entire depreciation allowed? 1,50,000 minus na 0. So this become taxable income. It become taxable income. So taxable income, it is 50,000, 2 lakh. I hope you are understanding, huh? So rate of tax every year is what? 40%, 40%, 40%. Without current tax, how much? First year how much? 20,000. Second year how much? 80,000. Third year how much? 80,000. Understood? So what journal entry you will do for this? Current tax expense, account debit to current tax liability. Amount you can write down for every year. Understood? Understood? We can write down this current tax यहाँ पर 20,000, 80,000 and 80,000. Simple. Now we'll come to what? Calculation of. In exam normally they ask this deferred tax. Means they will not ask current tax. They will ask calculation of deferred tax only. Why they will not ask current tax? Because this is not income tax na. So it might happen you don't know some concept, correct? Normally they will ask what? Deferred tax, correct? So calculation of deferred tax, calculation of deferred tax, correct? There are 3 years: 31st March 2002, 31st March 2003, 31st March 2004, correct? We need to find out how much timing difference originated in first year due to what? Excess depreciation allowed under Income Tax Act. So let us find out timing difference originated, correct, due to what? Excess depreciation under Income Tax Act. So, how much originated? So, how much timing difference originated? What is accounting income this? What is taxable income this? So 1 lakh due to this now. You can see 1 lakh originated. 1 lakh originated. So first year 1 lakh originated. Or you can add on accounting income, taxable income like this also. Can we do in this way? Huh? Means accounting income, taxable income, that difference वैसे करना? हाँ? ऐसे ठीक है. So how much originated? 1 lakh. Originated 1 lakh. Then can you see in second year 50,000 reverse, and third year 50,000 reverse, 50,000 reverse. Have you understood? Have you understood this point? Correct now. Now, always whenever you got originated, so of course you are getting also reversed. So how much originated and reverse you have calculated? The first year 1 lakh originated, second year 50,000 reverse, and third year 50,000 reverse. So can I say you need to find out what is closing balance of timing difference. The first year it is 1 lakh. Second year how much set off? 50,000 set off. How much remain? Then how much remain? 0. So we will find out closing balance of timing difference. Correct. On this we will create closing DTL. Means we will find out DTL at year end. Closing balance of timing difference. So DTL at year end. DTL at year end 40%. 40%, 40%. How much? It become how much? 40,000. Then what? 20,000. And then nil. Understanding? So this is DTL at year end. Means this will the closing balance of DTL. This will go to balance sheet, but not in PL. Can you see? If you want how much in PL, you should compare with what? DTL at year beginning. It is nil. This will become opening balance, and this will become opening balance. Correct? Understood? Have you understood what I have said? So this is DTL at year end. This is DTL at year beginning. This have you understood? It means, can I say how much created? First year how much you have created? 40,000 you have created. Second year out of 40,000 it become 20,000. So how much reverse? Can I say 20,000 reverse? Are you able to understand? And third year also 20,000 reverse. 20,000 reverse. Have you understood this point? So this is become this is become what? DTL created oblique reversed DTL created will be expense. means this will be what? DT expense. Bolo yes or no? DT expense, and these two will be what? DT income. DT income. Are you able to understand what I am doing? Are bolna re? Have you understood this point? You are not responding, means tired. Everyone is not responding. Tired? Tired? दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा है? हाँ? Working or not working? Working? What working? बताओ. What we have done this? Have you understood this? But can I say this is what? इतना लंबा calculation. We could have done in this way also. बताओ 40% how much? How much 40%? How much 40%? So if दिमाग काम कर रहा था तो you would have asked this ना. Is your दिमाग is not working. You are writing only what I am writing and you are not reacting on that. It means your दिमाग is closed now. It become closing balance. It will come tomorrow opening balance. Then we'll think how much created and reverse. अरे बोलना रे. Correct? अरे बोल. हैवी हो गया. For this chapter. And what happened? 4 marks question will come. Out of 96 will get what? 96. हाँ. वही बोल रहा तो इसलिए react. हाँ? React. But can I say whatever I have said right now? You might be thinking, so why you have done so much wrong calculation, so much long calculation? Long calculation now. So whenever rate of tax is same, then to okay. But when rate of tax different, then different answer will come. And therefore, always I will suggest you in this way. Because this is the only correct method. Are you able to understand? Whenever rate of tax are same, then you can use shortcut. But when rate of tax are different, then we'll do in this question only, you will understand why I have done in this way. So my suggestion is that whenever they have given 2 or 3 years, then always find out closing balance of timing difference, then calculate DTL at year end, then DTL at year beginning, then find out created and reverse. Understood? Have you understood this point? Correct. So the first year, how much DT expense? 40,000. So you will add now. देखो ये हो गया 60,000 tallied. जादू 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 जादू. And second year, how much reverse? देखो this become how much? 60,000. And third year, how much reverse? देखो this become what? 60. Have you understood? 1 lakh minus 60, 1 lakh 50 minus 60, 90. Profit 90, profit 90, profit. Understood? So even though you are paying, just try to understand what is the beauty of this accounting. I always say this is the beauty of accounting. Actually you learn beauty of accounting in CA final. Beauty of accounting. I always say this is actually the beauty of accounting. Beauty means what? Beauty means beauty comes from where? Beauty comes from where? Nature. Means inner. From inner or outer? Inner. So beauty comes from inner side. And for inner side we need to apply what? जो दिखता है होता नहीं, जो होता है दिखता नहीं. Correct? So it means we are not supposed to apply legally what is given. Apply what is substance. Substance over that form. Correct now? The beauty comes from there, and this is beauty of accounting. Beauty of accounting is what? If the income is same, so whether tax can be different? No. And therefore tax remain same. This is beauty of accounting. Understood? Have you understood? Yes, sir. Now the same question will do different. So you will understand why I have used this long technique. Okay. But have you understood this calculation part? Acha, one more question. But how much will come in first balance sheet? DTL means can I say this will come in balance sheet now, and this will go to SOPL. This will go to SOPL. Have you understood this point? Then same question, case number 2. If tax rate are different for each year is as per question. This we are doing as per question. We'll prepare what? Extract of SOPL. Can we start with, if you permit, PBT, profit before tax? Yeah, because already we calculated the profit before tax is how much? 1,50,000 every year now. So 1,50,000, 1,50,000, 1,50,000. Then what? Less tax expense, A current tax, B deferred tax. Can you do by your own? Do working note number 1 and 2 by your own. Working note number I will also do. You do only working note number 2. Working note number 1, calculation of current tax 31st March 2002, 2003, 2004. Can we start with taxable income? Because taxable income will remain same. Taxable income was how much? First year how much? 50,000 now. 50,000. Rate of tax is different. Can you give me the rate of tax? Forty, 35%, 38%. Current tax how much? 20,000, 70,000, 76,000. Okay. Now do what? Calculation of what? Do by your own. Deferred tax do by your own. 20,000 na? It is 50,000, sorry. 50,000. Done. Done. बताओ. What you have done? Timing difference originated or reversed. How much? How much? 1 lakh originated. 50,000 reverse. Acha 50,000 reverse. Acha, one thing to I forgot to ask only. Now timing difference originate or reverse. But whether it will result in DT or DTL, that you need to think na. And last question, what happened? I missed that point. I have written DTL, you also written DTL, but it can be DT also. Correct na? So why it will be DTL? Understood na? In future, maybe we are paying or we are what? Subsequent means in current year excess depreciation allowed. It means future it will be disallowed. Disallowed means we are paying lower tax. This is what in current year more depreciation allowed. So in future it will be disallowed. Will pay higher tax. Higher tax na. The depreciation will be what? Disallowed. Depreciation expense will be disallowed. Will be paying higher tax. Higher tax means it become a liability. Correct? Or we can say in this way. You can see you are paying higher tax. Correct. Therefore, here you are creating what? DTL. You can think in this way also. Because of that excess depreciation allowed, you are paying higher tax in future, na? Correct? And because of that reason, you need to create DTL. Correct? That you need to think by your own. You can add on timing difference originated or reverse, resulting in what? Resulting in DTL. Understood. You need to find out what? Closing balance of timing difference. How much? 1 lakh 50,000 nil. Now what is the rate of tax? 40%, 35%, 38%. What is DTL at year end? 40,000, 70, 17,500 nil. What is DTL at year beginning? It is 40,000 and 17,500. Correct? So the DTL created how much? Reverse how much? Reverse 20,500 and have you understood this? Now if you apply the rate, in this case you will not get the same answer. Check kalo. Now you are not getting same answer, and therefore this long method is always what? Good only. In exam always follow this long method. Just originated and reverse, you will get the correct answer when the rate of tax are same. Understood? But normally in exam they ask for only 1 year, so this point will not be applicable. If they ask more than 1 year, then only this point will be applicable. Correct? So it means how much created? So what is the current tax of first year? 20,000 now. 20,000. Then how much? 70,000. Then how much? Then can you give me deferred tax? 40,000. It becomes 60,000. Profit become 2 lakh. Yeah. You are saying 2 lakh 10,000 means gone. Gone case. Now gone case. Means now Dimag is not working. Correct na? Correct? Concentrate. This is the only point where you need to think that how you can concentrate. I am also teaching from the morning 6. You came 10:30. I am teaching from morning 6. And I am also here only in classroom. I am like you na. I slept last night 1 o'clock. Hello? I am like you. I am concentrate. You also concentrate. I am CA. You are future CA. Difference कुछ नहीं है. Difference only क्या है? दिमाग का है. If you think that you want to study, you will study. If you think that if you don't want to study, you will not study. Your mind will stop. ठीक है? Concentrate, concentrate. ठीक है? बताओ. 70,000. What is reverse? How much? How much? How much? How much? 40? Only one student will say, I am confused. Because two sound is coming, na? I am not able to understand what you are saying. 1,02,000? 2,500. Better only one student will say. It will be 17,000. Reverse. So it becomes 58,500. Answer? 91,500. Now you can see in this also PBT is same, but we are getting different tax expense. Why? Because of changes in tax rate. Means if you see, just try to understand what is the 40% of this, but what is 35% of this, it will not match. Why? Because of changes in tax rate. Last year you created at 40%, but you are reversing at what? 35%. The difference will be adjusted now. The difference will be automatically adjusted. So now it will not match, but we are applying matching concept only. Means it is not that we are not applying matching concept. This is due to what changes in. So you created in 40%, you are reversing in 35%. Of course that effect will come. That effect will come, but this is correct only. Understood? Have you understood? I hope you have understood. So why I have taken this question? To inform you the impact of same tax rate and different tax rate. Got it? Let me take one more question. One more question. Come to question number 3. PQI Limited accounting year end on 31st March. The company made a loss. The company made a loss of what? 2 lakh for the year ended 31st March 2001. For the year ended 31st March 2002 and 3, it made a profit of itna and itna respectively. So in the second and third year there is a profit. It is assumed that losses of the year can be carried forward for the 8th year and the tax rate is 40%. What to assume? We know this point. Not an assumption now. By the end of 31st March 2001, the company feels that there will be sufficient taxable income in the future year against which carry forward losses can be set off. Correct. This point just highlight. I will explain this point once again, but not now. Just highlight and leave it. Because not required for solution. Understood? Now, there is no difference between taxable income and accounting income except that carry forward losses allowed in the year ending 2002 and 2003 for tax purpose. Well, in accounting income and taxable income there is no difference. Only the difference will arise because of set off of loss. Prepare statement of PL for the 3 year. Understood? Can we do it? So question number 3. We need to prepare extract of SOPL. Same format you draw. What is PBT given? First year is what? 2001 na? 2001, 2002, 2003. There is a loss of what? So we can write down in negative. Then there is a profit of 1 lakh. Then there is a profit of 1,20,000. Correct. Plus what? Tax expense. A current tax. B deferred tax. Because can I say same tax rate? So we can calculate directly. Bolo yes or no? Let's see if I calculate directly whether same answer is coming or not. The 2 lakh ka 40% how much? 80,000. So this will be 80,000. Correct? Understood? Then it is what? 40,000. Then it is what? 48. 48. Okay. Chalo. Save it. Fill it out. Working note number 1. Calculation of current tax. 2001 na? 2002, 2003. Correct. We'll start with what? PBT, and they have said PBT and taxable income are same, so we can add on taxable income. But before set off is before set off. So taxable income before set off, it is 2 lakh loss, 1 lakh income, 1,20,000 income. Then we'll do what? Plus minus tax losses. First year it will be positive 2 lakh. Then out of 2 lakh, 1 lakh will be set off yahan par. Then 1 lakh will be set off yahan par. Are you getting what I'm saying? So this will become taxable income after set off. In this way only you do na. After set off, it become nil, nil and 20,000. So current tax at what rate? 40%. It will nil, nil and 8,000. Very simple. Understood. Then working note number. Calculation of deferred tax. Are we able to understand or not? Simple hai na? In this also timing difference originated and reversed due to what? Carry forward losses. So originated due to carry forward, and then we started using it. We started set off. Correct now? So the timing difference originated oblique reverse due to what? Tax losses it will result. First bata, how much originated in first year? How much originated in first year? 2 lakh is originated in first year. 2 lakh originated in first year. Then how much reverse in second year? Then how much reverse in third year? 1 lakh. Understood this point? Have you understood this point? Now, whether this will result in DT or DTL? Resulting in DT. Very good. Resulting in DTA. Correct. So we'll find out what? Closing balance of. However, in this you can create directly also because same tax rate. But we'll do this process only. Chalega? So closing balance of timing difference, it is 2 lakh, then 1 lakh, then 0. We will first create DTA at year end 40%. So it will be what? At a rate of 40%. How much? 80,000, 40,000, and then we'll compare with DTA at year beginning. It is 80,000 and 40,000. So how much DTA created? DTA created is 80,000. Then reverse how much? 40,000. Then reverse how much? 40,000. You can see whatever created is now reverse. So DTA created is DT. No, income. And these two are DT expense. That you need to identify because for plus minus. How much will be plus? How much will be minus? Have you understood this working note? Follow. So can I say in this way? We need to now put this information where in ISOPL. First, can you give me current tax? It is nil, nil, and 8,000. Then, but how much deferred tax? 80,000 is what? Income. Then 40,000 plus. Then 40 na? 40,000 plus. You can see this become 48,000. This become 40,000. And this is 80,000 negative. Correct. Okay. Match. Can you see just right one? This 2 lakh negative. Then minus. And then 80,000 negative. Is if you. This is 2 lakh negative. Then minus 80,000 negative है ये. If you know mathematics, it is 2 lakh negative, and then it will become plus 80,000 na. Yeah, normally student do mistake. Are you getting? Because this is 80,000 is income. This is income na. Deferred tax income. So this will become what? 1 lakh. 1,20,000 negative na. Understood. This will become 60,000 positive. And this will be how much? How much? 72,000. Understood. Have you understood this? Up to this, any doubt? Understood? Chalo. Can we take one more question? Come to question number 8. Question number 8. What again? The following particulars are stated in the balance sheet of Messrs X Limited as on 31st March 2003. DTL opening balance they have given 20 lakh. DTA opening balance they have given 10 lakh. Opening balance of DTL and DTA is given. Then following transactions were reported during the year. Then after going to this transaction, you need to find out if the tax rate is 50%. Indicate clearly the impact of above item in terms of DTL and DTA and the balance of DTL DTA on 31st March 2004. Means they want closing balance of DTL and DTA. So can you say, let us prepare the statement, read one by one item and then we'll do plus minus in opening balance. Correct? Whatever you will say, I will do this. Okay. So this is question number 8. Calculation of balance of DTA and DTL as on which date? 31st March 2004. Write down DTA and DTL. So they have given balance at year beginning. Balance as on 1/4/2003. 1/4/2003. How much it is? 10 lakh and 20 lakh. Then rupees in lakhs. One I will do, balance you'll do. करोगे? One I will do, balance you do. Either wrong or correct, do by your own. Maximum what will happen? Wrong होगा, है ना? But लगाओ, दिमाग लगाओ. Because when I am saying you are not listening. क्या लिखा हुआ है? Depreciation as per books 50 lakh. Depreciation for tax purpose 30 lakh. There were no addition to fixed asset during the year. Means in books you are charging more depreciation. So it means depreciation expense is disallowed. How much disallowed? So if you disallowed in current year, it will be allowed in next year. But what will be the impact? DTA or DTL? Means you can say in this way also. If previous year it was allowed, now disallowed. Means there can be two things, either creation of DTA or reversal of DTL. Both are same, but difference in balance. But normally what happens under Income Tax Act, we allow more depreciation as per books. And therefore can I say, if you say in this way, थोड़ा सा illogical हो जाता from income tax point of view. Because you know Income Tax Act, so in initial year we allow more depreciation under income tax and then less depreciation under income tax. Correct now? Not able to understand. You just try to understand. Computer, what is the rate under income tax? 60 na? नहीं, as per Income Tax Act 40 के 60? Yeah, 40%. So year 1, year 2, year 3. Correct? In Companies Act, what is the rate of depreciation? You don't know. You have not done in Companies Act. As per Companies Act? Google में search करो. Computer, what is the rate of depreciation as per Companies Act? Schedule 2. Schedule 2 of Companies Act. लिखो Schedule 2 of Companies Act. Computer, What is the rate of depreciation? Schedule 2 of Companies Act of computer. टाइप करते हो गूगल बाबा जिंदाबाद. Schedule 2 came. अरे बाप रे बाप. Google Baba has every answer. Huh? How much it is given? 18% ले ले. एक बार 18% ले ले. Means there is a difference ना. But what I mean, hey, छोड़ दे अब, बस हो गया. What I want to say, as per Companies Act, the rate of depreciation less than Income Tax Act. Always the rate of depreciation under income tax will be higher and under will be lower. Means income tax allow higher depreciation in initial year. So suppose if I say 1 lakh, 1 lakh is the cost price. So the under income tax first year 40,000, second year 40. Then the like always on RBM. Block under income tax 40 कुछ भी बोलते बता. 14,400. then year 4 में बताई दे. then year 5 भी बताई दे. बस रहने दे. then as per books 18%. First year to 18,000. $9,000. Now you can see initial year this is higher, this is higher, this is higher, then reverse. Oh, then it will be higher. Understood? Always na. Means in this year it was excess allowed, then it will be disallowed, and automatically it will be reversed, zero ho jata. Means you will do till the end na, automatically it will become zero. The effect will become zero, but we need to go to many years. Correct? But I hope you are understanding. Income tax always initially depreciation will be higher and subsequently it will be lower. Means if it is higher, so we created DTL. Where it will be lower? So it is reversal of what? DTL. So now you only say as per, because if you are conceptually correct, you should say reversal of DTL or creation of DTA. Reversal of DTL. Because can I say it might happen, this is not the first year na, this is subsequent year. Let's समझो हूँ क्या? Not you are not. I will ask, you are not able to understand, हाँ? ये हूँ. एक simple सा बात, just try to understand. I am na teaching from last 15 years. So I can understand from the face whether you are reacting by listening or I say hmm. Correct na? You are not in front of a what? Lollipop teacher, huh? Correct? I don't say because I don't want to demotivate you. So in the class, that gives a point that you are here to pass. One thing I am saying, if you are in the class and if you are not concentrating, if I would have been in your place, I would have gone home and sleep. तो यहाँ बैठ के भी कुछ फायदा नहीं हो रहा है. टाइम वेस्ट होगा तो सो जाओ, उठो फिर पढ़ो. करेक्ट ना? Coming in the class and not listening is wastage of time. And if you feel that you are not able to understand, go home and relax. That is better na? Because after election you can study. Abhi you will sit for 3 hours, then you will sleep for 3 hours, 6 hours wasted. But you go home, 3 hours wasted na? Am I right or not? Coaching class is not required to pass the exam. Otherwise I would have not become CA, because I have not taken any coaching class. Coaching class is not required. Determination is required. If you are feeling that you are not able to understand, go home. I am happy if one student is there, I can teach, because I need to record also na. So I will teach even one student is there. But if you are feeling happiness, go home and sleep. Come again with a fresh mind. Correct? But it is wastage of time. When I started, I asked you that can you sit in my class from 10:30 to 5? You said yes. I asked this question. Everyone have asked. I've asked. You said yes. Okay, chalo. You to said up to 7 you teach. But I know your capacity. You said up to 7 you teach. अरे बोलना रही थ्योरी सब्जेक्ट में हो जाता गाना बजाना के साथ. करेक्ट ना. प्रैक्टिकल सब्जेक्ट में माइंड काम. यू आर यूजिंग योर माइंड, यू यूजिंग योर ब्रेन ना. You are using your mind. In theory class, your teacher is using brain. You are not using. You are only listening. But in practical subject, you are using what? When brain is used, no energy. Brain is using na, तो tiredness will come. Understood? पहले बात तो use करते नहीं हो. Correct. And you are using. Correct ना? First you don't use. Now I am forcing you to use. Correct ना? अरे बोलना रे. थोड़ा concentrate करेंगे, please concentrate. In accounts you can score 90 above. In theory subject you can't score 90 above. तो concentrate 90 आ जाता तो मजा आता ना. 40 marks plus आ जाता. तो in every subject 40 you got to pass हो जाते. अरे चलो 90 marks तो बहुत ज़्यादा लग रहा है. If you are thinking that 90 marks is more, so think about 75. Then also it is 25 surplus. 25 surplus, and easily you can get 75. In advanced accounting, so easily you can get 75. So 25 marks surplus. So if you are getting 40, 45, 40 also, you are pass. Correct now? So if you want to think in that way, don't just, you need to match in some subject, and advanced accounting is very scoring as compared to accounting is not scoring. Accounting is not scoring, but advanced accounting is very much scoring, because whatever chapters we have done, if you start from the beginning, it is not that much but I will say everything is what very clean chapter. Clean chapter is there. Question will come, you need to answer only. But if you see incomplete records, it was simple but dangerous. Insurance claim, simple but dangerous. No, simple but dangerous. One mistake, khatam. Insurance claim. Understood now? One mistake, abnormal loss, you don't understand. They mix with consignment chapter, khatam. Correct now? That type of question also have been asked. Correct now? So there are, see, the partnership has been deleted from there, na? Accounting. And then what are the other sub chapters? Investment, simple, but X interest, come interest, redemption debenture, X interest, come interest. Correct now? Always thoda sa happiness, lot of practice was required. But in this less practice, same type of questions. ESOP, buyback, consolidation also same type. Amalgamation same, internal reconstruction chapter is only same time. Correct now? Big chapters, but only partnership. थोड़ा सा प्रैक्टिस कर लो. Have you understood what I am saying? Please concentrate, because next all points you will do. You will do, I will do. बोलो. अरे आवाज ही नहीं है यार. तो we will try, sir. चलो. So what I am saying, first, depreciation as per books 50 lakh, depreciation as per income tax. So can I conclude in subsequent year, depreciation as per income tax will be lower as compared to books of account. Therefore, it will be reversal of DTR. Initial what? Creation. Now reversal. So can we consider it as reversal of DTR? The first point, write down. Point number, यहाँ लिखो minus ना. Reversal of DTL due to disallowance of depreciation. Correct? So how much disallowed? Difference 20 lakh. 20 lakh, what is the rate of tax? So 20 lakh, 50% will be this. You'll do minus 10 lakh. Understood this point? So can you do the balance by your own? Do. Let's see how many of you are doing correct. Achha, one changes if you want to do, you can do. Is share issue expense allowed under section 35D for the year is 2003 2004 1/10. Now it become 1/5. Is when this question was asked, now that time it was 1/10 preliminary expenses. As per income tax, now 1/5 is allowed, but in the books of account entire is allowed. If you want to change or you end there 1/5 कर दे, so make it 1/5. So 1/5 will be what? 1/5 of 50 lakh will be how much? So this changes you can do 10 lakh. So 1/5 now because it become 1/5, so 10 lakh. Understood? Do by your own. Donation to private trust means unrecognized. Second one done. Second one, what you have done? Reversal of DTA. Very good. Item disallowed in previous year will be allowed in current year. The previous year we created DTA. Disallowed. Disallowed means it will be allowed in current year. So it means allowed in current year means we'll get some tax benefit. Therefore we create DTA. Now it will be reversal of DTL. Very good. DTA. Right on. Very good. Reversal of DTA. So minus reversal of DTA. How much? It is 10 lakh ka 50% means 5 lakh minus third one you have done. Interest to financial institution accounted in the books on accrual basis, but actual payment was made on 15 September. 15 September. बताओ. First, now what is the due date? Due date of filing the return is what? 31st March. For company. 31st October. So previously it was 30 September. Now it become 31st October. So you make it what? Was made on 15. Make it 15 November. ठीक है? Make it 15 November. Then its impact will come. Means can I say the payment was made after due date? So interest to financial institution accounted in the books on accrual basis, but actual payment was made after due date. So this expense will be disallowed. Will be allowed in the next year, subsequent year when it is paid. So disallowed. You will create what? DTA. Will create DTA. So write down. Point number 3. It is what? बोलो. Creation of DTA. How much? 20 lakh into 50%. It is 10 lakh. Because I have changed the question, the suggested solution will also change. Huh? Correct? I have changed the question, the suggested solution will change. Okay? Then this also you have understood. Then donation to private trust made permanent. No deferred tax. You can write a note for this. This is plus na. Plus. Then share issue expense allowed under 35D of Income Tax Act for the year 2003-4 is 1/5 of total. So it means, can I say it has been allowed in the current year? Understood? Correct. So what we'll do? Means this much is allowed now. Means in books how much allowed actually? In books 50 lakh, and in income tax how much? So it means how much disallowed? 40 lakh disallowed. 40 lakh is disallowed, which will be allowed in future. So 40 lakh disallowed now. So we should think about 40 lakh. So it will be what? DT or DTL? Creation of DTA on what? 40 lakh? Correct? Yes sir. Or you can say in this way, it was incurred in 1999. Oh, my mistake. ऐसे करो. One mistake. So it is incurred in 1999-2000 na. So 1999-2000. First year was this. So as per income tax, as per books. So as per income tax, it is what? 10. As per books, 50. Then what? 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 2, 0, 3. Means this is the last year, na? It is last year. So 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. This is nil, 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 nil. Means how much was disallowed यहाँ पर? 40. This was disallowed, then allowed, 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 allowed. Correct? Understood. So can you say when it was disallowed, we created what? DTA. Now it will be reversal of what? DTA. It will be reversal of DTA. Understood? So on 10 lakh we reverse DTA. On 10 lakh we reverse DTA. So minus reversal. Write down. Reversal of DTA. 10 lakh into 50%. 5 lakh minus. Have you understood this point? If you want to write down this. Written? Last one. Last one, what is given? Repair of plant machinery 100 lakh was spread over the period 2003-2004 and 2004-2005 equally in the books. Means 50 lakh, 50 lakh. However, the entire expenditure was allowed for this purpose. Means in current year, entire expenditure was allowed. Means how much is allowed? 50 lakh is extra allowed, which will be disallowed in next year. The allowed, then disallowed. What will do? Creation or reversal? Creation, na? Write down creation of detail. Means you have understood actually. Correct, na? Write down plus creation of detail. Very good. Creation of detail. How much? 50 lakh into 50%. It is what? 25 plus. Now can you give me the closing balance? 10 and 35. Very good. This you have understood. Have you understood this type of questions? थोड़ा सा concentration required, but थोड़ा सा concentration required. Correct? If you write and do, तो you will understand. If you think and do, तो थोड़ा mistake होगा. So write and do better. Correct? Or I will say one shortcut I will give. Normally they ask about expense. Correct now. So what you do, you just prepare this what? One table in exam. Correct now. Just prepare one table, current year, subsequent year. Understood? Current year expense disallowed. Allowed. Or current year it is allowed. Normally they ask about expense, they don't ask about income. When disallowed, so we create what? DTA. So this will be what? DTL. This will be DTA. This will be what? DTL. Just create this what? A table. Understood? And do accordingly. Understood now? So if it is current year and disallowed, expense is disallowed, so we will create DTA. Subsequent year, and it is what? Allowed. It is what? What I have said. Oh, sorry, I missed it. What I have given. It will be reversal of DTA, I should write down. What I have written, right? Correct. This will be DTL and this will be reversal of DTL. I have written something wrong. Okay. Now, okay. Whenever this type of questions come, just write down current year, subsequent year. This you just draw it. So current year disallowed, you are creating what? DTA. Subsequent year allowed means current year becomes subsequent year. Then it is reversal of what? DTA. If you draw this and then think, so it will be less time. You can understand easily. So always in exam draw this. If this type of questions come, correct? This also you have understood. Any doubt? You want break? Let us take break. Break ले लो. ठीक है? Break for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we'll try to complete this chapter. Okay? Chalo. Can we start once again, everyone? Now, before break, we have done which question? Question number 8. Okay? Then come to one more question. Come to question number 1. Favorite question have been asked many times. Ultra Limited has provided following information. Depreciation as per accounting record 2 lakh. Depreciation as per tax 5 lakh. You can see 3 lakh will become what? Temporary difference. 3 lakh will become temporary difference. So we need to create what? DTL. So on this will create DTL. Correct? You can see they have written what they have written. Excess depreciation as per income tax record is 3 lakh. It is a timing difference. Will create DTL. If the rate of tax is 50%, it becomes 1,50,000. Very easy. Unamortized preliminary expenses as per tax record. Unamortized means this has not been amortized till now. Correct. Means can I say this has been what? Disallowed. This has been disallowed. Which will be allowed in? This has been disallowed. Which will be allowed in future? Are you getting? So, when it will be allowed, will create what? It will be allowed in the year in which it will be allowed. Will pay lower tax. So right now will create what? DTA. So unamortized preliminary expense as per tax record 30,000. You can see timing difference. Deferred tax asset 30,000 का 50% was 15,000. Means have been asked 2-3 times in exam. Same question. You can do it by your own. Correct? Now, this also you have understood. 3 you have understood. 4 we have understood. Correct? 5. Omega Limited is working on a different project which is likely to be completed within 3 periods. It recognized revenue from this contract on percentage of completion method. We know AS7 percentage of completion method. For financial statement, itna 11 lakh, 16 lakh, 21 lakh respectively. Correct? So they have recognized revenue. However, for income tax purpose, it has adopted completed contract method. Means it will be recognized only when it will complete, then will recognize the revenue. Under which it has recognized revenue of 7 lakh, 18 lakh, 23 lakh for the year itna respectively. Income tax rate 35% means as per books what 11 lakh, as per income tax 7 lakh. It means what? Can I say? Revenue means income has been disallowed, which will be taxable in future. So you will create what? No. Disallowed in current year na. As per books 11 lakh, as per income tax 7 lakh. You have disallowed income which will be taxable in future. Taxable in future means higher tax rate. You will create what? So first you will create DTL. Then once again what? You can see now it become 2 lakh taxable. Then it is what? 23 minus 21 how much? 2 lakh. Once again taxable. So first year the timing difference was how much? 4 lakh. Then reverse by 2 lakh. Then reverse by 2 lakh. So first year create DTL. Then reverse DTL. Reverse DTL. Simple. Let's see what they have given. Check करेंगे. Accounting income. Taxable income, timing difference balance 4 lakh, 2 lakh, nil. This is the closing balance difference. Understood? You can see this is DTL balance. DTL balance will come in the balance sheet. So this is DTL balance. Understood? 1,40,000 means what is the tax rate? 35%. So 35% of 4 lakh is 1 lakh 40, then it becomes 70,000, then it becomes nil. So this is DTL balance, but this is not DTL created or reversed. So how much created in first year? Then how much reverse? Then how much reverse? Understood? So this is DT expense, this is due to a DT income. So in that format also you can do. In that format also you can do. Bolo, have you understood this point? This is also a good question. Correct? Yes, sir. Then everyone, just try to understand. Question number 6. Y Limited is a full tax-free enterprise for the first 10 years of its existence and is the second year of its operation. You know tax holiday under income tax act, 10-year exemption, 10-year exemption given to SCZ or EOU. EOU means what? Export oriented unit. Normally some tax relief will be given to what? This type of entities. Correct. So what they are saying, Y Limited is a full tax-free entity for the first 10 years and it is the second year of its operation. Depreciation timing difference resulting in a tax liability in year 1, year 2 is 200 and 400 lakh respectively. Correct? Timing difference. From third year it is expected that timing difference would reverse each year by 10 lakh. Assuming that tax rate is 40%, find out DTL at the end of second year and any change, any charge to PL. Have you understood this point? Right. Means this is question number 6. Question number 6. So how many year? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Correct? Year 1 to na? It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How much timing difference originated first year? How much timing difference originated? 200. Second year? Then they are saying it is started reversing. 10 lakh every year. 10 lakh every year. Are you able to understand? Correct? Understood. Then also it will reverse. This first 10 years tax holiday means this is originated during what? Tax holiday, and this got reversed during what? Tax holiday means how much? 80. Now the question arises, any timing difference which originated in tax holiday and reversed during tax holiday, should we create deferred tax on that? No, because there is no tax impact. Understood now? So can I say whatever timing difference which got reversed during tax holiday, no deferred tax? Means any timing difference which got reversed after tax holiday, only we should create deferred tax on that. Means can I say out of 600, how much reverse? So you should not create deferred tax on 80. But the point is that you will do what? 200 minus 20 or 400 minus 20. Means you need to decrease it by 80 now, because you will not create deferred tax on 80. Means out of 600 you will create deferred tax only on 520. So in first year you will do 200 minus 80, or second year you will do 400 minus 80. 40-40. One suggestion is 40-40. Second suggestion, first year. Anyone saying last year? Means second year first. Okay, is always we should apply FIFO basis. Y equal first come, first out. So this suggestion has been given by whom? ICI. The timing difference which originated first will be reversed first. So we'll do minus 80. It means it become what? 120. This become what? 400. It means we should create, because it was resulting in DTL or DTA. It is given resulting in what? Tax liability. Tax liability, and the tax is 40%. So this will be 40%. This will be 40%. This much DTL should be created. बोलो yes or no? So 120 into 40%, how much? 48. And 400 into what? 40%, how much? 160. So this much should be created. This is not closing balance, this is created now. So closing balance, if you want, this become 48 plus what? 48 plus 160, how much? It become 208. Understood? Let's see what the answer has been given. Check karenge. Out of 200 lakh, timing difference due to depreciation difference amounting to 80 lakh will reverse in the tax holiday period and therefore should not be recognized. However, for 120 lakh, deferred tax liability will be recognized for 48 lakh in the first year. In the second year, the entire amount of timing difference 400 lakh will reverse only after tax holiday period and hence will be recognized in full. Deferred tax liability of 160 lakh will be created by charging it to PL account, and total balance of deferred tax liability account at the end of second year will be 208 lakhs. That only is given. Check kar lo. Have you understood this point? Means what is the concept? This is a concept of tax holiday. So during tax holiday period, any timing difference which originated first, any timing difference which originated and reversed during tax holiday period, no deferred tax. Any timing difference which originated during tax holiday period but reversed after tax holiday period, deferred tax will be created, and we should always apply FIFO basis for reversal. Correct. So can I give a note for this? So we are doing question number 6 already. We have done. The concept is what? Tax holiday. That concept is what? Tax holiday. Understood? Point number is what? Oh, right out. Tax holiday. This is important. Write down point number A. Any timing difference which originated and what? Reversed during tax holiday should not be considered for deferred tax. Deferred tax in respect of timing difference which originated during tax holiday and reversed after what? Tax holiday should be recognized. Point number C. The timing difference which originated first should be considered to reverse first. Understood? Can I say refer which question? Refer question number 6. Got it? This you have understood. Then point number 5. Condition for recognition of DTA and DTL. Okay. Now, just try to understand. When we say DTL, so DTL will give rise to expense. Means what journal entry we are doing? DT expense to DTL. Correct. But when I say DTA, it will give rise to income. Means DTA to DT income. So the question arises, should we recognize DT income? Is for DTA, we are recognizing DT income for future tax consequences. So should we recognize DT income? Can you say it will be against prudence? It will be against conservatism. Conservatism, what you have done? We should recognize all expected expenses and losses arising from past event, but we should not anticipate any expected income arising from past event. Okay, is it against what? Prudence. Therefore, can I say we should recognize DTL for all timing difference, but we should not recognize DTA for all timing difference until unless we are fully satisfied. Correct? Are we able to understand? Means, just write down point number A. DTL should be recognized without any condition. There is no condition for recognition of DTL. But what? There is some condition for recognition of what? DTA should be recognized only when prudence condition is satisfied. Are you getting what I am saying? Prudence condition is satisfied. What is that prudence condition that we need to understand? Prudence condition that we need to understand. So what they want to say, just try to understand. Suppose this is year 1 and this is year 2. Year 1 timing difference originated was 1 lakh and year 2 it is going to reverse 1 lakh. Means in this year the expense is disallowed. This is disallowed now, which will be allowed in future. But can you see, you will get benefit of this expense allowed only when we have taxable income to the extent of what? 1 lakh. If suppose we do not have taxable income to the extent of 1 lakh in year 2, will you get any tax benefit? If you will not get any tax benefit, why you are recognizing DTA? Understood what I am saying? Means if it is expected to be reversed in second year, in second year there should be sufficient taxable income against which such DTA will be utilized. If there is no taxable income in that year, so we should not recognize DTA. We should not recognize DTA. Understood? So what they want to say, just try to understand. There can be two situations. First situation is what? Whether entity, we need to, whether entity has what? Unabsorbed depreciation and carry forward tax losses. Understood? Where the entity has unabsorbed depreciation and carry forward tax losses. We just try to understand. You went to a company, a profit making company, Wipro, Infosys, profit making company. Now they have some timing difference which will result in DTA. So you'll ask a question whether you have a sufficient taxable income. They will say yes, because we are profit making. So can I say only a reasonable assurance is required? A reasonable assurance required. Just ask them, but can I say virtual certainty is not required? You remember virtual certainty? You will ask them whether you will have sufficient future taxable income. They will say yes only, and you recognize GTA. But if you went to a company which is what Air India, because now Air India is what good company because it went to what Tata. But suppose initially Tata also will incur loss for Air India. Air India was a loss making company. Correct? You went to Air India, you ask a question whether you will have a sufficient taxable income. They will say yes. You will have a doubt now. Because it is a loss making company, everyone knows. You will have a doubt. If they are saying yes, can I see you require some evidence for that? With convincing evidence, you should be convinced about that evidence. Correct now. So what they said, whenever entity has unabsorbed depreciation and carry forward tax losses, then virtual certainty is required with convincing evidence whether future taxable profit will be available or not. If available, recognize. If not available, do not recognize. But if the entity does not have unabsorbed depreciation and tax losses, then virtual certainty is not required. Only a reasonable assurance required whether taxable income will be available or not. If available, recognize. If not available, do not recognize. Understood? So what they want to say? This is very important para. They may ask a case study based on this. Till now, though not asked. Correct? What they are saying? If yes, means entity has what? Entity has what? Unabsorbed depreciation and carry forward tax losses. So what they want to say? ETA should be recognized only to the extent that there is virtual certainty. What is the meaning of virtual certainty? Chances is more than 95%. Remember, we have done where? Virtual certainty supported by what? Supported by convincing evidence. There should be evidence also. Supported by convincing evidence that sufficient taxable sufficient future taxable income will be available against which what? Against which such DTA can be realized. Understood this point? Thus DTA can be realized. It means suppose year 1, year 2, case 1. Understood? Now, you have a timing difference of rupees 1 lakh. Understood? And there is a virtual certainty which supported by convincing evidence that there will be a taxable income of 2 lakh. Batao, should we recognize DTA on what amount? 1 lakh. So DTA should be recognized on this. Correct. Case 2. Timing difference 1 lakh. Now, can I say there is no virtual certainty that future taxable income will be available? Means taxable income is 0. So should we recognize DTA? So DTA will be what? 0. Nil will not recognize. Third, timing difference is equal to what? 1 lakh. But as per your assessment, taxable income in future will be 60,000. So should we recognize GTA? Yes. Only to the extent of what? 60,000. Do you recognize DTA on what? On 60,000. On means applied tax rate on 60,000. Understood? Have you understood? Only for your understanding I have just given case study so that we can understand what they want to say. Understood? What they want to say. Once can you repeat what they said? If means what is the case? If entity, everyone read. If entity has unabsorbed depreciation and carry forward tax losses, DTA should be recognized only to the extent that there is virtual certainty supported by convincing evidence that future taxable income will be available against which such DTA can be realized. Can you repeat once again? If entity has unabsorbed depreciation or carry forward tax losses, DTA should be recognized only to the extent that there is a virtual certainty supported by convincing evidence that sufficient future taxable will be available against which such DTA can be realized. What is the key word here? Virtual certainty supported by convincing evidence. But if there is no unabsorbed depreciation or carry forward losses, then what they say? DTA should be recognized. DTA should be recognized only to the extent that what? That there is what? There is reasonable certainty that what? That what? Batao? Future taxable, that sufficient future taxable income, that sufficient future taxable income correct will be available against which will be available against which what? Such DTA can be realized. Same para, only what is the difference? A reasonable certainty means only a reasonable assurance required. If in current year there is a profit, recognize. No question you will ask, no evidence you require. If they say yes, so just create. But if you have tax losses, you want convincing evidence. Correct? And virtual certainty. Correct? Yes, sir. So reasonable certainty. However, impact remains same. Means here also, if there is a taxable income of 2 lakh, recognize. If there is no taxable income, do not recognize. If taxable income on 60,000, to recognize only to the extent of 6,000. The calculation remains same, but wording is what? Virtual certainty supported by convincing evidence. यहाँ पर reasonable certainty. Correct? So can you say whenever you are recognizing DTA and question is silent, to just write on this note that we have recognized DTA on the assumption that future taxable income will be available against which DTA can be utilized. So whenever you are recognizing DTA, just write down this as a note. DTA has been recognized on the assumption that future taxable income will be available against which such DTA can be realized. Understood? Correct? Even though you are not writing that note, it is understood from examination point of view that we have taken that assumption. But if question says that it is not available, do not recognize DTA. Correct? So till now that type of question has not been asked. But important para. Understood? Means we have completed. Just write down one special point. Better. When different tax rate apply to different level of income, so deferred tax is measured by using what? Average tax rate. Have you understood? So when different tax rate apply to different level of income, means slab rate, means for companies and partnership it is flat rate, na? Correct? But for individual it is was slab. Correct? Let's take one example. Following tax rate is applicable. Up to 2,50,000 nil hai. Nil. Then what? 2,50,000 to 5 lakh. How much? 5%. Then 5 lakh to 10 lakh, 20%. How much percent? 20%, na? Then more than 10 lakh? Correct. You know surcharge also. Huh? That's also you know. सरचार्ज भी बता दो. I don't know actually. Huh? It is 50 lakh up to 1 crore na. So 50 lakh to 1 crore. How much? 10%. 1 crore to 2 crore. 15%. 2 crore to 5 crore. Wasna. More than 5 crore? Same na, it is same only. Abhi bhi same hai. Then how much education cess? हाँ वही है. ओके ओके समझ गया. 4% ना. दिस आई हैव गिवन. हाँ. हम्म. Taxable income, suppose everyone, how much taxable income you want? Let us assume 80 lakh. Correct. Let us say timing difference resulting in TTL is what? 20 lakh. Understood? So taxable income 80 lakh. So first, can you give me current tax? You will calculate. How much current tax? Apply slab rate, then surcharge, then education cess. Give me the tax. How much? Calculate current tax fast. 25 lakh. Excellent, Ray. Exact same. Now, current tax you calculated. Now we'll calculate average tax rate for calculating what? Deferred tax. This was the concept. In this case, for DTA will apply what? Average tax rate. How to calculate this? This is 25 lakh 31,100 divided by what? Taxable income 80 lakh. So what is the average tax rate? 31 point. Means can you say everyone just try to Goom brigade is 30%? So give 30% now. Why itna jhamela? Are you able to understand? Means Goom brigade is 31%, 32% only. Why this much rate? Why? Correct now. And you can just try to understand ki on up to 10 lakh, if you see, after 10 lakh it is 30%. And can you say normally every person is earning more than 10 lakh? Correct now. If you are educated, correct now, you will be earning more than 10 lakh. So on 10 lakh we are paying 30%. This is not correct. From my point of view, now to from what 1947 say like this is 2022. Correct now. Now the level of income should be this should be what more than 50 lakh, then 30% should be there. Then only we will not evade tax. Otherwise we will do tax chori na. So you should make it 50 lakh, then everyone will file tax return. This suggestion I have given to Modi. Modi is not listening to me. What can I do? क्या करूं बताओ? हाँ? No. उनसे कुछ नहीं होता. Correct. Have you understood what I am saying? But from my point of view, if you make it more than 50 lakh, 30% now, no one will evade tax. Because on 10 lakh, if you are paying 3 lakh, 7 lakh basta, everyone will evade tax. A normal human being will evade tax. Correct now. We love India, but we love our family also. अरे बोला रे. We love India, but we love our family also. Correct now. So 3 lakh is a huge amount. Those who are earning 10 lakh, for them 3 lakh is very huge amount. अरे बोलना रे. Correct. Are you able to understand what I am saying? So this actually government is not able to understand. Chalo. You have understood this. So timing means DTL will be what? DTL will be on 20 lakh multiplied by what? 31.64. Correct. A very small concept, but if they ask and if I will not do, then you will not be able to do it. Correct. That you can calculate. Have you understood this point? So with this, all types of questions we have covered. All types of question AS22 is more or less completed. Understood? Come to what? Let's see what we have done. Definition we have understood. Permanent difference, timing difference we understood. Impact on timing difference we understood. Recognition we have understood. You can see permanent difference do not result in deferred tax liabilities. We have understood. Measurement we have understood. Current tax at what rate, this also you have understood. You can see right now we have done one point where different tax rate apply to different level of taxable income. Deferred tax asset and deferred tax liability are measured using average tax rate. This only we have done right now. And then deferred tax asset liability should not be discounted to their present value. Means will not do discounting of what DT and DTL. However, even though not done, will never do discounting. Then you can see this para also we have done condition for recognition DTA. When the entity does not have unabsorbed depreciation, then only reasonable certainty is required. Whenever entity has unabsorbed depreciation carry forward tax only, what is required? Virtual certainty supported by convincing evidence is required. Correct? You can read it if you want to read it. Correct. Then reassessment of unrecognized DTA. Can I say every year we should do reassessment by applying different tax rate? That also we have done. Review also we need to do. Correct now. This also we have done. Tax holiday also we have done. Presentation disclosure you can read. You can read by your own. This will not come. But here is one important point. Point number 1 and point number 2. Whether we can set off current tax asset with current tax liability. Means whether we can set off current tax asset with current tax liability. But AS says yes, we can set up current tax asset with current tax liability if two conditions satisfied. Means suppose for current year there is a current tax liability, for previous year there is current tax asset. Current tax asset means refundable, liability means payable. So can we set off? No, we cannot set off if these two conditions are not satisfied. When two conditions are satisfied, we can set off. First, that the entity has a legal enforceable right to set off recognized amount and intend to settle the asset and liability on a net basis. Now the question is that under Income Tax Act, can we set off income tax payable with income tax refundable? Income Tax Act says no, both are different assessment. Settle what? Separately. So income tax payable is separate for 1 year, income tax refundable is separate for 1 year. But sometimes income tax department can give a notice of set off. Means suppose there is an income tax liability of current year and there is a refund of previous year, so they will say set off. Understood now? Will not refund, will set off, and they will give a notice. So can I say if you receive a notice of set off, it becomes legal enforceable right to set off. So it is a legally enforceable right to set up. If you have a legally enforceable right to set up, then only we can set up, otherwise we cannot set up. And even though we have a legally enforceable right up, there must be intention to settle on net basis. These two conditions satisfied, then we can set up. Theoretical point, sometime they may ask this type of question. Similarly, entity can set up DT and DTL. Means DT and DTL can be set up. DTA, DTL can be set up. Yes, if two conditions are satisfied. Normally in India will set up what? DT and DTL. But what are two conditions? Entity has a legally enforceable right to set up asset against liability, means current tax asset with current tax liability. If you can set up current tax asset with current tax liability, then you can set up DTA with DTL. And DT and DTL relate to taxes on income levied by the same governing taxation law. Means suppose DTA you have created for as per Indian Income Tax Act, but DTL you have created as per Pakistan Income Tax Act, then it cannot be set up. It should be of same governing law. Are you getting? It might happen for foreign income, we are creating some DTA DTL, then it cannot be set up. DT and DTL should be both what? Of Indian Income Tax Act. So normally question will be silent and it will be what? Indian Income Tax Act only, and then we can set off. Understood? So this you do from this. Apart from this, understood already, I have explained each and every point. So this chapter is completed from my point of view. Correct? Oh my God. How many years left? But 3 major AS completed. 3 big AS completed. One is what? AS 19, AS 20 and AS 22. Correct? Now 17 is left. So 17, 18 24. These are very small. AS26 is also very small. So we'll take all AS tomorrow. We'll complete it what? Let's see. I think it will be completed. Okay. Same timing. Today this much only. Thank you very much. We'll meet tomorrow. Till then, bye bye. Take care. Enjoy your remaining day. Very good morning, everyone. How are you all? Everyone fine? Last class we completed AS22. Have you tried any questions? If tried, you can ask. Acha, last day I forgot to do one question. Let us do that also. Correct. Question number 2. This question number 2 is actually, from my point of view, should not be asked in CA inter exam. So in my initial batch, I have not taken this question on the assumption that this type of question will not come. Then this same question was asked in exam. Understood? Means I left one question, that question was asked. Means from my point of view, this type of question should not be asked at CA inter level, because this is based on MAT. You know MAT? Whether in your income tax, whether you have done MAT, minimum alternative tax. Alternative tax. For company, there is one concept of MAT. So that is in your syllabus. No, that is not in your syllabus. If that is not in your syllabus, so from my point of view, if you have not done that under income tax, so how can we explain this in accounts? So on that assumption, initially I said, because I was thinking that this was a CA final part, should not come at CA inter. The same question, however, it was in my study material that time. There was no such question was given in what? Institute material that time. But I said ICMA, there is no question. They will not ask this question. I have deleted that question from my study material also. But same question was asked. So it means whatever we don't expect, that is asked by what? ICI. So now we'll do this on the assumption that I can explain you. Correct now, and you can understand from the following details of A Limited for the year ended 31st March 2001. Calculate deferred tax asset as per AS22 and the amount of tax to be debited to PL account for the year. You can see accounting profit is given. Book profit as per MAT. Book profit as per MAT means this is calculated as per Income Tax Act. So there is one section that is known as 115 JB. 115 JB of Income Tax Act. Based on that provision given under Income Tax Act, we calculate what? Book profit. This is not book profit as per SOPL. This is book profit as per Income Tax Act for calculation of MAT. MAT means minimum alternative tax. What Income Tax Act says that every company should pay this much minimum tax. This much minimum tax. But can you say their profit as per Income Tax Act means this become taxable income? Is 60,000. You can see accounting income is what? 6 lakh. Difference is what? 5,40,000. So can you see it means some expense has been allowed in the year which will be disallowed in future. So it means it is a timing difference. Means if nothing is given, we need to find out the difference now. So you can see accounting profit is 6 lakh and taxable income is what? 60,000. Some expense has been allowed under Income Tax Act which might be disallowed in future. So disallowed in the future, when it will disallowed, will pay higher tax. It means it will be on 5,40,000. Will create DTL. Now tax rate, regular tax rate is 20% and MAT rate is 7.5%, but now it is actually 18.5% something. Correct now. But leave it, whatever rate is given, will apply that in exam. Will not follow Income Tax Act, will follow the information given in the question. So what they say, tax as per accounting income is what? 6 lakh into 20%. Tax as per Income Tax Act, 60,000 into 20%, 12,000. So this is to current. This is current tax. This is not current tax. Current tax will be what? Tax as per MAT is what? 3 lakh 50 into 7.5%. That is 26,250. So will take what? Means will take what? Will take higher of this. So current tax will be higher of this. So this become current tax. This become current tax. So you can see The formula is what? Tax expense is equal to current tax plus minus deferred tax, plus minus deferred tax. Now, can you say in any case if the tax rate is this is very simple formula they have given, you can understand. Means if I'll go in detail now, you will not be able to understand. Better I'm not going to detail. I'm just giving the solution as per ICI. Means if I want to try to explain the concept behind that, you will be confused. But I should give you the very basic point of this. So we know that if there is only timing difference, if there is no permanent difference, so our total tax expense will be 1,20,000 only. So can you say tax expense will be 1,20,000? Current tax is what? If I say as per regular, it is what? 12,000 plus deferred tax. So therefore deferred tax liability they have calculated as what? Missing figure. So deferred tax liability is what? 1,20,000 minus 12,000 means 1,08,000. 1,08,000. 1,20,000 minus 12,000, 1,08,000. Are you able to understand what they have done? Correct. No, I'm coming. Correct. So 1,08,000 is what? Deferred tax liability. Then what they have given? Check karo. Then amount of tax to be debited in PL for the year will be current tax plus deferred tax liability plus excess of MAT over current tax. Same thing came now. Same thing, 12,000 this. So I will say current tax is this only na. Why you are calculating this much? Means can I say as per income tax, current tax will be what? 26,250. We will apply one formula. Tax expense plus is equal to current tax plus deferred tax. So tax expense is what? 1,20,000. What will be your current tax? 26,250 you will take. You will take higher of this. As per income tax act, you will take higher of this plus what? Deferred tax. How much it is coming? 93,750. Correct? But your answer will what? Not match. If you apply this. Understood? So therefore, what you will do? Normally what happen? This just try to understand. When I am coming to concept, so this is current tax plus deferred tax. So this is current tax is regular tax, not MAT. So this current tax is regular tax only. Are you getting? This is question number 2. So this formula when you are applying, so current tax will be regular tax, not MAT. So first you will calculate tax expense is given 1,20,000. Current tax, regular tax is what? 12,000 and plus deferred tax you will do. Correct. So can I say deferred tax will be equal to 1,20,000 minus what? 12,000 is equal to what? 1,84,000. Sorry, 1,08,000. So first you calculate what? Deferred tax expense. Correct. This is working note number 1. Yeah, point number 1. So can you say if it is plus, so it is what? Deferred tax liability only. That we have understood. Because if this is plus, so it will be deferred tax liability. So how much deferred tax liability is what? But I hope you can calculate it directly also. Yes, this is nothing but 5,40,000. That is timing difference into 20%. How much coming? Check kar lo. Same thing will come. Same amount is coming. So this is concept. They have taken this way. So I am just going as per the solution of ICI. We write down this only in exam. Correct? Then now we know that current tax will be higher of what? Point number A, regular tax. Point number B, MAT. What is regular tax? Batao. That is 12,000. And how much MAT? Means what was the book profit? Book profit for MAT 2 lakh, 3 lakh 50,000 multiplied by how much? 26,250. So it means current tax is equal to what? 26,250. It means now tax expense will be equal to what? So tax expense. Now you calculate the current tax also plus deferred tax also. So current tax is what? 26,000 and deferred tax is what? 1 lakh 8,000. Understood? So this is what answer? 1 lakh 34,000. You can do in this way. Understood? Have you understood? Just write on MRQ. If you revise, then only you can do it. I will not explain more than this, because more I will explain, more you will be confused. Correct? I hope if you revise the same question before exam, you can do it. Correct now? So now it is given in ICA study material. So now of course it can be asked. Now the same question is given in ICA study material. It can be asked. So MRQ, just write down MRP, must revise before exam. And if you revise before exam, you can do it. Means you can do this deferred tax like this also. But in solution they have given this way. Do in this way only. Chalega? Now we'll start what? AS 17 segment reporting. AS 17 segment reporting. Not written. Now whatever AS has left, they are basically based on what? Accounting standard para. So we'll concentrate on theoretical part more, and whatever questions important, that will do in class. Correct? So whatever AS left, that is very small AS, and I know what question they will ask. They will ask that question only in exam. Correct? So we'll concentrate on that question also. Okay? AS 17 segment reporting. You have done departmental chapter. So can I say department is nothing but one segment? Correct? In your departmental accounting, what you have done? You calculated profit of each department. Why you calculate profit of each department? What was the need? However, can I say in SOPL, when you prepare SOPL or balance sheet, you don't do department wise, you do what? Total wise. So why you have done departmental accounting? But that is not a need to prepare financial statement. In accounting, we understand how to prepare financial statement. Actually, that was not required. So why you have calculated profit of each department? Yes, to know the performance of each department. To know the performance of each department. But that chapter, what you have done, that was for internal purpose. But here right now we are doing AS 17. Segment is nothing but departmental, you can say, for external purpose, means for user of financial statement. Means you all know that every business has every entity has many business. It can have multiple business. If you take my example, let us not go beyond us, let us concentrate on me only. If you take my business, so I have also 3 types of business. Means normally this, everyone correct, this segment is nothing but component of entity. Now as per this segment, what AS 17 says, this segment are of 2 types. One is business segment, one is what? Geographical segment. Means either you have segment product wise. If your segment is product wise, we call it what? Business segment. And if your segment is location wise or customer wise, class of customer wise, it is known as geographical segment. Geographical segment. Understood? Means you need to first find out how many business segment you have, how many geographical segment you have. Correct? Now, if I say business segment, if you take my business, can I say I have three type of product. Three product. One is what? CA, final, FR, I teach. CA, inter, accounts, and CA inter, advanced accounting. I teach CA foundation also, but initially I used to teach. Now actually I'm not interested in teaching that. Sometime I teach also. Normally I don't teach CA foundation much nowadays. Initially I used to teach, but last 4-5 years, 2-3 years I have not taken much classes on CA foundation. Correct? Understood? But chalo theek hai, we can say 4 also, but I will concentrate on 3. Okay. So can I say I have 3 product? This is my product. Now I have also what? Location wise. Means initially to I used to teach in what? Kolkata. Initially. Then Bangalore. And then Hyderabad. So it means, can I say this is my locational wise segment? Correct? And I have also what? Customer wise also. Means my case student wise. Means now customer wise means based on class of customer. So I have face to face class. Some customer want only face to face class. Then I have what? Live online classes. Someone want live online classes. And I have recorded classes also. Someone wants, sir, we want to see as per our requirement. Correct? You just give recording, maja aata hai usme. Correct? That is why recorded classes. You can see everything is going in one classroom only. We have live facility also, face to face and recording, all three together. But can I say all three are different segment? All three are different segment. Means face to face is different segment. Their marketing is separate from recorded marketing. And live online different marketing, because live online is outside Hyderabad we actually cater. Are you getting? So it means this is based on class of customer. So it means now when you decide out of business segment and geographical segment, which one is primary, which one is secondary. That is based on predominant factor. What management think, which will give more risk and return, which is predominant risk and risk and reward factor. So from my point of view, I will say I concentrate on this. Means my entire segment is based on this. Means I have different person appointed for all these three. Face to face, different person will handle. Recorded classes will be handled by this different person. And live online, I mean, right now it is newly started because it is on emerging pace. Means only 2-3 batches we have conducted live online, but it is a different segment. We are concentrating on that also. Correct now? So this is what our main focus. We don't focus this product wise. We don't focus on location wise. We focus on what? Customer wise. Correct now? So this become our primary segment. Correct? Understood? Means can I say in my business user will be interested to know how much profit we are earning from which segment. So they will focus on this, ki how much, if you want to invest in our company, so you will say ki how much you are earning from face to face, how much you are earning from live online, how much you are earning from recorded classes, because my focus will be this. So if you want to invest in the company, I should disclose this information to you, segment wise also. And suppose this become my primary segment, so we need to disclose some information about this. And if this become my primary segment, so we should inform some information to the user of financial statement. And because of this reason, there was the need of AS 17. Understood? Understood what was the need of AS 17? Means in this chapter we only understand disclosure requirement. One thing we have understood that first we need to identify business segment and then geographical segment. Geographical segment can be either based on location or class of customer. Either of these. Who will decide? Management will decide. Means this in this AS is totally management based. What management will say will take into consider. Correct, but there are some area which we need to understand what will be what information we should disclose, how many information we disclose. So what AS 70 says that if it is primary segment, then if it is primary segment, we don't know which one will be primary, which will be secondary segment. So if primary segment 7 disclosures is required, for secondary segment 3 disclosures are required. Means any of business and geographical segment can be primary, can be secondary. Now just try to understand. Suppose primary segment is what? Suppose primary segment is business segment, let us assume. Correct? And this is what geographical segment, let us assume. So we need to find out how many segments are there. Can I say there can be many segments? If you see HUL to produce many product. Correct? Unlimited product means whatever you see in your daily life, that is produced by what? HUL only. Means you just see manufactured by what? HUL. So they can be what? P1, they can be P2, they can be P3, they can be P4, 5, 6, 7, 100. Well, 100, it can be 100. Now whether it is possible to disclose information about this many segment, not possible practically. If you give also, user will not be interested. Means users are interested to know only information about some important segment. What is bakwas segment, don't disclose. So what they want to say ki out of this segment, business segment, geographical segment, someone will be reportable segment. Means you need to find out which one is reportable segment. Which one is reportable segment? You need to identify. Suppose these 6 are reportable segment, so information is required to be disclosed about only a reportable segment. Understood? Reportable segment. Understood? What disclosure required, that we need to understand. Means in this chapter, one very important question, identify reportable segment. For that some criteria is given that we need to apply and answer the given question. Understood? Similarly, in this also we need to identify what will be reportable. In this also we need to identify, but for these 7 disclosure, for these 3 disclosures are required for reportable segment. Once we have identified reportable segment, then disclosure requirement 7 disclosure and what 3 disclosure, that we need to understand. But what happens, just try to understand. Suppose we disclose revenue of each segment, because this revenue, this total revenue will not match with the revenue of entity. Why? This revenue, yeah, because we are not considering this. Therefore, for reconciliation purpose, because can I say it should be reconciled with revenue given where? In SOPL. Otherwise, user will understand cheated. User will think, "Arey Baba, this is not matching," because unko kaun samjhaye. So if that will not match, so some what disturbance will come. So a reconciliation is required. This is reportable. So for reconciliation, what we'll do? Any pending segment will reconcile together. Means we'll make a group of all pending reconciled segment, and that will, and for them we will disclose information on a combined basis. On a combined basis means ultimately we are disclosing for each segment. Correct? Ultimately. Now the objective is very simple. First we need to understand what is business segment, what is geographical segment, then which one will be primary, which will be secondary, then what is reportable segment, how to identify reportable segment, then disclosure requirement. 4-point chapter over. Can we start? Have you understood the objective? First I have just given the background so that you can understand whatever I am doing, why we are doing. Correct? Yes sir. Let us read. I will do from textbook only. Chalega? Because this is definition only. Correct. The objective of this statement to establish principle for reporting financial information about different types of product and services an enterprise produce and different geographical areas in which it operates. This is the only objective. I hope you have understood product and areas. Correct. Now there are two types of segment. One is known as what? Business segment. Second is known as geographical segment. What is business segment? A business segment is a component of an entity. Component of an entity. It is a part of entity that is engaged in providing individual product or services. That is engaged in providing individual product or services. That is engaged in providing individual product or services, and that is subject to risk and return that are different from other business segment. Means, for example, CA final fees will be different from CA interface. Therefore, these are two different products. Can I say my cost will be also different? Fees will be also different. Risk will be also different. Marketing will be also different. Everything will be different. Therefore, they are two different products. Understood? But if I say CA foundation and CMA foundation, I mean, we are going to launch CMA foundation also, because we understood that students are not attracted in CA, they are shifting to CMA. Correct? Now nowadays we are feeling that, correct, ki students have understood that why to study so much, better study less and become CMA, and less earning is okay. If they don't want to become CA because so much competition, so much studies. Nowadays students don't want to handle so much pressure. In our days now, we don't used to think that type, but nowadays this culture has came. Study less, earn more. This concept has came. I don't know from where it came, but it came. Less study means less study, more earning, but not possible always, huh? Correct? If there is a pain, then only there is a gain, and in some way around you need to take the pain. Correct? Now either you become CA, or if you are doing some other course, then also pain is required. That will be some other pain. Correct? But chalo, theek hai, I am not going to go into that. But right now we have also started. We have launched CMA foundation for the next batch. Till now we have not taken any CMA foundation batch, but the next batch we are doing combined CA foundation and CMA foundation. Combined. Fees will be also same. Cost will be also same. Syllabus 90% same. 90% to same hai. 90% same. 80% same hai. It means teachers will be also same. Everything will be same. So can I say risk and reward are same? Therefore, CA foundation, CMA foundation can be one product. One product now. It will be one product because risk is same, reward is same, fees is same, marketing is same, everything is same. Faculty is same, everything same, and whatever extra part that will be taught or that will be taken separate classes for CMA or CA, that will be done. Therefore, we can say that two product is one business segment. There are two products, CA foundation and CMA foundation, two products, but we can combine. Why? Because risk and return are same. I hope you are able to understand. So what they are saying, a business segment is a component of entity that is engaged in providing goods and services, and that is subject to risk and return that are different from other business segment. Understood? Can you repeat with me the definition? A business segment is a component of entity that is engaged in providing individual product or services, and that is subject to risk and return that are different from other business segment. Yaad ho gaya? Same thing is given for geographical segment, but that is based on areas and location. So what they are saying, a geographical segment is a component of an entity that is operating within a particular economic environment. That is operating within a particular economic environment, and that is subject to risk and return that are different from component operating in other economic environment. Correct? Means if I am saying Bangalore and Hyderabad, even though syllabus same, I am teaching CA final FR here also, and I have taken classes CA final FR in Bangalore also. Now I don't go because now I am settled. I don't want to move anywhere. Bahut ho gaya. Initially I used to do for income also, for name also. Now I am settled in one place. Now I don't, because family hai, ye hai. When I need to go for 30 days, leave my family. So now I am okay with that. Now I am not go anywhere. Decided. Correct. I can also go and teach many places now. Now I have decided I will not go. ठीक है, जितना है चलेगा. Because family is there na. First important is what family. कितना कमाएंगे. There is unlimited money we can earn. But we need to think that now we need to. हो गया, बहुत हो गया. So now I have decided I will not go anywhere for any batches. But initially I used to move. I have taken classes in Ahmedabad also. Ahmedabad, one batch I have taken, then हो गया चलो ठीक है, correct ना. So what I am saying, when I compare our fees, the fees of Bangalore is double than the fees of what? Hyderabad. Understood? So it means, can I say location wise the fees will change? Syllabus is same, but risk is same, return is same. Their rent is also high. The building rent is also high, but fees is comparatively double than here. Means you can see, I'll just keep Pune. Pune, CA interface is what? Not 2 times. Here it is around CA interface, the combined we cannot charge more than 50,000. So how much competition is there? Competition means here what happened, what happened, faculty cut the fees. Cutting of fees. This cutting of fees means competition become what? Unhealthy. As a businessman, correct now. So here actually we cut the fees. I don't, but many academy will teach in 10,000. There are school colleges, school teacher, college teacher is teaching 10,000 entire foundation. What can we do? Students are not able to understand 10,000, but teacher just try to understand. They are school teachers or college teachers. We are CA professional. Will die if we will teach in 10,000. Because we need to pay to the faculties also, na? Correct? But the student will not understand. They will learn there, then will learn 3 times, 10,000 there, 20,000 there, 30,000 fees. Correct now. So they are not able to understand that. But can I say initially we are facing the difficulties. We can't charge 40,000, 50,000. So we need to say, acha 10,000, let us make it 15,000, 20,000. Correct. On that competition basis, the fees cannot be more than 50,000 yahan par for CA inter both group. Fees in Pune is 1,40,000. 1,40,000 is the fees. Correct, minimum. Because they are same syllabus na, same student, everything is same, but there was healthy competition. Yahan par unhealthy competition. Unhealthy competition. Their fees what? Based on all will decide same fees. Here every individual will decide their own fees. Correct. When I came first time here na, I decided that my fees of CA final FR will be 12,000. I need to cut it to 6,000. Because of unhealthy competition. Correct now. So that happens. Chalo theek hai. So what I want to say, location wise also risk and return will change. Location wise also it risk and return will change. Correct. India to it is a very big country. So here to one state to another state, risk and return will change. Correct. What that I want to say. I hope you have understood what I want to say. Correct now. So can you repeat the definition? A geographical segment is a component of entity that is operating within a particular economic environment that is subject to risk and return, which is different from the component operating in different economic environment. Definition is very simple. You can write down, yes sir. Now there are many factors that should be considered in determining whether products and services are related. Include means whether this product and services are related or not related. Related means you can combine. Not related means you should not combine. It is a different segment. For example, the nature of product or services. So I say CA foundation, CMA foundation, nature is same only, syllabus is same. Therefore you can combine. When I say the nature of production process, same faculty is teaching, same syllabus, production process same, you can combine. The types of class of customer, can I say the class of customer, class 12 commerce student we need to target. They will only do CA foundation, they will only do CMA foundation. The class of customer is also same. I hope you are able to understand. Correct. The method used to distribute the product or provide the services. What is the method for distributing the goods and services? So of course in face-to-face, both are face-to-face classes only. Correct? Yes sir. The nature of regulatory environment, for example banking, means they have given one example, banking, insurance or public utility, but nature of regulatory environment means under which regulation it will be taken. So of course regulation is different. ICI and ICMAI, but then also in this case we can combine because risk and return are same. But I'll just give one best example. Suppose you know silk. What silk? A cotton wala. Cloth. Dairy means silk, not silk. So silk, there are two types of silk. One is known as handmade. One is known as machine made. You know handmade is what? Expensive. And this is what? cheap. Correct? But can I say both are silk only? Product is same, but their production process are different. Their price are different, risk is different, return is different. Therefore, this will be one segment, this will be other segment, even though the product are same. This will be two different segments. Understood? Understood? Yes, sir. Correct? Then, similarly, factors that to be considered in identifying geographical segment include areas of operation, in which area you are operating. Correct? Political boundaries means Asia, Europe, of course, risk will be different. India, Sri Lanka, risk will be different. Correct now. The currency risk, the currency means euro, US dollar, rupees. So of course, the price is based on rupees. That can be different from the price based on what US dollar. Correct now. That price will be also vary due to what currency? Due to currency. Correct. So this can be taken into consideration to find out the risk and return of what? Different geographical segment. Correct? Not important. Understood? Understood business and geographical? Yes, sir. Then we need to find out reportable segment. But before reportable segment, means reportable segment is a business segment or a geographical segment for which segment information is required to be disclosed by the statement. Means for which disclosure is required that become reportable segment. But before identifying reportable segment, we need to find out for the purpose of disclosure which one is primary segment, which one is secondary segment, which one is secondary segment. So how to find out which one is primary, which one is secondary? So identification of primary segment. Correct? It is totally based on management criteria, but based on dominant source of risk and return. Means dominant source of risk and return is what? Means who will decide which one is dominant source of risk and return? Management. Management will identify. So what they are saying, if they say if dominant source of risk and return is product, they say I said na class of customer is what dominant source of risk and return. So in my case, geographical segment become what? Primary segment based on management. So if dominant source of risk and return is product or services, then primary segment will become what? Secondary segment will become what? Simple. If the dominant source of risk and return is operational area, then primary segment will become what? Geographical segment. Secondary will become what? Business segment. If both are what? So can I say both? So when I am saying both, in many entities both can be what? Dominant source of risk and return. Means geographical area is also important from their point of view. Location wise is also important and product wise is also important. Correct now? A big enterprise will focus on both now. Will focus on both. We need to focus location wise also. We need to focus what? Product wise also. So they will appoint manager both wise. In my case, I have appointed manager only from class of customer. But if suppose I appoint manager based on product wise also, means I want to concentrate on that also. Correct now. The big enterprise may have both dominant source of risk and return. So in that case, you can say business segment is primary and geographical segment is what? Secondary. If both is given. But if neither, means management is not able to decide. Choice of management. Choice of management. Means we are not able to decide which one is dominant source of risk and return. The choice of management, whatever management will say, that will do. Correct? Means this is not important from examination point of view. This is not at all important because they will ask disclosure, and for disclosure they will inform which one is primary, which one is secondary. Are you getting? Means from the question we need to understand which one is primary, which one is secondary. If they have given 7 information for business, it become what? Are you able to understand? If they have given 7 information for what business, it become what? If they have given 7 information for geographical, then? Are you getting? If they have given 3 information for business, then? In that we will decide from examination point of view. Are you able to understand? So from examination point of view, this is not at all important. But what is important? Identification of reportable segment. This is important from examination point of view. So this is, let us understand one by one. So to identify business segment or geographical segment as reportable segment, following criteria should be used. So they have given some criteria. Criteria 1 is known as some threshold limit. It is known as what? It is known as also quantitative threshold. Correct? Criteria 1. So this QT, I will call it what? QT. This QT is either based on segment revenue or it is based on segment result or it is based on segment asset. Understood? Means they have given how many QT? 3 QT. First is based on segment, second is based on segment, third is based on segment asset. So it's very simple. What they say? If segment revenue is 10% or more of total segment revenue, then criteria satisfied, that segment will become what? Reportable segment. Means what is the limit? 10% or more. So if segment revenue of any segment is 10% more of total segment revenue, then criteria satisfied, it will become what? Reportable segment. But sir, what is segment revenue? This segment revenue will include external sale. It will also include what? Inter-segment sale. Inter-segment, internal transfer, departmental chapter 1 department transfer to other department. Suppose this is not written. Suppose A, B, C are 3 department. A transfer to B, B transfer to C, C transfer to customer. So can I say this is only external sale? This is also internal sale now. And if we will not say revenue will include this, then so A and B will be 0 only. What PAP A and B has done? Because they are transferring internally, we will not consider them. That is not correct. Can I say in departmental chapter, sales include internal sale? Sales include internal sale. So same thing here also. Segment revenue will include inter-segment sale also. Segment revenue will include both direct sale and inter-segment sale. Now, external sale also include joint sale. There are sometimes joint sale ki A and B both combined together has done some external sale. Correct now? That is known as joint sale. So joint sale we should apportion into some ratio. Correct now? That is given apportion sale, joint sales allocated on some reasonable basis to the segment, but normally they don't give in exam this point. They will give only what? External sale and inter-segment sale. Correct? Revenue understood? Correct? Then come to what? Point number B. Whatever I am not reading, I will read after some time. So don't read by your own. Whatever I am not reading, it means I will only read, but not now. Otherwise, you will be confused. Okay? Now, segment result, what I have written? Segment result, whether profit or loss, means result can be either positive or negative. It can be profit or loss, whether profit or loss. Segment result can be in terms of profit. It can be in terms of loss. Can I say both loss making, means higher loss making and higher profit making, both are important from user point of view? Means if this segment is loss making, so that should be also that should be also informed to the user. If it is the highest profit, then also it should be informed to the user. And therefore they said segment result either profit or loss. Understood? Either profit or loss. Is 10% or more? Is 10% or more? Is 10% more. Of what? Combined result of all segment in terms of profit, combined result of all segment in terms of loss, whichever is greater in absolute amount. Have you understood? Yeah, that too you have understood. So I will explain this point with one question. Because whatever I will say, you will not understand. So give me some time. Give me some time. But I hope the sentence to thoda you understood. Sentence, can you repeat with me? Segment result, whether profit or loss, is 10% more of combined result. Whatever I am saying. First let me say. I am saying segment result, whether profit or loss, is 10% more of combined result in terms of profit or combined result in terms of loss, whichever is greater in absolute terms. ठीक है बोलो. Segment result, whether profit or loss, is 10% of either combined result in terms of profit or whichever is higher or greater in absolute terms. ठीक है, थोड़ा थोड़ा you understood, but technically you have not understood. चलेगा? Yes sir. What is segment result? Segment result means segment revenue minus segment expense. Segment revenue minus segment expense. If they have given segment expense, segment revenue is already we calculated in point number 1 only. Segment revenue minus segment expense will be what? Segment result. Last point. Last point is based on what? Segment asset is 10% more of total asset of all segment, means of total segment asset. So segment asset is 10% or more of total segment assets. One good point is that in all it is 10% or more. In all criteria, means A, B, C, it is 10% or more. So that you will not forget now. The segment result is 10% or more of total segment, segment revenue is 10% or more of total segment revenue. Segment result, whether profit or loss, is 10% of combined result in terms of profit or combined result in terms of loss, whichever is greater in absolute terms. Last point, segment asset is 10% or more of total segment asset. So segment asset means what? Segment fixed asset, segment current asset of the segment. Fixed asset will be given, current asset will be given segment wise. You can calculate. Understood? This much, any doubt? No doubt? Correct. If you have understood this much, we can take one question. So come to example. An enterprise operate through either segment, namely A, B, C, D, F, G, H. The relevant information about this segment is given below. Segment revenue, external, inter-segment sales, and total revenue. Segment result they have given in terms of profit, in terms of loss. Segment asset they have given identify reportable segment. Can we do it? We are doing one example given in page number 1 point. Statement to identify reportable segment. Reportable segment. चलेगा? How much? A, B, C, D, E, F. How much? H. Then one total also required. T, H. Total you can ignore also. Write down total. चलेगा? Can we start? Point number 1, based on segment revenue. Okay. Can you give me what is the segment revenue given? You will give me total only. Total. Can you give me total? 100, 315, 45, 15, 15, 50, 25, 35, 600. Then you have calculator and you know how to calculate percentage. Done. Segment revenue in percentage 16.67. बोलो 52.5, 7.5, 2.5, 2.5, 8.33, 4.17, 5.83 done. So can you say which is 10% or more than 10%? This and this only? Correct. Understood? Done. Reportable segment. Yes, yes, no, 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 no. In exam write down full no, huh? Yes, why yes, huh? Then point number 2. Based on what? Based on segment result write down. But you need to find out profit or loss separately. First write down in terms of profit. In terms of profit. Give only profit. 5 nil, 15 nil, 8 nil, 5 7. Then in terms of loss, nil, 90. Then 5 nil. Can you give me total? And 100. So absolute terms we will ignore negative sign. Absolute terms means ignore negative sign. If you do not ignore negative sign, then the profit will be always higher than what? Loss, na? So if you want to find out greater, so ignore what negative sign? So which one is greater? 100 become what? Base. It means now you need to find out segment result in terms of loss, percentage in terms of loss. So you will do 5 by 100, 90 by 100, 15 by 100 like this. Understood? Correct? Have you understood? Done. It means now, write down segment results. Correct? To combined result in terms of loss. Can you give me? 100 very easy now. 5, 90, 15, 5, 8, 5, 5, 7 and 7. Which one is the reportable segment? No, yes, yes, no, 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 no. Means can I say as per segment result now C is also reportable? Initially it was AB, now C is also what reportable? Means based on revenue, A and B are reportable. Based on result, B and C are reportable. So it means A, B, C are reportable. One criteria satisfied, it become what? Reportable. Last one is what? Point number 3, segment assets. Correct. Can you give me segment assets? Based on, write on based on segment asset, write on segment asset. Based on segment assets. Then write on segment assets. How much? 15, 47, 5, 11, 3, 5, 5 and 9. Yes, super easy. So now write down segment asset in terms of total is what? 100. Oh my god. So very easy na? 100. So it is what? I will say 15, 47, 5, 11, 3, 5, 9. 5, 9. It means what is reportable now? Reportable segment based on what? Segment asset. Yes, yes, no, yes, no, 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 no. मजा आ रहा है ना? Correct. No. You got the answer. So A, B, C, D is what? Have you understood? Comment. Based on QT. QT means write down full quantitative. Based on QT. QT means write down quantitative threshold criteria. Based on QT criteria, A, B, C, D are reportable segment. Based on QT, quantitative threshold criteria, A, B, C, D are reportable segment. Done. Simple. A, B, C, D. Check now. Why are you asking? Check. Initially A, B, then B, C, then what? A, B and D. It become A, B, C, D. Simple. Are reportable segment. This type of question can be asked. But I hope now you have understood what? The segment result wala point. Now you have understood segment result also. So this you have understood. Correct? Understood. Any doubt? Now one hint I am just giving. It is segment items. Segment items. When I say segment item, the segment item will not include any item which is related to entity. For example, we do investment entity wise, not segment wise. So investment will never become segment asset. Are you getting what I am saying? Are you saying? Understood? Tax we pay what? Entity wise. So any tax related item, current tax, deferred tax cannot be what? Segment item. Means to calculate segment profit or loss, will you deduct tax expense? No. Are you able to understand? So will not deduct, will not add any item related to entities. For example, investment item, for example, tax item, for example, any extraordinary item. So any extraordinary item will also not be considered. Correct? Or any head office item, so that will also not be related. Means segment will also only consider segment items now. Correct? So just read, you will understand now. The segment revenue, just read this point, you will understand. This segment revenue will not include what? This segment revenue will not include extraordinary item, interest or dividend income, gain on sale of investment. Understood? Correct? I think understood. Segment expense will not include extraordinary item, interest expense. Interest expense if you have taken some borrowing related to what? entity. For example, debentures. Now debentures are not segment wise. You will not say debenture for this segment. You will never say. Correct? But there can be some specific borrowing also. Specific borrowing for a particular segment. We have done under AS 16. Specific borrowing. So specific borrowing can be what? For a particular segment also. Correct? Then it can be also. Losses on sale of investment, income tax expense, general admin expense, head office expense, other expense that relate to enterprise as a whole. Correct? Segment assets should not include interest receivable, loan, investment, or other interest or dividend generating asset. Understood? Segment asset do not include income tax asset, means DTA, DTL, current tax asset, current tax liability, that will not be included. Segment asset are determined after deducting related allowance, means debtor will be taken after deducting provision for doubtful debt. Understood? Correct? But these are not important because they will give total segment revenue, they will give total segment asset, they will give. So if not given, you can identify. Correct now? So we have done criteria 1 understood. So criteria 1 is based on what? QT. QT means quantitative threshold. Segment revenue, segment result, segment asset. Question are mainly focus this only. It will mainly focus this. But there are 4 more criteria which may or may not be important from examination point of view. Criteria 2, what they said, any business segment or geographical segment which is not reportable segment as per the above QT limit may be designated as a reportable segment at the discretion of management. This management can at any point of time add any segment as what? Reportable segment. Means as per discretion of management, any segment can become what? Reportable segment. For example, suppose we have just now launched our CMA foundation. We like to inform to the user now. We have started CMA foundation. Bole yes or no? Right now revenue might be 0. Asset might be 0 because till now no investment done, but we have started, we have launched it. Correct now? So we like to inform to the user or not, if we have launched CMA foundation, you can start doing investment because we have what? Lot of scope in this business. Correct now? For example, we converted from face to face to recorded mode. So recorded mode right now may be loss making. Means when we initially started our recorded classes, initially, the first 5 months, 6 months, there was no sale. There was no sale now. We need to create the market for that now. So it might be initially there was loss, but it is what? A prospective business. We will like to inform that COVID-19 happened. Don't worry. We have converted our face-to-face business to what? Recorded mode. That information should be given or not. Even though QT criteria is not satisfied. So this point is also relevant or not. But can I say in question they will inform they want to add or not. We can't add by our own. Na? Correct. So criteria 2 you have understood. Correct? Have you understood? Criteria 3. What they have given? If any segment was identified as a reportable segment in the immediately preceding period because it satisfies the relevant 10% criteria, means QT criteria, such segment should continue to be reportable segment for the current period even though its QT criteria is not satisfied in current year, even though its revenue, result and asset no longer meet the 10% criteria. Have you understood the English? English you understood? Read once again. Have you understood? Understood, I will ask, don't worry. Understood now? English you understood? It is English, it is only English. Means this chapter you can understand by your own. Correct now? Just like reading one book. Reading one book, you are reading one book, you need to understand by your own. Correct. You have understood? Let me understand whether you have understood or not. I'll take one example. React, React. If you have understood, so I'll give chocolate. Not understood, then you will give me chocolate. Done? Done. Anyone done mistake, I will receive chocolate from everyone. Any one student, फाइट कर ले, लड़ाई, डू फाइटिंग, लेट अस स्टार्ट WWF. Whatever anyone says mistake, I will win. चलेगा? Better don't say. Not fair. Everything is fair, हाँ. चलो. I'll give easy one. Don't worry. A, B, C, D, E, F. Now, QT. Satisfied, 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 satisfied. Correct? Understood? Reportable segment. Yes, 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 yes. And this was not satisfied, but yes, because MGMT. MGMT means management. No. Understood? First year, so I have given. First year I have given. Second year you will see. Yeah? Next year. 2021-22. QT. Yes, yes, no, 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 yes. बताओ, रिपोर्टेबल सेगमेंट ए. अरे रुक जा रुक जा रुक जा, चॉकलेट का बात है. जो बी, सी, डी, ई. Different answer came. Different answer came. Different answer came. How many are saying yes? How many are saying no? How many are saying no? How many are saying yes? But most of you are correct. No. Why no? Understood now? If previous year it was not based on QT criteria. Understood? It was not based on QT criteria. And therefore, if management don't want this year, they will not include now. I have not said management want. I have not said management want now. So no, no, yes, one chocolate to me. Everyone will give. Right? One mistake you have done. Na? One student said mistake. I said na. What? देखो, I want chocolate. Everyone will give chocolate. What was challenge? Challenge you need to accept. I said one mistake, you will give me chocolate. I know there is one word bluff here. ठीक है. But have you understood? Have you understood? But most of you are correct. He was also correct. But क्या होता कभी कभी हो जाता है कभी कभी. No, I understood what you thought. I understood. But have you understood your mistake? Correct. So point is good, but not yet asked in exam. This point is good, but not yet asked in exam. But if asked, you can do now. Once again, I repeat: if any segment was identified as reportable segment in the immediately preceding period, because it satisfied QT criteria, then it will be also continue to be a reportable segment in current year, even if it does not satisfy QT criteria in current year. Understood? Correct. Now, criteria 4 is also important. What this is? If the total external revenue of reportable segment, total external revenue means excluding inter-segment revenue. Total external revenue of reportable segment is less than 75% of total enterprise revenue. Everyone, 75% of total enterprise revenue. My question to you all: total. I need to ask now. Total enterprise revenue will be inclusive or exclusive of inter-segment revenue? Everyone. Total enterprise revenue, total entities revenue will be total external sale or total external plus internal sale? No, entities revenue. Entities revenue will never include what? Inter-segment sale. Entities revenue means SOPL. In SOPL, will you include inter-segment sale? It will be cancelled. It will be cancelled. Total enterprise revenue they have said. Total segment revenue they have not said. Total enterprise revenue. Enterprise revenue will be always excluding what? Inter segment sale. And of course, if you want to compare external sale, you will compare with total external sale only na. Comparison should be with equal part na. If you are comparing external sale of segment, so it should be compared with the total external sales only. Correct na? So just write down total enterprise revenue means total external sale. Total external sale of entity. Of entity. Understood? What they said? If total external revenue of the reportable segment is less than 75% of total enterprise revenue, additional segment should be identified as reportable segment even they do not meet the QT criteria until at least 75% of total enterprise revenue is included in what? Reportable segment. Have you understood English? What they are saying, minimum 75% of total enterprise revenue should be part of reportable segment. So if whatever reportable segment you have identified till now, if the total external revenue, external sale of that reportable segment is less than 75% of total enterprise revenue, then additional segment should be identified and should be included in reportable segment until at least 75% of total enterprise revenue become a part of reportable segment. Understood? It means in the last question, in the last example, we have not cross-checked that. So it means now last question was not yet completed. Are bola re? So I have written what? Based on what was the answer? What was the based on? Based on QT criteria. Based on QT criteria. So just continue this. What was the example na? Continue. Example continued. Answer is continued. Now, can you give me total entities revenue? It is given in the question only. Only external, huh? 200 lakhs, na? Crore. 1000 rupees in 1000. Then, can you give me total external sale of reportable segment identified? Means A, B, C, D, how much? First one is nil. Second, 285. Then 255. Then 15. Then total is what? 280. Now, can you give me percentage of external sales? 70%. It means what? The criteria 4 is not satisfied. Criteria 4 is not satisfied. Understood this point? Correct? Write down. Have you understood? Since external sale of reportable segment is less than what? 75% of total entities revenue. Therefore, additional segment should be identified as what? Reportable segment. Who will identify? Management will identify. In exam you become management if nothing has been given. Correct now. So from management point of view, can you see the other segment which have more revenue that should be taken? So which segment has more? F. Madam. Assuming segment F is included by management as reportable segment. Correct? That's it. So now, what is the percentage of external sale to total entities revenue is equal to how much? 82.5%. Hence, A, B, C, D and F are reportable segment. Understood? Have you understood this point? So normally from exam point of view, criteria 1 and criteria 4 is important to identify reportable segment, but very simple. It is super simple. Correct? Understood? So we have done 3 point out of 4 point. First definition we have done business geographical, then primary and secondary we have done, then reportable segment we have done. Now disclosure, let us come to disclosure. You can say disclosure, but disclosure what I will do, I'll just give you disclosure from examination point of view. Write down. Write down. Disclosure requirement. Disclosure requirement. Write down segment report. Segment report. First we'll do primary. Segment. Can you see we write down reportable segment 1, reportable segment 2, and whatever is not reportable segment that will be reconciled together, means that will make one column na. Are you getting what I am saying? Write down in the third column pending reconciling segment. Write down pending reconciling segment. I mean exam question now, whenever they have given disclosure requirement, all segments are reportable segment. So this column is not relevant from examination point of view. But suppose they have given out of 5, 3 are reportable, then 2 will be combined together. Correct now? Are you getting what I am saying? So therefore, if suppose they give, I am just giving pending, it is pending reconciling segment. Reconciling. ठीक है ना? Then write down first disclosure will be revenue. So disclosure requirement is a segment revenue that will disclose segment revenue. We write down external sale. How much external sale? Correct? How much inter segment sale? This becomes segment revenue. Joint sale given, to write down that also. This becomes segment revenue. Correct na? But my question to you all, whether total will match with TL. So what adjustment is required? Less what? Inter-segment sale. Understood? So only from total you will deduct. So this total, whatever is coming, this will be entities revenue. Entities revenue. So in one statement we are doing reconciliation also. Means disclosure with what? Reconciliation. Are you able to understand? Have you understood what I have written? Very simple. Means information will be given. Only we need to put the data. All information will be given in the question. This is data entry question. Information given, make the format, write down data, get the marks. Correct. Second disclosure is what? Results. Write down. We want segment. If suppose result is not given, so they will give segment revenue. Segment revenue. From this we deduct what? Segment expense. And this will become what? Segment results. Normally they will give segment results only. Done. But can you say this will not match with SOPL? So some adjustment is required. Follow. So we'll do less any head office expense. Head office expense. Less any interest expense. Correct now. Add any investment income. Investment income. Then add or less any extraordinary item. Extraordinary item. So this will become profit before tax. Profit before tax. This you will do in total, Write down in total. Correct. Now from PBT deduct what? Tax expenses. Less tax expenses. Now you know tax expenses is current tax plus minus deferred tax. So this will become what? Profit as per SOPL. As per SOPL means profit or loss as per SOPL. Understood? Correct. Then point number assets. Means segment asset. We'll first write down segment fixed asset. This will be given. Correct now. Then it will be increased by what? Segment current asset. Are you getting? So this will become segment assets. Understood? But this will not match with what? Balance sheet. So we require a reconciliation. We'll add investment. Investment now. We'll add deferred tax asset. Correct? We'll add any unallocated, any other unallocated asset. Correct? Whatever given. This will become total asset as per balance sheet. Total assets as per balance sheet. Understood? Then point number 4 is liabilities. Correct. I better write on equity and liability. So in this we'll disclose segment liability. Correct now. Write down segment borrowing, any segment borrowing, then segment current liability, segment current liability, this becomes segment liability. Are you able to understand? But this will not match with balance sheet. We will add what? Huh? Any deferred tax liability, any unallocated liability. So this will become total liability. In this will add what? Equity share capital is share capital. Better write down share capital. Share capital and reserve and surplus. Correct. This become total equity and liability. Simple all now. I'm just giving all the points so that you can revise in exam. Just revise this format and go. One question will do, it will be okay. Then what? There are 4 disclosure done. 5 write down. Other disclosure. These are left. 3 disclosures are left now. Other item. Point number 1. Segment capital expenditure. Segment expenditure during the year means purchase of any fixed asset, etc. Correct now? So capital expenditure. And for this reconciliation is not required. Then segment depreciation and amortization expenses. During the year. For this also what is not required? Reconciliation is not required. Then point number 3 is what? Segment other non-cash expenses. Other. Correct now? Other non-cash expenses. Means other than depreciation, etc. Depreciation is also non-cash now. So any other non-cash expenses also is required to be disclosed done. For primary done. Have you understood? Let us come to secondary. Secondary segment can be what? Either business or geographical as per the information given in the question. So in this how many disclosure? So in this also you need to identify what? Reportable segment and other pending reconciling segment. Correct now? So same 3 you need to write down. RS1, RS2, it will be what? The balance, writing other pending reconciling segment, it will be total. Understood now? Have you understood? That on other pending reconciling segment. So in these 3 disclosure, what are disclosure? Check करेंगे. First is one. Segment external revenue. External only, huh? Only external revenue, not inter-segment. Then segment capital expenditure. Capital expenditure. And then segment assets. Only these three information is required to be understood, done, without any reconciliation, and no reconciliation required. No reconciliation. Have you understood? One question will take, the chapter is over. The balance question will be homework. Means read it. Similar question has been given for practice. Okay. Let me take one question. Question number 4. Prepare segment report for publication in Diversifiers Limited from the following details of company's 3 division and head office. 3 division, you can see they have given what? Foreign shop division, sales to Bright Bar division, other domestic sales, export sale. Understood? This point. They have given foreign shop division. So this is one division. Sales to foreign shop division. What? Okay. All three are for foreign shop division. Foreign shop division they have given sales to what? Bright Bar division. This is inter segment. Other domestic sales. This is what? External sale. Export sale is also external sale. Total is given. Then Bright Bar division sales to fitting division. So there is 3 division. We can understand. Fitting division. Export sales to means other. It become external sales only. Then fitting division export sales to Maldives. So this is also what? External sale. Then they give particulars. Head office, foreign shop division, Bright Bar division, fitting division. Can you say any information given what? Segment wise is required disclosure. Any information given head office wise, that will for reconciliation purpose. Correct? You can see pre-tax operating result they have given. Means they have given segment result. They have given segment result. Then head office cost reallocated. Head office cost reallocated. But can you say head office cost reallocation not required? So this is what head office only they have given only to confuse you. Interest cost they have given 6, 8 and 2. So interest cost will be also required for reconciliation. Interest cost is also required for reconciliation. Then they have fixed asset 75, 360. So this becomes segment fixed asset and this becomes head office fixed asset. Net current asset. Net current asset means current asset minus current liability. However, this would give current asset and current liability separately. But in this question they have given net amount. So we will take as per the information given. So 180 is 60 and 135. This they have given segment wise and head office wise for reconciliation. All the information given. One more information given. Long term liability is given. So they have given what? Segment wise and they have given what? Head office wise. You can see this question have been asked. You need to prepare what? Segment report. Can we do it? You need to help me, huh? Can we start? Question number, segment report of which company? Whatever given, write down. First, primary segment report. You only say based on business or based on geographical. Because can you say you can see all information they have given based on product only? So it is based on business segment. Always in exam, it will be based on business segment only. Correct? Based on business segment. There are 3 segment they have given. So make 4 column. First one is what? It is foreign shop. Then bright bar. Then what? Fitting. And then total. Can we start? First we write on revenue. In this, can you give me first external sale? And then inter-segment sale. This will be segment revenue. So can you give me? A foreign shop, sales to bright bar division 4575 inter-segment. Inter-segment na? 4575. So balance is what? External. Can you give me external? Balance you have calculated na? 6225. Correct. Similarly, for bright bar, sales to fitting division how much? So balance will be what? 300. And fitting division, export sale to Maldives, so all external 270. It is nil. Can you give me the total? 6795 and 4620. Can you give me segment revenue, segment wise and total wise? 10,800 and 11,415. From this, what will minus? How much? 4620. Direct. Direct total. Reconciliation for total. Correct? So this will be entities revenue. It is 6795. First one done. Point number 2 is what? Segment result. Write down result. Then segment result is given. They have given only. Write down segment result. How much? 240 30, negative 12, total 258. Now we'll do reconciliation. So less head office expense total. Can you give me total? 144 and less interest expense total 16. Then I think this much only. So this become profit before tax. How much profit before tax? 98. Whether they have given tax expense, they have not given tax expense. Ignore. Means you can ignore also. So this become profit for the year. How much? 98 only. Done. Then 3 is what? As is. Now you can do by your own. Why I am writing? Why I am writing? You should do or not? Chalo, because I have taken fees. How much segment fixed assets? Segment wala, huh? 300, huh? 60, 180 total. 540. Then segment current assets 180, 60. How much? 135. 375 total. This becomes segment assets. How much? 480, 120, 315, 915. Then they have given some other assets also, no? I think they have given head office assets. We'll add head office assets. How much? Total. They have given head office assets. They have given head office fixed asset and net current asset. So write down total only. Want to write down separately. Total how much? 147. It become total assets. How much? 1062. Then what? Point number 4 is what? Equity and liabilities. Segment long term liability they have given. $30, 50, 15, 59, 180. 180 na? 215. 225. Now we'll add what? Head office liability. That's right. This only becomes segment liability na? Write down segment liability first. This becomes segment liability. Then add what? Head office liability. 57. So this become total liability. 282. Can I say this balancing figure will be equity? You can add on total equity. How much? This minus this you can do now. 1780. So this will become total equity and liability. Understood? Total equity and liability. How much? 1062. Understood? Then point number 4. Point 5. Other disclosures, but they have not given any information. For other disclosure, they have not given capital expenditure, they have not given depreciation, they have given non-cash expense. For other disclosure, they have not given. So ignore it. Ignore it now. In exam, there is no need to write down. There is no need to write down other disclosure. Okay. Done. What is done? Primary done. Let us come to what? Secondary. Secondary segment report is based on what? Geographical, na? Geographical segment. They have given sales to export sales and they have given domestic sales also. Correct now. So they have given what? First they have given domestic sales, means in India. Then they have given sales to what? Europe. Europe they have given? No. What are the country they have given? Countries, name of the country. Huh? Spelling R W Rwanda. Uganda I have seen. What is Rwanda? Uganda से आगे. We have went to there. Uganda, Rwanda. Then Maldives to we know. Maldives. Then what? There is one more, na? So there's other. Export to other. Understood? So this become what? As per geographical areas, total. We write on only external sales. So can you give me external sales? Domestic how much? Total. You need to give me total domestic sales. Only 90. Rwanda. How much? What you said? Maldives. Other 61. Total should match with external sale. 67. It is telling now. Then they have not given capital expenditure. They have not given asset wise information about what this. So 3 information. Capital expenditure not given, and they have not given segment asset geographical segment wise. So ignore it because they have not given. You can see in solution also they have ignored. Check kar lo. This become what? If the information given, that also we can write down. Correct now. Just check karo what answer they have given. Only one changes now. They have done this inter segment say minus year say. I have done that way. Only that is the difference. Otherwise the format is same to same. Check kar lo. Same format we have done. Correct? Yes, sir. Question number 7, do by your own. Not now. Homework. Must do. One question you will practice by your own. Na? One question practice by your own. Question number 8 also homework. 9 also you can do it by your own. Same the same question given. Huh? Same information, same is I will do. But this 9 is good question. This is to find out what? Reportable segment. This you must do. 9 is must do. You want me to do right now? Huh? So 9 is must do. Correct. Good question this is. Come to question number 10. X Limited has identified 4 operating segments for which revenue data is given below. Segment A, segment B, segment C, segment D, external sale, internal sale. Correct now. So you can see, first we'll find out percentage. So they have given only revenue. So 30 lakh divided by 1 crore, how much? So this becomes 30%. This becomes 6.5. This becomes 9.5. So which one is reportable? A and C is reportable. Then additional information. Segment C is a new business unit. Management expect that this segment to make a significant contribution to external revenue in coming year. So they are saying it is a new business unit, but management has not said that we want it to include as reportable segment. Means as per QT, A and D are reportable. Then we need to apply 75% wala criteria. So you can see what is the external sales. It is 30 lakh and 5 lakh. 35 lakh. 35 lakh divided by 50. How much percentage? 70%. 1 second 70% means we need to include some additional segment. So either we can include C or B, but because they have given some importance C, can we include C? And if we include C or B, it will become what? Equal to or more than 75%. Same answer is given. If you read, you will understand the solution. Correct? Okay. This similar type of questions is given. All are similar question. Okay. Same question is correct. Just read question number 14 and 15 right now only. Read. There are two theoretical questions included in recently RTP MTP. Recently included, not important, but because recently included may be asked. Two theoretical question they have given. Chances are less, but because recently included, it may be asked. Okay. Have you understood the solution? Huh? First, what they have said is an enterprise required to disclose changes in the basis of allocation of revenue expenses. The basis of allocations means how to allocate revenue expense in segment. So it is nothing but one type of accounting policies, means how you allocate expense and revenue in different segment. So of course basis of allocation should be reported. That is only given. In view of above, a change in the basis of allocation is changes in accounting policy adopted for segment reporting. Accordingly, if the changes has material financial effect on the segment information, a description of nature of change and financial effect of such change should be disclosed. Correct? Understood? Then you can read also this, means they want that whether if we have business segment, can we have one geographical segment? If yes, how many geographical segment we can have? Just read it, you'll understand. Okay? Theoretical question, I don't think so this type of question will be asked, but because recently given, may be important. Then come to one more question, last question, then we'll wind up this chapter. More question is there. Very one to we have done. One is similar question we have done. This one. Question 3. Messrs XYZ Limited has 3 segments. The total asset of company are 10 crore. Segment X 2 crore. Segment Y 3 crore. Segment Z 5 crore. Deferred tax asset included in the asset are itna respectively. The accountant contended all these 3 segments are reportable segment. My question to you all, to find out segment asset means to find out QT based on segment asset, whether segment asset will include deferred tax. No. So it has been included. So you should do what? First 2 crore minus this, 3 crore minus this, and 5 crore minus this. Then apply what? The criteria. That is what they have given. Just read, you will understand. Correct? Read, understand? Correct. So balance question, just read. Any doubt you ask me, I think no doubt will come. Chalega? So this chapter completed from my point of view. Can we start one more AS or you want 5-minute break? Break 5 minutes. Okay. Can we start once again, everyone? So before break we completed AS 17. Easy, very simple. Before exam revise, it is more than enough. Correct? Now AS 24, once again a very small AS, is continuing operation. Now if you have done the format of SOPL in what? Format. So there is one special requirement that profit from discontinuing operation requires separate disclosure. If profit from discontinuing operation, means there are 2 type of operation. One is discontinuing and one is continuing. Discontinuing, another is what? Continuing. Correct now? It means what are the discontinuing operation that we need to understand? What are the discontinuing operation, and for that we need to find out profit or loss, and that requires separate disclosure in SOPL. How much profit is from discontinuing operation? Correct? We just try to understand. Users are interested about continuing or discontinuing. Continuing. So suppose, just try to understand, continuing profit is 100 crore and discontinuing there is a 200 loss. Correct? So there is a 100 negative loss now, but you have discontinued it. So of course it is a good company only. 100 crore profit is there now. So if you do not disclose it separately, then what will happen? A negative impression will be given. So it might happen due to COVID-19, We have incurred many losses in our face-to-face classes. But we started what? Online classes or recorded classes. In that we are generating lot of income. But can you say that should be presented properly to the user of financial statement? Otherwise, can you say they will not able to conclude decision about investing? Correct. So what is that discontinued operation that we need to understand? What AS 24 says that a discontinuing operation is a component, once again it is a component of an entity. Means if the entire entity is discontinued, then to it is will affect going concern. Then AS 24 is not applicable. So only when a component of an entity is discontinued, then AS 24 is applicable. So it means it is a component of an entity that the enterprise is disposing. Not disposed. Means it is present continuous. Correct? That the enterprise is disposing, not yet disposed. So is disposing pursuant to a single plan, means some plan has been taken, means pursuant to single plan, means some resolution has been passed and it is planned way. Correct? So pursuant to single plan that represent a separate major line of business or geographical areas of operation, means that component is nothing but a separate either business segment or geographical segment. Either you are disposing one business segment or you are disposing one geographical segment. Understood? Yes sir. So what they are saying, discontinuing operation is a component of an entity that the enterprise is disposing, that represent a separate major line of business or geographical segment, and that can be distinguished operationally and for financing reporting purpose. Can you say if it is a business segment or geographical segment, so we have all the information segment wise, so it can be reported financially, and for operating purpose means we can find out what is the revenue of that component, what is the expense of that component, what is the asset of that component, what is the liability of that component. It means that can be distinguished operationally and for financial purpose, then only we can find out profit or loss. If we cannot distinguish it for operational and for financial purpose, then we cannot find out profit or loss. Means in simple word, if point number B is satisfied, point number C is satisfied automatically. But have you understood the meaning? Once again, a discontinuing operation is a component of entity that enterprise is disposing pursuant to a single plan that represents a separate major line of business or geographical areas of operation, and that can be distinguished operationally and for financial reporting purpose. Now we need to understand what do you mean by disposing? What do you mean by disposing? Correct? In what way we can dispose? In what way we can dispose? So what they say, a component of entity can be disposed in any one of the following mode. It can be disposed in any one of the following mode. So there are some ways of disposing, either by sale or by terminating it. Means we can terminate it, we can abandon it. Either we'll sell it or we'll abandon. What is the meaning of abandon? We'll leave it, we'll discard it. Suppose we have one factory, we can close it and will not sell it. So then also it is what? Closed down. Correct now? We've disposed of. So what they want to say, a component of entity can be disposed in any one of the following mode. Disposing the component in its entirety. Correct? Such as by selling the component in a single transaction. By selling the entire component in a single transaction. For example, we have done amalgamation. In amalgamation, the entire group of assets liability sold entirely. Correct now? Are you getting what I am saying? But that is the sale of entity. We are discussing about sale of component of that entity. Correct? Yes sir. So by selling the component in a single transaction, or by demerger or spin-off of ownership of component to the enterprise shareholder. Demerger is nothing but transfer of one business to another entity. So demerger you will not be able to understand right now, but just write down, it is nothing but transfer of one business, transfer of one or more business, but not all business. Understood? But not all business. Means it is also transfer of one component. Transfer of one component. So demerger I will not stress much because this is not a topic of CA Inter. Correct? But I hope you understand the keyword is what? Disposing of the component in its entirety in a single transaction, or disposing the component in a piecemeal. We have done partnership, piecemeal distribution, sale of asset individually one by one. We suppose this is a classroom. You can see this classroom. Either we may decide to sell the entire asset of this classroom in a single transaction, or we may decide it that one furniture to this person, AC to this person, camera to this person, that become piecemeal distribution. So that is also disposing only. Correct now? That is also disposing only. So disposing of the component in piecemeal, such as by selling of the component asset and settling the liabilities individually. Understood? Or by terminating through what? Abandonment. Terminating through abandonment means we have abandoned it. We have not sold it, we have abandoned it. Means we have terminated by way of abandonment. Understood? So this way we can dispose of. So can you say simple? I will say when I am saying disposing, so it means what? By sale or by abandonment, sale. Either it can be group sale or it can be piecemeal sale. Understood? So these are the ways of disposing. Have you understood this point? Correct? Done. So once again come to the meaning, what they have said. A discontinuing operation is a component of entity that the entity is disposing pursuant to a single plan that represent a separate major line of business or geographical areas of operation. This we have understood, we know segment. So I think point number B does not require what? Point number B does not require what? Explanation. That can be distinguished operationally and for financial reporting purpose. What is the meaning of point number C? Point number C, I think no explanation required, but what they want to say, a component can be distinguished operationally and for financial reporting purpose if all the following conditions are met. Means its operating asset and liabilities can be directly attributed, means we can identify it. Its revenue can be directly attributed to it, means we can identify the revenue of that particular component. Similarly, at least a majority of operating expense can be directly attributed, means we can identify the expense of that what component. So if can you say if it is a business segment or geographical segment, so we can find out separately all the information. So if point number B is satisfied, automatically point number C is satisfied. Correct? So it was not required but given. Thank you very much. I hope you have understood this point. Correct? Understood? Yes, sir. Now, point number 3 is very important from examination point of view. From exam point of view, very important. Well, following are not discontinuing operation. This is the only question they ask. Following are not discontinuing operation, means it seems they are discontinuing, but they are not discontinuing. First is gradual phasing out of a product line or class of service. Gradual phasing out. What I have done initially, I used to teach foundation and inter. Correct now. Then I decided no, I am not made for foundation. Actually, I prepared for final only. Correct now. But to attract final student, I should first teach inter. And if we want more inter student, you need to go to what? CA foundation, because CA foundation they will know, then only they will come to you now. Correct now. So therefore, even though I want to teach CA final initially, but I could not generate more students at CA final level. So I started for CA inter, then went to CA foundation, then started what? CA final. Correct. But at some point of time I was so busy in CA inter foundation, so busy ho gaya tha, but it was not, I was not having a time to announce a one batch for CA final. Means so many batches I was taking for CA inter and CA foundation. Correct now. At one point of time, means it is before 2006 17. So at some point I decided I need to curtail what? CA foundation. So dhire what happened? I decreased the number of hours of what? CA foundation, and I increased the number of hours of what? CA final. And dhire this is the position. So this is the gradual phasing out of one product or line of services. So it is not by a pursuant of single plan. Means I have not taken a single plan that I will stop today only. No, I have done dhire foundation 5 batch if I am taking. So I made it 4 batch, then 3 batch, and I increased the number of hours. At one point of time, what happened? I was teaching only CA final. Understood? And I have not understood that I have stopped actually what? CA inter and CA foundation. Actually, what happened? In the last 3 years, due to COVID-19, I have not taken any online batches of CA inter and CA foundation. I was taking only CA final. So many inquiries were coming that I was busy in CA final only. In 2.5 years, I have not taken any batch of CA foundation and CA inter. So then I realized what happened. Is CA inter went and CA inter to 0 ho gaya na. Then I said no, ये तो गड़बड़ हो गया. Understood? Then I said चलो ठीक है, फिर से start करते हैं CA inter. Understood? So this was actually the circle. So I was so busy in CA final that at one point of time I decided now I should, because due to COVID-19 what happened, face to face curtailed. So I was now having unlimited time. Then I once again decided ki chalo theek hai, let us start once again CA inter and CA foundation. Correct? Understood? So this was the point. But now the objective is different. The objective is not that I want to teach CA inter or CA foundation. I want to now explore some other areas. Correct now? Because of that reason I started CA foundation inter. I want to focus in CA final only. If you want as a teacher. But have you understood gradual phasing out of product line or class of services? Have you understood this point? Correct? So this is not a discontinuing operation. Means when I CA foundation was stopped, it was not a discontinuing operation, because it was not pursuant to a single plan. It was not pursuant to single plan. Means for discontinuing operation, you have to take one single plan. If from today you will decide from this particular, means you have to take some decision that you are going to stop this. Correct? Now, how to identify that it is pursuant to single plan? We'll discuss. Correct? Yes, sir. Then discontinuing several products within an ongoing line of business. Means it might happen one segment may have many products having similar risk and reward. CA foundation, CMA foundation, I have given my example. Means it might happen one business segment have many products, similar product having similar risk and reward. So in that ongoing line of business, if you discontinue one product or more than one product, but not all product, it is not a discontinuing operation, because this will not represent the entire segment. It might happen you have a segment A, in that we have product 1, product 2, product 3, and you have stopped product 1, but you have not stopped product 2 and product 3 now. So this is not discontinuing operation. Understood? Similarly, shifting of some production or marketing activities from one location to another location, means same product but you are shifting from one location to another location. You for what? Shifting of some production or marketing activity from one location to another. Shifting from one location to another location is not, because you are shifting now, you have not closed it down, you have shifted from one location to another location. This will be also not a discontinuing operation. Then closing of a production facility to achieve productivity improvement at the cost. Due to COVID-19, we stopped face-to-face classes, we started recorded classes. It is not a discontinuing operation. Agreeing? Because to increase our productivity, we went to what? Recorded classes. We went to the recorded classes, so this was not a discontinuing operation. So suppose some technology changes, so you need to remodify your factory due to what? Technology changes. So whatever your old machinery you will you will sell it, new machinery you will purchase. So this is to increase the productivity. To increase the productivity, this is not a discontinuing operation. Correct? Selling a subsidiary means if you sell a subsidiary, this will also not be a discontinuing operation. Correct? Have you understood this all point? So this you need to memorize. They may ask a question based on this. So you write down followings are not a discontinuing operation. First give the definition and then write down these are not discontinuing operation and then give conclusion. Chalega? So can you repeat with me? Point number 1, gradual phasing out of product line or a class of services. Point number 2, discontinuing several product within an ongoing line of business. Point number C, shifting of some production or marketing activities from one location to another location. Then closing of production facility to achieve productivity improvement, other cost saving. Last, selling a subsidiary. Understood? This point number 4, it is a reportable business segment or geographical segment as defined in AS 17. That point number B is defined. So of course we have understood this business segment and geographical segment as per AS 17. Understood? I hope you have understood the definition. Now you have understood what is discontinuing operation. But one doubt will come, sir, from which point of time we should start disclosure about that discontinuing operation. Suppose we have decided, suppose that resolution has been passed in board of directors meeting that we have decided to discontinue that operation. Agreeing. Suppose it is as simple, just try to understand everyone. I'm just giving one very simple example. Suppose I propose a girl. I'm just giving a simple example. You will understand this example. So I propose a girl. So it means what? Whether I will marry her. No. Yes. Maybe. Are you getting? So I propose a girl does not mean I will marry her, na? अरे बोलना रे, because you have proposed many one. Till now तो 1 2 तो हो गया होगा. Till now no. Till now no. Till now no proposal. Believe me. Really. Not I can't believe you. Till now no proposal pakka. So take anything, either you receive or you give. Receive, you have received. क्या बात, जबरदस्त. चलो ठीक है, either receive or give, proposal आया ना, चलो अच्छी बात है. Now what I want to say, if I propose a girl, it does not mean I will marry her. So can you say when I will marry her? Suppose said yes, proposal you receive also yes, whether it means I will marry her, then तो बहुत बार marry हो जाता. Correct ना? It does not mean really recorded. चलो नहीं, I have disclosed everything. No, just try to understand. What I am saying. If I propose a girl, it does not mean I'll marry her. But if suppose I have made announcement in social media from single to mingle, it means I am committed. It means I am committed now. Just once anyone is giving announcement in a social media from single to mingle, means commitment आ गया. Now it might happen we change the plan, but 99% marriage hota, otherwise no one other will propose. Now you are disclosing to everyone that you are now committed. To once you change your status in social media, it means you have made announcement. So now you are committed. So now AS24 says disclosure started. Understand what happened? So AS24 says that right now only resolution has been passed. It might happen you may withdraw the plan. So you are not committed to it. Don't start disclosing right now. Once you are committed, from that day you start disclosing about what? Discontinuing operation. Have you understood this point? So that point of time is known as IDE, initial disclosure event. You need to find out what is the initial disclosure event, from that day AS24 disclosure will start. Have you understood? Have you understood? So what is this ID that we are going to understand? What they said? With respect to discontinuing operation, the initial disclosure event is the occurrence of one of the following which occur earlier. Means either A or B, whichever is earlier. Understood? Once again, initial disclosure event is the occurrence of one of the following which occur earlier. Point number A, the enterprise has entered into a binding sale agreement for substantially all of the asset of discontinuing operation. Means if you have entered into a binding sale agreement, means committed only. You have entered into a binding sale. Binding means committed by both the parties. So if you have entered into a binding sale agreement for substantially all of the asset of that operation, it means you are committed only. Correct? Either this occur or. Point number B, the enterprise board of directors or similar governing body has both approved a detailed formal plan for discontinuation. Means they have approved a detailed plan and made an announcement of the plan. Made an announcement of that plan that we are going to discontinue it. Be careful. It means we are committed to it. So either A or B, whichever occur earlier, that become ID, and from that date AS24 disclosure is applicable. Is what I want to say. Suppose here resolution passed. Correct? Here ID occur. Understood? And here actually sold. Understood? So this is Y1, Y2, Y3, Y4, Y5. But whether AS24 disclosure applicable in Y1? No. AS24 disclosure not applicable. Y2? Yes. Y3? Yes. Y4? Yes. Are you getting? Y5? No. No. Actually sold now. It become discontinued now. So can I say from this year to this year, it was discontinuing. Now it is discontinued. Continued to over. Once discontinued, then next year why you are disclosing? Next year there is no profit or loss only there. Means profit or loss will come in year 1 also, but year 1 there was no IDE. Even the resolution passed, but ID was not occurred. So disclosure will start from a date when ID occur, A or B, whichever occur earlier. Understood? So it means AS24 will be applicable from Y2, Y3, from Y2 to Y4. Understood? This just you draw for your understanding. I think you have understood IDE. Sold now. Up to these, it was discontinued only now. So you have generated some profit here, but that will become in this profit and loss account. So that will require separate disclosure for that now. अरे बोलना रे. Yeah. Have you understood? Good question, but till now not asked. They ask only that one question. Gradual phasing out a product. Then understood? AS24 not applicable यहाँ पर. Here applicable. Here not applicable. What? What happened? Component? Oh my god. Actually sold, discontinuing operation sold. Discontinuing operation is a component. It can be one business segment or geographical segment. Oh my god. What is sold? Actually sold. ACTAYY. See, my handwriting is very good. I don't write. ठीक है? Correct? Oh. Then, chalo. Now, this you have understood. Now, what is the meaning of detailed format plan? Only for understanding. Detailed format plan for discontinuance normally include identification of major asset, which asset you are going to dispose of, the expected method of disposal, whether you want to dispose of in a single transaction or piecemeal distribution or by way of abandonment, that it will be disclosed, that is required to be planned. The period expected to be required for completion of disposal means how much time it will take to dispose it actually. Correct now? It may take 1 year, 2 year or 3 year. The principal location affected. What are the principal location affected need to be disclosed. The estimated proceed to be realized by disposal. What will be the sale price of disposal, that should be planned. Number of employees to be retrenched along with the retrenchment compensation, because if you close down one component, some employee will be retrenched, so you need to pay compensation to them, so that also need to be detailed planned, and for that announcement need to be made. Correct? Yes sir. Announcement means giving information in a sufficiently specific manner so as to make the enterprise committed. I said committed for the discontinuation. The announcement is done in such a way that you become committed for that. Nowadays the social media, once announcement done, commitment done. Correct now? Understood now? Social media is the big platform. Whatever you announce, that become commitment, and therefore we don't announce anything. Correct? Yes. Presentation and disclosure. This is important but not important from exam, because they will not ask a theoretical question like this. What are the disclosure requirement? But let us read. Initial disclosure. Initial disclosure means when IDE occur. Initial disclosure means in the year in which IDE occur. That is only given. An enterprise should include the following information relating to discontinuing operation in the financial statement, beginning with the financial statement for the period in which IDE occur. Understood? What? A description of discontinuing operation, ki nature of operation, which operation you are going to discontinue, the business or geographical segment in which it is reported as per AS 17, the date and nature of IDE, the date and nature means A or B, the date or period in which discontinuation is expected to be completed if known or determinable, ki what is the expected time of disposal, the carrying amount as on the balance sheet of the total asset to be disposed of and the total liability to be settled. Are you getting? Then amount of revenue and expense in respect of ordinary activities. The amount of revenue and expense in respect of ordinary activities attributable to discontinuing operation during the current financial reporting period. This will be disclosed on the face of SOPL. Correct? Ki how much revenue from discontinuing operation, how much expense from discontinuing operation, then it become profit or loss of discontinuing operation, that need to be disclosed separately. The amount of pre-tax profit or loss from ordinary activities attributable to discontinuing operation during the current financial reporting period, and the income tax expense means revenue minus expense, that become PBT, and from that tax. Correct? That need to be disclosed. So these both are required to disclose on the face of SOPL. The amount of net cash flow attributable to operating, investing or financing activities of discontinuing operation, this will be disclosed on the face of cash flow statement. Correct? Other disclosure means what? When the enterprise dispose of the asset and settle liability, to any gain or loss which will arise that need to be also disclosed on actual disposal of assets and liability. So what they are saying, amount of gain or loss that is recognized on disposal of asset or settlement of liability attributable to discontinuing operation, income tax expense relating to such gain or loss, the net selling price of those net assets of which enterprise has entered into one or more binding sale agreement, the expected timing means which is not yet sold. You will disclose that these are the assets which are not yet sold, but the expected time of sale is this much. This other disclosure also you need to give. Correct? Not important, but once you read before exam, sometime a theoretical question may ask what are the disclosure requirement as per AS 24, then you will not be able to write. Correct? Understood? Done. This much only. This you don't write. Done. Chapter over. Question which they ask is what? Let us read question number 1. Goodwork Limited is engaged in the business of marketing shoe for Liberty Footwear. Correct? It has 4 different divisions, one each for northern, southern, western and eastern region, which function independently, means these are geographical location. Revenue for each division lies between 15 to 35% of total revenue. Goodwork Limited has decided to dispose of its eastern division pursuant to a single plan. What is pursuant to a single plan? However, the asset will be sold in piecemeal manner and the liability will be settled individually. So it is okay. The entire process likely to be completed in 2 years. Okay. 2 years or 5 years low. Correct now? There is no defined period. Can the closure division be treated as discontinuing operation? Yes. But if you write yes, they will not give marks. Write down the meaning of discontinuing operation. Just give the discontinuing operation and disposing will include this. If you write down this much, you will get marks. Then this question is also one question which can be asked in exam. What is given? A company belonging to the process of industry carry out 3 consecutive process. The output of first process is taken as input of the second process and the output of the second process is taken as input of the third process. The final product emerges out to be the third process. It is possible to outsource the intermediate product, means we can outsource the intermediate product. It has been found that over a period a time cost of production of the first process 10% higher than the market price of the intermediate product available freely in the market. The company has decided to close down the first process as a measure of cost saving, vertical spin-off and outsource. Should this event be treated as discontinuing operation? Whether it is a discontinuing operation means it is what? Closing down one production activity to achieve what? To achieve cost saving, and therefore it is not what? Discontinuing operation. Understood? Very good. Excellent. You have understood. You can see this has been done by the company with a view to achieve productivity, improvement and saving in cost. Such a change does not meet a definition in para 3A of AS 24. Ignore para as per AS 24. Correct? You can understand. Similarly, this question 3. Changeover Limited is in the business of making cell phones. During the year ended 31st March 2002. It made 1 lakh unit of GSM phone. You know GSM? This is now older version. GSM. Chodna. You don't know. Then also you need to answer na. 50,000 units of CDMA phones. They are all old mobiles and old phones. Means we used to use that GSM, CDMA. In the current year, the company has gradually cut down the production of GSM phone and is utilizing the spare capacity released for manufacturing CDMA phones. Means they have gradually cut down and increasing what? CDMA. During the last quarter of 2002-2003, not even a single unit of GSM phone has been produced, whereas 60,000 units of CDMA phones were manufactured in the same period. Should it be treated as discontinuing operation? No. Gradual phasing out a product line a class of services is not a, then selling of subsidiary cannot be a, means question number 4 means this type of question normally they ask. This is also gradual phasing out. Just read question 5. This is the very important. They normally ask this question. Question 5. Just read it. Read it. Question number 6 also same. Read it. Correct na? All are same question. Correct. Just read it. Question number 8 is also same only. Just read it. Read it fast. Fast, fast, fast. Question number up to 8 you read. Up to 8. One second. What you asking? Which question? Hmm. Acha, acha, acha. Because this is group 2 now, I am not given presentation format. Normally in group 1 I give. I'll give you the format. Okay, now, okay. Yeah, already you have done group 1 na? In group 1 also AS was there. This question should be asked from group 1 teacher. Okay, chalo, okay, I will give. I normally give this presentation where? In group 1 accounting standard. I'll give you. I'll give you how to write answer. Question number 6 to understood? 5 also understood? 6 also understood? 7 also if you want to read, read. What is question number 7? A division of Trousers Limited has been classified as discontinuing operation for current year. Should the account of enterprise as a whole be prepared assuming that entire enterprise is no longer a going concern? Can you say if this one division is closed down, it does not mean it is not a going concern. Na? So accounts will be prepared based on going concern assumption only. This is bakwas question. Correct na? Question number 8 you read because same question have been asked in exam 2 or 3 times. This is also gradual phasing out that only question. Just read it. Question number 9 also read. Yes, I just want to inform you that with 2-3 para discussion, entire A is completed from exam point of view. All questions you will be able to understand. 9 also done? Everything you have understood? Based on whatever we have done, you can answer all. Okay, how to write answer, I will inform you. Okay? Done? I hope you have understood. So 2A is completed. Correct. You want break? Huh? Chalo, we'll have a break. Chalo. Can we start once again, everyone? Now, there are two accounting standards left, AS 26, AS 18. So we'll take AS 18, intangible asset. नाम तो सुना होगा, intangible asset. I think you know this term, intangible asset. What is intangible asset? What is intangible asset? Which we can't see, which we can't touch, which we can't feel. Correct now? Anything which you can't feel is an intangible asset, and whatever you can feel, that is what? Whatever you feel, it is a, whatever you feel is tangible asset. This is, what happened? Everyone started laughing. Hey, what about feeling? Means feeling will come from what? Touching or without touching? But this is Mahabakwas definition, huh? What happened? What happened? Control. Means what you say, what can be seen, what can be touched, what can be feel, that become intangible asset. Mahabakwas definition. Means I have never studied this definition anywhere. But I think most of the time when you are into CA foundation, I think somewhat in group 1 accounting, if you have not done from me, then this definition is only said correct now. But it is actually not correct. Not correct. Let me first, before coming to AS 26, let me ask you one question. Correct now. When you pass journal entry for credit sales, what is journal entry? Credit sales means if I say debtor name is Ram, correct? Ram account debit to sales, correct? Ram account debit to sales. Now my question to you, this Ram is tangible or intangible? Tangible. Correct, pakka? Tangible. Means if you want to touch Ram and feel Ram, first you will call Ram, you come to my place, I will to touch you, I want to feel you, I want to see you. अरे बोलना रे, अरे नालायक, अरे just try to understand. When you say machinery, everyone just try to understand. Machinery, account debit to bank. So this machinery represent what? Physical component of machinery. Means you purchase physical body of machinery. For example, if you see this furniture, so this is what? Physical body of furniture, and you can what? Do whatever you want to do. Correct? You can see the sound is coming. Are you able to understand? But when we say Ram account debit to sales, so whether you have purchased the physical body of Ram, means something you are wrong. This Ram is not tangible. The Ram account, this is not Ram. Just try to understand. This is Ram account. A Ram account, this is not Ram body. Correct? So Ram account means what? It is the right to receive cash from Ram, and that right is intangible. The right is intangible. Are you getting? Any right is intangible. Correct? So this Ram account does not mean the physical body of Ram. When you say tangible, it means you don't know the meaning of tangible, intangible from accounting point of view. Correct now? Are you able to understand? So when I say machinery account debit, so machinery account means physical substance of that machinery. So you purchase the physical body of machinery. Ram account represent right to collect some amount from what? Ram. So the right is intangible. Now the question is whether Ram is an intangible asset. So every item which is intangible are not intangible asset. So it is an intangible item but not intangible asset. Are you getting? So every item does not become intangible asset. So one thing is clear, if somebody asks you RAM is tangible or intangible in accounting point of view, the RAM is intangible item but not intangible asset, because you know it is not intangible asset. If I ask you example, you know many examples of intangible asset from Bachpan, correct? I will not ask, don't say. So what I want to say, first clarification, this RAM is intangible but not intangible asset. Now if you want to become CA, you need to know the proper definition of intangible asset. Otherwise once you become CA and somebody asks you what is intangible, you will say what can be touched, feel. That is bakwas definition. Bakwas definition. What is the correct meaning of intangible asset? For the first time we are learning under AS 26. Correct. So come to intangible asset definition. What they said, intangible asset is what? Identifiable, non-monetary asset, without what? Physical substance. These are three keywords. Means any asset which are identifiable, non-monetary, without physical substance, they are intangible. Now we need to understand what is identifiable, what is non-monetary, what is without physical substance. That we need to understand. Correct now. Now an intangible asset is identifiable, non-monetary, without physical substance, held for use either in production or supply of goods or services, for rental to other, or for admin purpose, for administrative purpose. Same thing was given for PPE also, property, plant and equipment. The property, plant and equipment are tangible item. Property, plant and equipment are tangible item which are held for use in production of goods and supply, production or supply of goods or services, held for rental to other or for admin purpose. Correct? So of course can I say for use in production, for use in supply, for use for rental to other, for admin purpose, means intangible asset which are held for sale in ordinary course of business. Means you purchase any software, the software is intangible asset, but if that software is held for sale in ordinary course of business, then it become inventory. That become inventories. Correct? So inventories which are intangible are not covered in this chapter. Any inventories which are intangible asset are not covered in this chapter. Are you getting? Because it is not held for sale in the ordinary course of business. Understood? So we need to now concentrate on identifiable, non-monetary and without physical substance. So identifiable means what? Separable. Identifiable means separable from other asset. Means if it can be separated from other asset, it become identifiable. Are you getting? Means simple word, just try to understand. If you see this projector is there. In projector there is one lens. Now the question is that lens is also a tangible item. Well, lens is a separate asset. No, lens is not a separate asset because it is not capable of being sold separately. It is not capable of being used separately. It cannot be given on rent to others separately. It means if you want to use lens will be used in this projector, and the entire projector become what? A asset. Understood? So the lens, even though it is a component, but it is not an asset. It is not an identifiable asset. Means it must be identifiable. Identifiable means it must be separable from other asset. Separable means an asset is separable if the enterprise could rent it, could sell it, could exchange it, could distribute it. Understood? If it is capable of being sold or exchanged, or can be given on rent, or can be exchanged, then it is what? Separable. It is separable. So identifiable means what? It is separable from other asset. Understood? Understood? This point you have understood? Correct. Any doubt? No doubt. Correct. Identifiable you understood? Now what is the non-monetary asset? Non-monetary asset, we have already done AS11. AS11 you have done? AS11 where you have done? Group 1 mein kiya? So AS11 was what? The effect of changes in foreign exchange rate. In that we have done foreign currency monetary item and foreign currency non-monetary item. What is monetary item? Monetary item, that was the closing exchange rate to recognition criteria hai. I'm asking what is the monetary item? Which can be converted into? What a monetary item? Monetary asset. I'm not asking example. I'm asking what a monetary item? Chalo. Leave. It is one thing we understood, non-monetary asset are asset other than monetary asset. Means if you know what is monetary asset, so what are not monetary asset become what? Non-monetary asset. Now whether debtor is monetary or non-monetary. So debtor are monetary and therefore it is not intangible asset, because intangible asset are non-monetary asset. So why they have said non-monetary asset? Understood? Because monetary may be intangible but are not intangible asset. So debtor are monetary item which may be intangible nature, but they are not, that will not be covered under definition of what? Intangible asset. Understood? So intangible asset are non-monetary asset. Non-monetary asset are those assets which are not monetary asset. So what are monetary asset? Monetary asset are money held. Money held, an asset to be received in fixed or determinable amount of money. Means any asset which are what? Which are having fixed or determinable number of units of currency and which are receivable in terms of money. In terms of money means what? In terms of money means in terms of cash. Only cash. Understood? Cash will include bank. Means checks. Understood? So which can be realized only in terms of cash. Which can be realized only in terms of cash. Means debtor that will be realizing cash, so it become monetary. Correct? Understood? If you have given loan and loan will be received in cash, it become monetary. Correct? But whether inventories are monetary? Inventory? Whether inventories are monetary? Huh? Follow. Inventories are not monetary, inventories are non-monetary. Still you have not understood the definition. Monetary asset are money held and asset to be received in fixed, but can I say it is, if you have stock is not yet sold, it is not going to be received in cash. First you sell it, then only you receive some cash now. So it is not having any fixed or determinable amount of money to be received in cash. Are you getting? So inventory till it is sold, it is non-monetary. Then the property, plant and equipment will be also monetary. Correct. Inventories are non-monetary. Intangible assets are non-monetary. Property, plant and equipment are non-monetary. Loan given is what? Monetary. FD is what? Monetary. Bank is what? Monetary. Cash is what? Monetary. Debtor is what? Monetary. Understood? Detailed discussion do where you have done AS11. Correct? But I hope you have understood why they have said non-monetary asset, because they want to exclude monetary item from a definition of intangible asset. Correct? Now it should be without physical substance. Of course, can I say this monetary item are without physical substance? It has no physical component. Correct? It has no physical component. But can I say the most probably all intangible asset will be stored in some device? Means intangible assets are normally stored in a device. For example, if you have software, so software you will store in some CD or in pen drive, in what? Hard disk. For example, my recorded classes, this is my intellectual property. This is my what? Intangible asset. So I will store where? In somewhere. I will store that intellectual property in my hard disk, and hard disk will be stored in some locker, because if that is taken by someone, so I lost a lot of money. Are you able to understand what I am saying? So what I want to say, ki this will be stored in a device, and device are what? Tangible component. The question arises that most probably, means most of the cases, intangible asset will be stored in a device, and the device will have some physical component. Now one question arises, the intangible asset which are stored in a device will be intangible asset or tangible asset? One question will arise, of course it will be an intangible asset. Why? Because AS26 says the cost of such tangible component will be insignificant as compared to the cost of intangible component. For example, if I say CD has software, the CD will be 10 rupees, software will be 1 crore. Quite possible. Or 1 lakh also. I hope you have understood. Correct. For example, if I say patent, patent means formula. Patent means one formula how to produce some item. Correct. Or know-how, that is how to know how to produce some any product, any units. So that is what known as know-how, or it is a patent. Written in a piece of paper, and that piece of paper is what? Tangible only, but the cost of piece of paper will be insignificant in relation to what? The cost of intangible asset. Therefore, AS 26 will be only applicable. Understood? So I hope this also you have understood. The intangible asset may have physical substance, CD containing computer software, legal documentation containing license or patent, but the cost of physical substance is insignificant as compared to the intangible asset. But sometime what happen? We purchase tangible asset along with intangible asset, and both cannot be separated, means both are significant. For example, laptop purchased with Windows, and Windows is also what? Significant. Laptop means tangible item is also what? Significant. In that case, you will apply AS 26 or AS 10. One doubt will come. You purchase laptop and both are dominant, both are significant, both are significant. Then what to do? Then one question will arise. What to do? So what they said, a simple decision has been taken. The dominant element is intangible asset. Dominant element. Dominant means what is the intention of purchase? What is the intention? Normally when we purchase laptop, intention is what? Tangible body. Correct now? Of course, we are paying for software also, Windows also. Then such cost to be recognized as in. If the dominant element is tangible asset, then such cost to be recognized as AS 10. And if dominant element is intangible asset, then such cost will be recognized as intangible asset. I'll just give one example what happened with me when I am married to what? A fashion designer. My wife is what? Fashion designer. Correct? Correct? So what happened initial? Initially, सुनो बाद में बात करते हैं. Initially, otherwise forget this example. Initially what happened married to what happened ki normally what happened, whatever wife will ask will say yes only, we can't say no. First year only, then we start saying no, then no. Correct? So initially first year what happens, she asked me that she want to continue what? Fashion designing, whatever. So okay, do whatever you want to do. Correct now? So I said, what do you want for that to start fashion designing, whatever she want to do. I was not knowing exactly what she has done, but she said that I require a software. I said, where it will be, from where we can purchase. So she searched Google. One market we went and we started what? Research. We started getting an idea about that software. What is the cost? How it can be used. So actually she was only dealing with that. I was only sitting in front of that. I was just doing something else. Chalo theek hai. But when the payment time came, so I was saying software, and in our case Tally software 10,000, 20,000 maximum, means Tally accounting package software is what? 10,000, 20,000. In my mind 20,000 was going on. The software means what? 20,000 more than that what will come. Correct now? Then once the invoice was raised, it was 1,50,000. And I bola, why I have said yes? Correct na? Means initially if I was knowing the price, I would have said no. But chalo theek hai, 1,50,000, then I can't say no at that point of time because one year marriage only. Because CA na, can I say no? No, I can't say no. So 1,50,000 was the cost of the, okay, chalo theek hai, EMI scheme, that scheme, okay, chal jata hai. Now what happened? So I said only software, 1,50,000. No, like no, it will come in one what? Tablet. We'll give it tablet also. Okay, tablet means that software was given in tablet. Understood? But the dominant element is what? Software. Will apply what? AS 26. Understood the story? Means in every story what will come? Accounting will come. In every, means wherever I will go now, in hotel I will go, everywhere I will start applying what? Accounting standard. Correct now? I will start applying accounting standard. This hotel building is what? Hotel building will come where? No. What I am saying, you should also do in that way. Then only you will act like a CA. You will act like a CA. Understood now? So wherever you go, start doing accounting. You go to a restaurant, Start doing accounting. What is the accounting of this restaurant bill? Correct ना? तो मजा आएगा. Suppose you have gone to a restaurant. Correct ना? For what? For food. Food. For food. चलो ठीक है छोड़ दो. तो food. तो it will be an expense. But if you go for what? छोड़ यार. Leave it. Have you understood my emotions? Emotions understood. Chalo. Now, can you see it is held for use? That too you have understood. It is held for use in the production or supply of goods or services. Control your emotions. Control your emotions. Control your emotions. It is held for use in the production of goods or services, for rental to other, and for admin purpose. I think no clarification required for this. This you have understood. And can I say it must be an asset? Of course, intangible asset. So when we say asset, there are 2 points which should come into your mind. One is control and future economic benefit. Means it must be under the control of the entity, and it must give rise to what? Future economic benefit. So it is an asset from which future economic benefit are expected to flow to the entity, and it means intangible asset either reduce future cost or increase future resource, and it is controlled by the entity. It is controlled by the entity. Control means what? What is the meaning of control? Control means what? When I am saying the asset must be under your control, it means what? Control means, can I say you have a no position. I may give this mobile to you, so whether it become your asset? No, Baba, no. Possession does not means correct na. Simple na. So control means what? You have a right to use it. Correct. Right to use it means you have a right to use, to derive economic benefit from use, and you have a right to restrict other person to derive economic benefit from that asset. So you can restrict other person to use it. If I have given this asset, can you restrict me? No, so it is not under your control. Understood? But if I say take it for 5 days, and 5 days you pay 20,000, so for 5 days you have what? Control. Then for 5 days this mobile become your asset. Understood what I am saying? Correct. So what I want to say, the control means what? Control means entity has the right to use such asset for its own purpose, and it should be and restrict it use to other. Understood? I hope the entire definition you have understood. Bolo. So can I conclude once again the 3 keywords? What are the 3 keywords? Identifiable, non-monetary asset, without physical substance. Now anyone ask you what is intangible asset, what you will say? It must be identifiable, non-monetary, without physical substance. In CA final when you will come, I will ask the same question. What is intangible asset? What you will say? It must be identifiable, non-monetary, without physical substance. When you will become CA in interview, somebody ask you one question, what is intangible asset? What you will say? It is identifiable, non-monetary asset, without physical substance. Correct? Understood? So every time this definition only, whatever you say touch, feel, that is bakwas definition. Correct? Bakwas, super bakwas definition. Chalega? Yes sir. You have understood the meaning of intangible asset. Now I'll come to this, whatever is written I will come to this point, nothing to worry. But once the definition criteria is satisfied, we need to apply recognition criteria. Definition criteria you understood? If first to any item, to any intangible item, you should apply definition criteria. If definition criteria satisfied, then we'll apply recognition criteria. Same thing we have done under AS 10 also, and same recognition criteria is given here. So the recognition of an item of an intangible asset require an enterprise to demonstrate that the item meet definition and recognition criteria. Means if you want to recognize a asset as an intangible asset, means any item as an intangible asset, it should meet first definition criteria, then what? Recognition criteria. So what is recognition criteria that we need to understand? An intangible asset should be recognized if and only if it is probable that future economic benefit will flow to the entity, and the cost of such asset can be measured, realized. Same thing was given under AS 10. Same thing. So it is probable that future, probable means what? Chances are more than 50%. Whenever probable means chances are more than 50%. It is probable that future economic benefit that are attributable to that asset will flow to the entity, and the cost can be measured reliably. Correct now? Understood? Now, when I am saying it is probable, probable means chances are more than 50%. Means if it is not probable, then entire expenditure should be charged to PL as an expense immediately. Correct? I'll just give one more example what happened with me. When I started this coaching business, then that time less student, more time. Less student to teaching time is less, so more spare time now. So I was just busy what should be done, what should be done. Correct now. The one student approached me, one of my student approached me. He was very much the expert in technology. So he said, sir, let us develop one website. I said, okay. But his idea was very interesting. So I said, okay. After listening to the idea, I said, yes, sir, let us do. So he said, sir, for CA that time in 2008, there was no website specific for CA student. That time, 2008. There was no website which is specific for CA student. What should be done for CA inter, which books should be referred. His idea was totally best. So I said, we'll do, but how can we generate revenue? But don't worry, sir, we'll generate revenue from lot of ads. Because website means lot of ads will come, teachers will come, student will come, interaction will come, then revenue will be also started. But once it will get some traffic, means there should be what traffic, correct? And then only revenue will be generated. So he has given a lot of what cost benefit analysis, and I was impressed with that. I said, okay. So he said, I asked him, what is the budget? Means how much development cost? So he said, sir, 4 or 5 lakh lagega. मैंने बोला, means for a good website. Correct now, it is e-commerce website. For e-commerce website लगता है. अभी nowadays ना website cost has decreased, development cost has decreased. This is 2008. Correct. Nowadays तो you can see a small business has website. Correct. Nowadays the website cost has been actually decreased. Correct. But that time it was very high. Correct. So I said, okay, we'll do it. Don't worry. But I said ki Baba, I don't have so much money, so I'll pay you once the money is available with me. Means we'll do slow process because I was not having any savings. Correct now. So slow process will go. So he started developing 50% produce, 50% development was done, and it was a good website. The name also I have given camantras.com. camantras.com, this was the name, CA Mantras. You will find me in my Facebook somewhere. It is written also www.ca mantras, but I think I have deleted now. camantras.com. Now this domain name has been taken by someone. So camantras.com was the website name. But what happened? Once the 50% development was done, a new website came in the market with a lot of marketing, and it suddenly become hit, and that the same idea. And with lot of what marketing, lot of expenditure was done. Means that website was tremendous website. Means I have understood that if we launch the website, then also will not become hit. Are you getting what I am saying? So can I say we went to development stage and we understood that future economic benefit is not probable. Understood? Because if I want to match that website, my expenditure should be 10 lakh. Are you able to understand? If I want to match that website, I need to incur an expenditure of 10 lakh. I have till now, we don't have that much funds. So it means I have understood that it is not probable to get what? Future economic benefit. Means entire expenditure will be charged to what? Profit and loss account as an expense. We cannot recognize it as intangible asset. Understood? Have you understood this point? Correct? I mean, then also what happened? We develop it, then we curtailment. We have removed it also because understood that this website will not run because a lot of expenditure was required, and that time it was out of my pocket reach. Correct? Understood? So we say okay. But I hope why I have given this example, you understood? Yes, sir. So it is probable that future economic benefit that are attributable to the asset will flow to the entity. Means important condition, and cost can be measured reliably. Means if you cannot measure the cost, then we should not recognize the goodwill. For example, self-generated goodwill. In a self-generated goodwill will meet the definition of intangible asset. Self-generated goodwill will meet the definition of intangible asset. Is identifiable, non-monetary, without physical substance. So it will meet the definition of intangible asset. But can we identify the cost of generating that goodwill? Means I have goodwill, I have goodwill in the market, and from the last 13 years I am teaching. Because of that reason I have goodwill. Means I have done a lot of expenditure to generate goodwill. I have given free classes, I have done a lot of promotional activity, brand activities I have done. But we cannot attribute how much expenditure relate to the generation of what? Goodwill. Are we able to understand? That cannot be identified, and therefore in our books of accounts, self-generated goodwill will never be recognized. We never recognize what? Self-generated goodwill. Is not recognized now. Then in every balance sheet goodwill will come. They will say we have goodwill. Correct now. So understood why? Because cost cannot be measured reliably. So this is a very important condition. Understood? Correct. Now before going to other point, let me give you one analysis, because that is very important to understand expenditure. You in bachpan you have done expenditure. There are two type of expenditure. One is what? Revenue expenditure. What is the meaning of revenue expenditure? Recurring expenditure. Bakwas definition. From where you do recurring expenditure? Or only recurring expenditure are revenue? Non-recurring are not revenue. Huh? Full? What is the meaning of revenue expenditure? Bolo. Which provides, write down, benefit, which provides benefits for what? For a particular accounting period. Correct or not? Particular accounting period. Understood? Have you understood this point? Means which provide benefit. If benefit received not yet received. If benefit received, it become what? It become what? Expense. And benefit not yet received means what? It is an asset, and this asset is known as what? Prepaid expense. Understood? Any doubt? Have you understood? Correct. I hope you have understood this point. No explanation required. Now, if I am saying revenue expenditure, you understood. What is the meaning of capital expenditure? Means any expenditure which provide benefit for more than one accounting period. For the more than one accounting period. Let me take one example. Don't write. If I say suppose you appointed employee, and as per contract you paid 5 lakh on the date of contract for 5 years. Understood? Means you paid 5 lakh on appointment date for 5 years. Very key employee. Key employee, we can make such type of contract. Will not give yearly basis. I want today 5 lakh. And I will provide service for what? 5 years. Quite possible? Batao. This is what? Capital expenditure. Capital expenditure. No, this is a capital expenditure. Capital expenditure or prepaid expense? If you are saying prepaid, then you become what? Oh my god, you only said prepaid expense? अरे बोलना रे. Just try to understand. Something is missing, na? Means either definition is wrong, your concept is wrong. Means what you have done in Bachpan is totally bakwas. Means what we study, actually that is not correct. That is not correct. And because of that reason, a lot of difficulties come in accounts. And we think that we know account, but actually we don't know accounts. Actually, the difficulty in account teaching is this only. Student कमा रहे हैं, हम तो तोड़ रहे हैं, तोड़ देंगे, फोड़ देंगे. Difficulty in accounting is this only. Means from the first day they think that they know everything. Correct now. When you will come to CA final, you think that you will know everything. Are you? And because of that reason, what happened? You don't give more importance to account subject because you are doing from bachpan. Now you will start audit. Audit is new subject, more concentration. Costing, more concentration. Law mark, more concentration. Income tax, more concentration. Account चलना यार होता है. Correct ना? ऐसा this is fact. Fact ना? Correct. But actually we need to understand what we know, what we don't know. This very small thing I have said, but actually the point you don't know. It is given for a particular accounting period, means when you have done expenditure, you know it is for how many years? 5 years. And therefore it is not capital expenditure. Therefore it is not capital expenditure. Understood? Because can I say, if you purchase a plant and machinery, you know it will give benefit, but you don't know for how many years it will give benefit. Means you don't know what is the benefit period, and therefore we need to estimate the benefit period. We need to estimate the useful life, and therefore that is known as capital expenditure. However, I will say there is no such term capital expenditure. That term is only not correct. That term is not correct. Means from my point of view, there should be revenue expenditure, and apart from revenue expenditure, there should be other expenditure. From my point of view, capital expenditure, what is capital expenditure? Correct now? Means expenditure is expenditure. Correct? One is what for a particular accounting period, then it become revenue expenditure. If the benefit received, transfer to PL. If benefit not received, it is prepaid expense. But other expenditure what? Now you will understand thora thora. You need to find out other expenditure. Either it will be on tangible item. Now you will understand. Or it will be on what? Intangible item. Intangible item. When I am saying tangible item, then apply AS 10. I am not teaching you right now this. Bolo. I am not teaching right now this, so I am just leaving it. Correct. I am teaching you intangible item now. So now, can I say in this, you need to first apply. Whenever there is an intangible item, first apply what? Definition criteria. And then apply what? Are you getting what I am saying? Apply definition and what? Recognition criteria as per what? AS 26. Are you getting what I am saying? AS 26. This point have you understood? Now, either it will be satisfied or not satisfied. Satisfied or not satisfied. So can you see, if satisfied, then recognize it as what? Recognize it as intangible asset in balance sheet, and then apply AS 26. Correct? But if not satisfied, then what will do? Bolo? If not satisfied, then what will do? Bolo? Are bolna rahe. Recognize as an expense immediately. Recognize as an expense immediately. Have you understood this point? Means it is wrong to say that balance expenditure is capital expenditure. Wrong to say, because there may be some expenditure, even though they are not revenue expenditure, should be charged to PL as an expense immediately. Understood now? Example I will give. I am there for you. But have you understood what I want to say? If first identify whether it is a revenue expenditure, okay. If it is revenue expenditure, okay. Then find out whether it is other expenditure other than revenue expenditure. Then either it will be on tangible item or on intangible item. Let us take one example. You have done in your bachpan advertisement expenditure. Now there are two type of advertisement. One is known as what? Yearly promotional expenditure. Yearly promotion means what? Revenue expenses charged to PL. Means one expense we do batch to batch. One we do for brand building. So brand building is what? Use expenditure. That is not for a particular batch. That is for creating brand so that student will flow to the entity for year to year. That is brand expenditure. For example, Reliance Jio Infocom, when Reliance Jio came, so they have done, means in one day everyone started saying Jio, 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 Jio. In one day, 2 days. It was a matter of time of 1 day, 2 days, everyone started purchasing Jio because of that use expenditure, brand building expenditure. Understood? Correct. So if there is a advertisement expenditure of that nature, so whether it is a revenue expenditure for a particular accounting period? No. It is other expenditure. Whether it is on tangible item? No. So it is on intangible item. Intangible item now. Now whether it satisfies definition criteria, whether it is identifiable, whether expenditure can be sold, given on rent, can be exchanged. It is not identifiable only. Whether expenditure will sell it. No, it is not identifiable, it is not separable. Whether it is separable? No, it means it will not meet what? Definition criteria, recognize it as an expense immediately, even though expenditure is 1000 crore. You can't defer it. There is no concept of deferred revenue expenditure. There is no concept of deferred revenue expenditure. I hope in CA Foundation you have done deferred revenue expenditure. You have done? Bakwas. Understood? There is no concept of deferred revenue expenditure. Either it will be what? Capitalized or it will be charged to PL as an expense. Understood? Second example, preliminary expenses. Naam to suna hoga. The preliminary expense means formation expense of company. Whether it is a revenue expenditure. No, it is not for a particular accounting period. It is not a revenue expenditure. So of course it is other expenditure on tangible item. Intangible item, you have formed one company. Correct now. It is intangible item, whether it will meet definition criteria. It is not identifiable. One second. It is not identifiable. Therefore, entire preliminary expense will be charged to PL as an expense immediately. It cannot be deferred. You have done one more expenditure, staff training expenditure. Infosys incur yearly staff training expenditure 1000 crore. Their major expenditure is what? Training expenditure only, because they are based on what? Technical employee. So staff training expenditure, batao, whether it will be revenue expenditure, whether for a particular accounting period. No. We are training for what? For future only. Correct, not for a particular accounting period. Whether tangible item, intangible item, whether it meet the definition? No, it will not meet the definition. It will not meet the definition. Therefore, charge it to PL as an expense immediately. Correct? For example, goodwill, self-generated goodwill. Self-generated goodwill. So expenditure incurred. We are incurring daily wise. We are incurring expenditure. Free classes given for my business. Free classes given. Correct now. There are many other activities we do to generate goodwill. To generate goodwill of brand also, you can say. We are generating our brand. Correct now. We are doing a lot of expenditure for generating brand. So the question is that whether it is revenue expenditure? No. No revenue expenditure. Whether it is other expense? Yes. Whether intangible item? So it might meet the definition of intangible asset. Identifiable? Yes. Goodwill can be sold. Goodwill can be sold. It is identifiable. It is non-monetary. It is without physical substance. So whether it meets recognition criteria, cost cannot be directly attributable. We cannot identify how much cost attributable for generation of what? Goodwill. And therefore, entire expenditure will be charged to PL as an expense immediately. Understood? Have you understood? For example, just try to understand. If I say newspaper Times of India, this Times of India is the publishing title. It has a lot of value in the market. Means if you want to purchase that title, now you need to pay You don't know how much. Times of India. Correct? There is one TM. TM is trademark. Are you getting? So publishing title, can you say intangible asset? Intangible asset but self-generated, huh? Right now his fair value may be higher, but cost cannot be attributable. So it was a self-generated publishing title. It may meet the definition of intangible asset, but it cannot be recognized in the books of account because it's self-generated. Self-generated. Understood? Have you understood? Yes, sir. We have understood. I think this entire point is now clear. Your example done. Example okay. Now let us come to this recognition of expense. Now you'll understand if an item or expenditure does not meet the definition and recognition criteria for an intangible asset is to be recognized as an expense when it is incurred. Understood? Have you understood this para now? Now this para understood? Correct? For example, startup cost not covered by AS10 means any startup cost covered by AS10 will be dealt as per AS10. Startup cost may consist of preliminary expenses, correct? Expenditure to open a new facility or business means inauguration expenses. You have done some inauguration expenses, chance to PL as an expense immediately. Expenditure for commencing new operation or launching a new product or process. For example, you have done a lot of marketing activity for new product. So that will be also charged to PL as an expense immediately. Expenditure on training activities, expenditure on advertising and promotional activities, expenditure on relocating or reorganizing part or all of the enterprise. Means suppose we are relocating from this place to another place for benefit only. Relocation cost. So relocation cost can be also what? Not attributable to for a particular accounting period. So this will be also charged to PL as an expense immediately. I hope you have understood this entire examples now. Have you understood this? Correct, understood. So once we have understood what definition and recognition, now we'll come to what? Initial measurement of intangible asset. It is same to same whatever we have done under AS10. However, AS10 was revised, but AS26 is not yet revised. Correct now. So there is some difference between AS10 and AS26 because AS10 is now revised, new. Correct now. So initial measurement of intangible asset. So intangible asset which has been acquired for monetary consideration. Very simple. It will be purchase price, add import duties, add any other non-refundable duties and taxes. Means GST. If input credit is available, then will not add it. Then to it will not be added now. If credit is available, it will not be added. GST you know na? GST you know na? So if input credit is available, then it will not be added. If input credit is not available, then it will be added. Correct. Any directly attributable cost of bringing the asset to its usable condition. For example, registration charges, brokerage costs, professional fee, etc. Correct. Add borrowing cost subject to AS16. Correct. Less any trade discount or rebate, any trade discount or rebate will be deducted, correct? Less any government grant as per AS12. AS12 remember, either it can be deducted or it can be treated as deferred income. There were two accounting model has been given. So deducted when we have approached that accounting model. Understood? This become cost price of purchase asset. Simple. Simple. I think no explanation required because okay. Now, intangible asset which have been acquired for non-monetary consideration. Non-monetary consideration. Correct. So, what they said, if an intangible asset acquired in exchange for shares or other securities or an intangible asset which may be acquired as a part of exchange of another asset. Means there are 2 points. Correct. Means what they want to say. Want to write down? Intangible asset acquired for non-monetary consideration. Non-monetary consideration. Means can I say it is an exchange transaction? Acquired in exchange of shares or any other securities. So in this write down cost price of intangible asset acquired will be equal to fair value of securities issued, means shares of securities issued, or what, fair value of intangible asset acquired, whichever is what, more, very good, more clearly evident. This you know AS10, correct? But in AS10 now this point was missing. AS10 revised. So AS10 does not deals with PP acquired in exchange of shares. Correct now. That only deals with PP acquired in exchange of other asset. Agreeing? This point is missing under AS10. But chalo theek hai. Whichever is more clearly evident. Second, acquired in exchange of other asset. Correct? In this write down, cost price of intangible asset acquired is equal to fair value of asset given up plus minus cash adjustment. Plus minus cash adjustment means what? Cash paid plus minus cash received, or fair value of intangible asset received. Received means acquired, whichever is clearly evident. Understood? Have you understood this point? Correct. Then Adam, if fair value of assets are not reliably measured, means it cannot be measured reliably, or exchange assets are similar. Exchange assets are similar. Then cost price of intangible asset acquired will be equal to what? Carrying amount of asset given up, carrying amount of asset given up plus what? plus minus cash adjustment. Have you understood this entire point? Have you understood? Any doubt? Similar point you have done in AS10. Correct now? Means everyone. Suppose I say case 1, case 2, case 3. Suppose fair value of intangible asset given up. Yeah, asset given up, write down. Asset given up is 2 lakh. Two lakh. Correct? And fair value of intangible asset received is suppose 3 lakh and 1,50,000 and 3 lakh. So in first case, how much cash paid? Means you acquire an intangible asset of rupees 3 lakh and you have given an asset of rupees 2 lakh. So how much you need to pay cash? So can I say this transaction is possible only when you pay what? 1 lakh. I hope you are understanding what I am saying. 1 lakh. Understood? In case 2, you have given up 2 lakh but you acquired 1,50,000. So how much cash received? How much cash received? 50,000. In case 3 also 1 lakh should be paid. But then also 1 lakh paid, but it is quite possible that based on negotiation only 70,000 paid. Quite possible. You will not say no, I will not record. Are you able to understand what I am saying? This is also quite possible. Now if you apply case number 1, check करेंगे. What is the cost price of asset acquired? Means we are here to find out what? Cost price of intangible asset acquired. Means AS26 deals with this. Cost price of intangible asset acquired. What they have given? Fair value of asset given up plus what? Cash paid 3 lakh or what? 2 lakh plus 1 lakh, 3 lakh, or fair value of intangible asset received 3 lakh. Both are same or not? Both are same. So both will be same. So can 3 lakh will come? 3 lakh. Understood? Now second case, the fair value of asset given up 2 lakh minus cash received what? 50,000, 1,50,000, or fair value of intangible asset acquired 1,50,000. Both are same. It will come 1,50,000. Understood? Let us say in this na, so nil ही कर दो. Cash paid is nil. Then मजा आएगा. Quite possible. Correct? Now in the third case, you can see fair value asset given up is what? 2 lakh and intangible is 3 lakh. Now cost price of intangible asset acquired will be what? 2 lakh ki 3 lakh. Whichever is clearly evident. Both are clearly evident. If suppose in exam only this is given, then you will take 2 lakh. If in exam only this is given, you will take 3 lakh. But both are given now. Both are evident. Now you'll take what? Cost price of intangible asset acquired will be what? 2 lakh ki 3 lakh? अरे ये क्या मतलब है? मोर क्लियर 2 लाख? ठीक है, ऐसे तो ना होता है, बोथ आर एविडेंट ना, 2 lakh and 3 lakh both are evident. So cost price of intangible asset acquired to be 2 lakh or 3 lakh? 2 lakh is correct. Because can I say cost price means consideration paid. Consideration paid. So this is paid, this is received na. So consideration paid will be the cost price. Means always first preference should be given to what? The first preference, write down somewhere. This is the first preference. If both are given, so this become first preference. And in this case, this become first preference. Understood? This point have you understood? First preference. If both are evident, then you need to give first preference to this, whatever I have written first. Have you understood this point? Batao. What journal entry you will do for this? Batao. For case number 1, what journal entry you will do? So the intangible asset, how much? 3 lakh. But the to asset what? To cash what? But to asset what? No. To asset de-recognize at book value. This is fair value. If you want to de-recognize, you need to de-recognize at book value now. But I have given fair value now. So book value I have not given only. So book value you should demand now. Let I write down somewhere. Book value is equal to 50,000. Let us assume. Book value means after depreciation. Correct? Then it will come 50,000 now. And the difference will be what? Gain on sale of asset. So this is gain on sale of asset now. Sale of asset, how much? 1,50,000, and this will be transferred to what? PL. Have you understood? Similarly, you can pass journal entry for others also. Have you understood this point? Correct? This you have understood? Done? Chalega? Then come to next point. Intangible asset acquired in amalgamation. This too we have done in amalgamation only. But amalgamation are two type. In case of merger, in case of purchase. So in case of merger, can I say all intangible assets to be recognized as book value or fair value? Book value of which company? Transferor company. Correct? Done. In case of merger, can I say intangible asset are of two type? Goodwill and other intangible asset. So goodwill will be recognized by using this formula PC minus netto. So PC minus fair value of net asset acquired will be goodwill, and other intangible asset should be recognized at their agreed value of fair value. So other intangible asset other than goodwill, if you are acquiring brand, the brand will come at what? Fair value. Goodwill will come as a balancing figure in case of purchase. You remember this? So already we have done as per AS 14. No explanation required. Then intangible asset acquired through government grant. This also we have done. Means suppose you acquire intangible asset through government grant. So if it is what? It will be recognized at what? If given at concessional rate, record at concessional rate. If given at free of cost, record at nominal value. Remember, nominal value is not defined anywhere. Nominal value is what? Insignificant value. Correct. Got it. Then internally generated goodwill, or I will say any other intangible asset which are internally generated. Means just try to understand. If I say, let's write down. Internally generated intangible assets. Internally generated means what? Self-generated? Self-generated, na? So in this write down. Self-generated. So can I say in this there can be two situations. Cost cannot be measured reliably. Are you able to understand? And second case will be what? Cost can be measured reliably. If I am saying cost cannot be measured reliably, so what you will do? Then intangible asset will not be recognized. Intangible asset will not be recognized. Have you understood this point? So for example, self-generated goodwill, it can be self-generated copyright or brand, anything. Self-generated publishing title, self-generated what? Any other item, whatever you are generating self, that will not be recognized. Not only goodwill, any self-generated intangible asset will not be recognized. Understood? If cost cannot be measured reliably. But if cost can be measured reliably, so what AS 26 says that then for developing such intangible asset there are two phases, because you are developing, self-development is there. So for developing such intangible asset there are two phases. One is known as what? Research phase. One is known as what? Development phase. Research phase and development phase. Correct. Now, research phase means what? You are doing research. You are doing research for what? For developing intangible asset. It means intangible asset is not yet developed. You are doing only research. Means first we will do research and then we will start development. Without development, without research, we cannot start any development. Correct now? For example, I am just giving one example. When I am saying this type of intangible asset for which cost can be measured reliably, so it will include website. My website was so self-developed website. It will include any customized software. It will include any know-how, knowledge to produce. Know-how means what? Knowledge to produce. For example, Ratan Tata started dreaming to produce what? Nano car. It was came in the dream, then will produce nano car. But started dreaming from next day whether they will start producing nano car. Can I say first they should have the know-how to produce nano car? Just a know-how to produce nano car. Here nano car is what? Inventory. But know-how to produce is what? Intangible asset. Just try to understand what I am saying. If first they need to develop what? First they need to develop what? If I am saying we'll produce here, we'll launch a new product. So for producing that new product, what is required? Knowledge to produce. So first they will develop what? Knowledge to produce. Either they will acquire that knowledge from somewhere or they will develop that knowledge. Either they will acquire. Right now you are acquiring knowledge from Mina. So it means you are generating know-how to what? Carry on your profession for chartered accountant. Means it is your intangible asset. It is your intangible asset, na? Are you able to understand? So what I am saying, if you want to produce what? Nano car. Nano car is inventory. But to produce nano car, what is required? Know-how. So know-how is what? Intangible asset. So first we'll develop what? Know-how. For developing know-how to produce nano car, what is required? Research. Research whether we can develop or not, whether such car is feasible or not, whether market is there or not. If market is there, whether public will require, public will purchase or not. If public will purchase, whether because that was for what, lower class, lower middle class family, correct now? It was a car for lower middle class family. So whether finance is available to them or not, if this all research done, then only they will develop know-how now, whether it is technically feasible or not, because it was very in a very cost effective car. So whether in that cost such car can be produced or not, whether engineer will give green signals or not. Correct now. So first research will be done. Once research becomes successful, then we will start what? Development phase. Now in research phase, whether intangible asset is created. During research phase, whether you have created any intangible asset, no, and therefore entire expenditure will be charged to what? So for this entire expenditure during research phase will be charged to PL as an expense immediately. As an expense immediately. Even if research phase is successful, means in exam they will say it is successful, they started development phase. Means unsuccessful, though it will be charged. Even though it is successful and you started development phase, then also it will be charged to PL as an expense. Just write down even if, for your clarification, even if it is successful. Have you understood this point? But can you say in development phase you started developing it? Correct? Now, can you say during development phase, can we recognize intangible asset? One doubt will come. Can we recognize, because we started development of intangible asset. So can we recognize an intangible asset? Yes, 26 yes, if it is probable that future economic benefit will flow. Because cost can be measured and probable future economic benefit. But during development phase, they say you need to fulfill 6 conditions. Means you can recognize intangible asset only when you can demonstrate 6 conditions. If all the 6 conditions satisfied, then only intangible asset can be recognized. Means can I say for recognition of intangible asset, AS is more strict as compared to tangible asset. Tangible asset also we have done self-constructed asset, but there was no research phase, there was no development phase, because tangible asset is constructed every time. Research is not required, development ho jata hai. Are you getting? But here what they are saying, yes, it can be recognized. I don't. Write down expenditure during development phase should be recognized as an intangible asset if and only if what? Entity can demonstrate fixed conditions. How many conditions? Out of 6 conditions, 1 condition already we have done. What? Cost. Cost can be measured, and 5 condition is nothing but it is a demonstration of future economic benefit. Understood? The 5 condition is for what? Demonstration of future economic benefit. Correct? Out of 6 condition, 5 condition is for future economic benefit, 1 condition is for cost. Understood? What are that 5 conditions? Come to book. Internally generated goodwill we have understood. Internally generated goodwill should not be recognized as an asset. Goodwill should not be recognized as an asset because it is not an identifiable resource, it is not controlled by entity, it cannot be measured reliably cost. Similar copyright, trademark, brand, method, customer list, publishing titles should not be recognized if internally generated. Other internally generated intangible assets like software, website, know-how, correct? To assess whether an internally generated intangible asset meet the criteria for recognition, enterprise classify the generation of asset into research and development phase. Correct. Treatment of expenditure during research phase. Expenditure on research phase should be recognized as an expense when it is incurred. This you can read by own. Treatment of expenditure during development phase. An intangible asset arising from development phase should be recognized if and only if an enterprise can demonstrate all of the following. What are the point? Point number A. The technical feasibility of completing the intangible asset means there must be technical feasibility of completing the intangible asset. Means if it is not technically feasible, so it means there is no future economic benefit. Means engineer has till now not given approval, or suppose we have not received any sanction letter from government for development because we require permission for development now. It is quite possible that we are dealing with such item that government permission is required, till now approval has not received, you started development, so maja to na aa raha hai. It means even though you develop, no future economic benefit. You know, for developing drugs, COVID pandemic drugs, for development of that medicine or drugs, we require permission from whom? Government. Till we receive that government permission, we cannot start development of such vaccination. Are you getting what I am saying? So that vaccination was first research, then development, and then sale started. So that development is what? Know-how development. Understood? Correct. So there must be technical feasibility. There must be intention to complete the intangible asset. You started development, but there must be intention. In my case, when I started development, there was no intention to complete it. You remember? Website development, in between there was no intention to complete it. It means charge to what? Profit and loss account. Correct? There must be ability to use or sell such intangible asset. Means once you develop, you must be able to use it. You must be able to sell it. If you are not able to use it, if you are not able to sell it, no future economic benefit. Correct. There must be existence of market for the output of intangible asset or for the intangible asset itself. Means for nano car or for know-how, both there must be market. There is no market, there is no future economic benefit. There must be availability of what? Adequate technical or financial or other resources to complete the intangible asset. Which can say from 1 to 5 it is nothing but related to future economic benefit. Means they want you to make sure that there must be what? Future economic benefit. Means at any point of time, if you feel that there is no future economic benefit, do not capitalize, charge it to what? Profit and loss account as an expense immediately. Then its ability to measure the expenditure attributable to intangible asset during what? Development reliably. Means cost can be measured reliably. Understood? Can I say this? You need to remember, this is very important. Can you repeat with me? Point number A is what? Technical feasibility of completing the intangible asset. Second, intention to complete the intangible asset. Third is what? Ability to use or sell intangible asset. Four is what? Existence of market for intangible asset or for the output of intangible asset. Then what? Availability of adequate technical, financial or other resources for completing the intangible asset. Last is what? Cost can be measured reliably. Now, without seeing, can you say? Point number 1, technical feasibility of completing, intention to complete, ability to use or sell, there must be existence of market, adequate resources, financial and technical resources, cost can be measured reliably. Always whenever you memorize in this way, only the keywords. Technical feasibility, intention to complete, ability to use or sell, existence of market, availability of adequate resources. This keyword you should memorize. Balance you can write down in your own words. You are expert in English. And in exam now, they do not deduct marks for spelling mistake. No marks deduction. Grammatical mistake, no marks deducted. Because they also don't know spelling, they also don't know grammar. So even though your language is not clear, it should be what? Understandable. Means your intention should be filled. Even though grammatical mistake, now you will pass. Worse handwriting, you will pass. Handwriting is not important, grammatical mistake is not important, spelling mistake कुछ भी लिख दो, समझ में आना चाहिए. Are you getting? Are you getting? Demonstrate spelling mistake wrong, but they will understand you have written demonstrate. They will give marks. Are you getting? So don't worry about that. Only complete and come. Write 100 marks paper and come. Now it should not be, if you have written it is giving some other meaning, they will deduct marks. It should give the same meaning whatever you have written. Chalega? Understood. This is also done. Now let me take one example. You will say what to be done. Apply your common sense. This was research phase. Can I say 100 lakh incurred, charged to PL as an expense? And can I say on this day development started? But what happened? Six condition was satisfied at this point of time. Means there are some expenditure incurred यहाँ पर. Suppose 20 lakh incurred and it was charged to PL as an expense. And six condition was satisfied यहाँ पर. So this will be capitalized. This will be capitalized. But one doubt will come now, sir. Because now six conditions satisfied. Now what? We know future recurring benefit. So whatever we have charged to PL, can we reverse and can we capitalize as an intangible asset? Understood doubt? Doubt you understood? Not understood. This doubt is not about this. Doubt is about this. Are you able to understand? This was incurred during development phase, but six conditions were satisfied at this point of time. So we started capitalizing from this point of time. After this we'll capitalize, but the previous development expenditure was charged to PL as an expense. Now the doubt is that once six conditions satisfied, now it is probable future economic benefit. So whatever we have charged to PL previously, can we reverse it and now can we capitalize it as an intangible asset? Yes or no? Means can we reverse and can we capitalize? Yes or no? No? No. So no is correct. Means it cannot be capitalized as an intangible asset. Means development phase will be capitalized from a date when the sixth condition is satisfied. And before it, if you have charged some expenses to PL account, once charged to PL, it will be charged in PL only. Means what is the rule of life? What is the rule of life? From this we will create one rule of our life. Correct? Means whatever loss has been incurred and charged to PL should not come on the face of balance sheet. Balance sheet shows the position, financial position, means your position. Correct? Now just try to understand. If you have taken 3-4 attempts in CA foundation, suppose, I don't know how many attempts you have taken. Correct now? I will not ask also. And I never ask. I think you have never find that I am asking how many attempts you have taken. I never ask. I will never ask to anyone. And if someone asks me, I will give one slap. Because there is no one have right to ask my attempt now, because I am chartered accountant. Correct now? Bolna yes or no? So just try to, suppose you have taken 3, and you take one example, therefore I am saying, suppose you have taken 3-4 attempts in CA foundation. Once you pass CA foundation, you came to CA inter, loss written off. Whether it will come in your balance sheet. So should we disclose your attempt? Never say your attempt to anyone until it's legally required. Understood? You pass CA foundation, you came to CA inter, you taken 4 attempts. You came to CA final. Loss written off. Once you pass CA inter, loss written off now. Whether it should come on the face of a balance sheet. No. Means you should not be sad about it. You should be happy. In balance sheet, it will not come now. Means once you pass CA inter, you are not supposed to disclose the number of attempts. Similarly, in CA final, if you are taking multiple attempts, but if you become CA, you are not supposed to disclose your attempt until unless legally required. And legally it can be required only in 2 places, in interview or in by ICAI. Otherwise, don't disclose your attempt to anyone. Once you say now 5 attempts, 10 attempts, your value degrade. Here now, more than enough, name is enough. I mean, someone is asking how many attempts, give them one. No one has a right to ask this thing to you. Correct? Understood? So if someone, I think many of your friends or juniors ask attempt now, say first attempt. Say what? First attempt. Don't say. If you will not say, so they will ask na. You will let up first attempt. CA foundation how many attempt? Yes, very good. CA enter how many attempt? हो जाएगा first attempt. This is my first attempt only. बोलो. This is my first attempt and the last attempt. First and last attempt. Correct? I mean, you should not say first attempt. You should say only this is last attempt. Because when you say first, the second will come. Say this is last attempt. Correct? This is the only attempt I am writing. I know I don't know about first attempt. Believe me, when I used to write exam now, I don't used to think about first attempt, second attempt. My exam I will pass. It never comes in my mind कि the first attempt, second attempt, May के बाद November के बाद May. Means I have never thought about this. Believe me, it was not in my mind only. Means exam I will write, I will pass, then I come to CA enter, then I will write, I will pass, then I come to CA final, I write and pass. Okay? Have you understood this? Yes, sir. So how many attempts you will take in CA foundation? CA foundation how many attempts? For CA foundation the only one attempt na. What is last attempt? Someone is asking how many attempts? Say first attempt, last attempt. CA enter you will say this is my last attempt. Correct? कुछ भी बोलते हो. Past expense not to be recognized as an asset. I hope you have understood now. Expenditure on an intangible asset that was initially recognized as an expense by the reporting entity in previous annual financial statement or interim financial report should not be recognized as a part of cost of intangible asset at a later date. Understood? Correct. This much we have understood. So initial measurement we have understood. Subsequent measurement is required. So can we continue tomorrow? Tomorrow? So tomorrow we'll complete it. Tomorrow. I understood. Tomorrow we'll complete it. So tomorrow we'll complete the entire syllabus. One will be your accounting standard test. One will be your chapter test. One will be what? Full mock test. So 3 tests I will take. First is only accounting standard. First accounting standard because you revise for that. Then I will take chapter test. Then what? Full test. So 3 tests will be there. We'll plan it and you plan it and you update us. Okay? Thank you very much. We'll meet tomorrow. Till then, bye bye. Take care. Enjoy your remaining day. Very good morning, everyone. How are you all? Now, last class we started AS 26. We have completed up to initial recognition and measurement. Correct? We have done many cases. If purchase for monetary consideration, if purchase for non-monetary consideration, then intangible asset acquired in amalgamation. Correct now? Then through government grant, then internally generated intangible asset. We have done that. Any doubt in that? Now we'll take some question, but after completion of entire AS 26. Okay. Let's complete this chapter. Then come to subsequent expenditure. Means any expenditure which is incurred on intangible asset after initial recognition. So of course it can be also capitalized. So what AS 26 says that subsequent expenditure on an intangible asset after its purchase or its completion, means we can say after initial recognition. After initial recognition, we can add on after initial recognition. Correct? Should be recognized as an expense when it is incurred unless, so any subsequent expenditure will be recognized as an expense unless these 2 conditions are satisfied. And these 2 conditions is nothing but recognition criteria condition that it is probable that expenditure will enable the asset to generate future economic benefit, or the expenditure can be measured and attributed to that asset reliably. If these 2 conditions are satisfied, then such expenditure should be added to the cost of intangible asset. Otherwise, it will be charged to PL as an expense immediately. So this is same to same whatever we have done for recognition criteria, that will be applied. Means I will say in this way, if recognition criteria satisfied, then capitalize, otherwise charge to PL as a expense. Okay. Now measurement subsequent to initial recognition. Measurement subsequent to initial recognition means at each balance sheet date. At each balance sheet date. Now if you remember, AS10 has given two options, cost model or revaluation model, but AS20 does not permit revaluation of intangible asset. Means only what model? Cost model. So you can see they have given only which model? Cost model. There is no revaluation model. That means intangible asset will not be revalued, So if you are applying cost model, it is very simple. Cost less accumulated amortization less accumulated impairment loss, this become carrying amount. Correct. So cost less accumulated amortization is nothing but similar depreciation. Then accumulated impairment loss is actually covered in AS 28, which is not in our syllabus, but to some extent this question can be asked in exam. So I'll just give you some reference about what is actually impairment loss, when impairment loss will be recognized. To the extent of this chapter is from examination point of view. Correct. So it is cost less accumulated amortization less accumulated impairment loss, this become carrying amount at each reporting date. Understood? Correct. Now let us understand amortization. So amortization is, I will say, similar depreciation, but there is some difference between AS10 depreciation and AS26 amortization. But amortization and depreciation are same, with similar concept. Depreciation, that term is used for tangible asset. Amortization, that term is used for intangible asset. Correct. So can you say amortization is nothing but the depreciable amount? You can see they have used the word depreciable amount. So of course you can say amortization amount. The depreciable amount of an intangible asset should be allocated on a systematic basis over the useful life of that asset. Same thing we have done for AS10. Correct. Now, what will be depreciable amount? Depreciable amount will be cost minus estimated residual value. Means we'll deduct any estimated residual value from cost, that become depreciable amount. Now, what is the residual value? As per AS10, we need to estimate residual value. But what AS26 says, that normally the residual value of an intangible asset will be 0. Why 0? Because can I say intangible asset is not easily capable of being sold. Correct now. Therefore, most of the cases the residual value will be 0. So what they said, the residual value of an intangible asset should be assumed to be what? 0, unless any one of the conditions satisfied. Means it can be what? Some other amount also, if A or B is satisfied. So what they said, if there is a commitment by third party to purchase that asset at the end of useful life, means some other party has given a commitment that he will purchase the asset at this price, then that will become residual value. Or if there is an active market for the asset, means normally we do not have active market for intangible asset. For example, brand, we do not have any active market. Correct now. For example, trademark, patent, we do not have active market. But if I say software, so software might be an active market. So if there is an active market, it might be possible that from that active market we can estimate residual value. Correct. So if there is an active market estimated from that market, then it will be other than 0. So what I want to say, if question is silent, always assume 0. If given, so take that amount. Understood. So residual value, I hope you have understood. Correct. Now amortization period. So of course, can I say amortization period means what is the useful life? Useful life of that intangible asset. So we have understood that depreciable amount of intangible assets should be allocated on a systematic basis over the useful life of asset. So how to estimate useful life? Once again, AS10 says estimate useful life, but AS26 says there will be a presumption taken. Means there is a rebutable presumption. What is the meaning of rebutable presumption? Rebutable presumption means without any logic. Means some presumption has been taken from accounting point of view, because normally intangible asset, it is not possible to estimate the useful life. Therefore, one presumption has been taken that useful life of intangible asset should not exceed what? Should not exceed 10 years from the date when the asset is available for use. So it should not exceed 10 years. Means we can estimate useful life either 10 years or less than 10 years. If question is silent, will take what? 10 years. Understood? So a presumption has been taken. That presumption is rebutable. Rebutable means without any logic. So a rebuttable presumption has been taken. The useful life of an intangible asset should not exceed 10 years. Correct. However, what they said, higher useful life can be taken. Higher life can be taken if there is an evidence that useful life is more than 10 years. For example, suppose we purchase a license to run a cinema hall for 20 years. The license is valid for 20 years. So there is a contractual license. So if the license can be used for 20 years, so there is an evidence with the contract it is 20 years, then useful life will be 20 years. So if there is a clear evidence, then we can take longer life also. But if there is no evidence, it should be what? 10 years. However, amortization should commence when the asset is available for use. Of course, will commence from the date when the asset is available for use, not put to use. Available for use. It might be case that it is available for use right now, but it is put to use after 1 year. So amortization will start from a date when the asset is ready for use or available for use. Same thing was done in AS10. Same thing was done in AS10. Understood this point? Amortization easy. Correct. Amortization method. It is an amortization method based on the economic flow. Means what they said, amortization method should reflect the pattern in which asset economic benefit are consumed by the entity. Correct. Means what would be the amortization method? Can I say it can be either SLM or reducing balance method, or it can be production unit method. There are three methods. Same thing is given in AS10, either straight line method, this should delete. Straight line method, diminishing balance method means reducing balance method, or production unit method. Same thing was given for property, plant and equipment also. But which method should be used? Whether SLM, RBM or production unit method, that will based on what? The pattern in which the asset economic benefit are consumed by the entity. For example, the pattern is what? Evenly spread, means we'll use what? If the pattern is what? Reducing, we'll use what? RBM. Or if the pattern is based on production, then we'll use what? Production unit method. So what they said, ki whatever method you are using, that should reflect the pattern in which economic benefit are consumed by the entity. Understood? Correct. However, there is one special point given which was not given in AS10. In AS10 says that you need to estimate the economic benefit pattern. However, for tangible asset, it is easy to estimate the pattern of economic benefit. But for intangible asset, it might happen we are using for the first time that intangible asset. So it is not every time possible to estimate the pattern of economic benefit. To what they said, if the pattern cannot be determined, then always use what? Straight line method. Understood? So if pattern cannot be estimated or used or information is not given in exam question, use what? Straight line method. Understood? Have you understood? Then of course, can I say we should review amortization period and amortization method at least at the end of each financial year. We should review, can I say amortization method may change, amortization period may change, useful life may change. So we should review the amortization period and amortization method at least at the end of each financial year. Means at the end of each financial year we should reassess the amortization method as well as amortization period. There may be some changes. Such changes will be accounted as per AS5. Means can I say it will be changes in accounting estimate. Changes. So it will be considered as what? Changes in what? Accounting estimate. Changes in accounting estimate. Chalega? Understood? Have you understood this point? Yes, sir. Correct. No doubt. Correct. Then about the recoverability of carrying amount, I said impairment loss will discuss. So it might happen the asset is impaired. What is the meaning of asset impairment? Just try to understand what AS28 says. This is covered where? As per AS28, which is not in syllabus, but there is some point or some question may be asked in AS26 also, because AS26 has given reference of what? Impairment. However, impairment is covered where? Under AS28. So in past year they have asked question. They should not ask, but they have asked. So we are doing some question based on examination point of view. So what AS28 says that if recoverable amount is less than what? Carrying amount. If recoverable amount is less than carrying amount, then it means asset will be impaired. Correct? Means if the carrying amount is 100 and recoverable amount is 80, it should be impaired by how much? 20. Recoverable amount means what? That we need to explain. That is defined where? This recoverable amount is defined where? Under AS 28. But can I say if I am saying recoverable amount? So for any asset, how can you recover the amount of asset? Either by sale or by use. Correct? So which means, suppose you can sell it and you can get 1 lakh. If you sell the asset, you can get 1 lakh. If you use the asset, you will get some benefit by using the asset, and suppose it is 1,20,000. So what AS28 says, this will be higher. Recoverable amount will be what? Higher. So recoverable amount means what? Recoverable amount means what? Right now you will not be able to understand, but you can write down fair value or value in use, whichever is higher. Whichever is higher. Or better, instead of fair, write down net selling price. Net selling price. Net selling price is nothing but NRV. Net selling price is nothing but NRV, means expected sale price minus expected selling expense is what? Net selling price. Value in use means what? Present value of cash, present value of cash flow from the use of asset. From the use of asset. Just write down this. From the use of asset. Means, can I say if cash flow is given and remaining useful life is given, so you can calculate present value. Discounting rate will be given. So the present value of cash flow from the use of asset, that become value in use. So if this is given, you can calculate higher amount. Higher amount become recoverable amount, and if recoverable amount is less than carrying amount. So if recoverable amount is less than, correct now. So if recoverable amount is less than carrying amount, then RA minus CA is equal to what? Impairment loss. This will be impairment loss, and this impairment loss will be charged to PL. Understood? Only this much you need to understand. Have you understood? Correct. So what I want to say, can I say impairment, if you want to write down impairment loss, impairment, just write down impairment loss is equal to recoverable amount minus carrying amount. If recoverable amount is less than carrying amount, recoverable amount is equal to higher of what? Below higher of point number A is what? Net selling price. Net selling price will be given in the question, or what? Value in use. Very good. What is value in use? Value in use, that is present value of future cash flow. Future cash flow to be obtained from what? From use of asset. Discounted, to discounting in rate will be given. This is impairment loss. Only this much you need to understand. Understood impairment? Correct. And this impairment loss will be recognized as expense in PL. Will be recognized as expense in PL. Understood? Correct? Yes, sir. So this also you have understood. Then last point, retirement and disposal, means when to de-recognize intangible asset. So when to de-recognize, can I say an asset, intangible asset should be de-recognized, means eliminated from balance sheet on disposal, either on disposal or when no future economic benefit is expected from such asset. If no future economic benefit, it will be automatically de-recognized. So either of these, either on disposal or on when no future economic benefit is expected. Any gain or loss, means any gain or loss arising from disposal should be recognized in PL only. Any gain or loss will be recognized in PL, it will be recognized in PL. So gain or loss will be calculated by using what? It is nothing but, can I say, sale price minus what? The carrying amount of asset. So if we deduct carrying amount of intangible asset from sale price, this is nothing but gain or loss. This gain or loss will be transferred to what? PL. Understood? Correct? Then disclosure requirement is very simple. Useful life or amortization rate should be disclosed. Ki what is the useful life? What is the amortization rate that is required to be disclosed? Correct? Then amortization method need to be disclosed. Correct? Which method you have used? Correct? Then carrying amount and accumulated amortization. Correct? Now at the beginning and at the end of the period should be disclosed. Correct? Not important if I am not discussing much. Reason for the presumption that useful life will exceed 10 years. If you have taken useful life more than 10 years, what is the reason for that? That need to be disclosed. Research and development expenditure which is recognized as an expense. We have done last class. Research expenses so will be always charged to PL. Sometimes development expenditure is also charged to PL if 6 condition is not satisfied. So that how much has been recognized as an expense, that need to be disclosed. Understood? Correct. Now let us take some questions. The AS26 completed. Correct. Now question number 1. I am just doing some question. ABC Limited developed know-how by incurring an expenditure of 20 lakh. The know-how was used by the company from 1/4/2002. The useful life of the asset is 10 years from the year of commencement of its use. The company has not amortized the asset till 31st March 2009. So till 31st March 2009, no amortization has been done. Correct? No amortization has been done. Pass journal entry to give the effect of value of know-how as per AS26 for the year 31st March 2009. So it was available for use. We are doing question number 1. It was available on which date? On 1/4/2002. Correct? Right now it is what? 31st March. So how many year check karenge? It is how many year? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How many year? 7 year. Out of 7 year, 1 is what? First one is current year. And 6 year is what? Prior year. Means we need to calculate depreciation. So depreciation will be how much? What is the amount? 20 lakh. 20 lakh divided by 10 year is equal to what? 2 lakh. So current year depreciation is what? 2. And prior year depreciation is what? 14. 12. So can this become prior period item? This become current year depreciation. Correct? So we need to pass one journal entry. Let's see what journal entry they have given. If profit and loss account prior period item, understood, will be 12 lakh. So current year PL will be debited, but as a prior period item, that is 12 lakh. Depreciation of current year is how much? 2 lakh. And 2 intangible asset is what? 14 lakh. This journal entry will do. Simple. Simple. So this prior period item will be disclosed as per AS 5. As per AS 5. You remember that AS 5, it will be after extraordinary item. So we will first calculate profit after extraordinary item, then plus minus prior period item. Understood? Yes, sir. Then one more question. I'm just taking good question, okay? Correct? This is a very important question that I expected. During the current year, enterprise incurred cost to develop and produce a routine low risk computer software product. So enterprise incurred cost to develop, means this is development cost, means research and development. Yeah, they are developing a computer software. Understood. Completion of detailed program and design phase 1 50,000, coding and testing 40,000, other coding cost 63,000, testing cost 18,000, product master for training material 19,500, packing of product 16,500. Now the question is that which one will be capitalized? What they said, after completion of phase 2, it was established the product is technically feasible for the market. Means can I say on this date we obtain technical feasibility? Means this two will be charged to PL as an expense. Means 50 and 40 will be charged to PL as an expense, because till that what we have not got technical feasibility. So technical feasibility was obtained after second phase. Can I say other coding costs will be capitalized? Testing costs will be also capitalized. Product master for training material. So normally what happens whenever we develop one software, so there will be one master file, and that master file will be used for copy other software. From that master file will copy software, and that copy will be sold. Correct? For example, we are recording right now, so there will be one master recording. That master recording will not give you now. From master recording now we'll make one encrypted file. Encrypted file will be given to you, that cannot be used by you more than one time, and it cannot be given by you to any other student. But master file will be raw file, will not give you raw file, will give you encrypted file. So master file become my intellectual property, and from that we are generating what? Encrypted file. So encrypted file become my inventory. Correct now? So master file, product master file pro training material, this will be used. Correct now? So can you say these three costs will be capitalized? And after the packing of product means what? Once you have copied software, you are doing packing, so that is inventory cost. That is not development cost. So this will be charged to PL. Understood? That is only given. Just can you read once what is given? Just read fast. This is important. Same to same question will come. Given? Understood? How to write, have you understood? Correct. Yes, sir. But expected question. Correct. Some more question I will take. Come to question 12. A company acquired for internal use as software on 28/1 from USA for US dollar 1 lakh. So exchange rate was 52 per US dollar. So you'll do 1 lakh into 52. Correct? The seller allowed a discount of 5%. So discount will be allowed on 1 lakh only. To 1 lakh 5%. How much? 5,000. So it becomes 95,000. 95,000 into 52 you'll do. Correct? Then import duty will be added. So import duty will be on what? After trade discount only. So you can see they have done what? Import duty on 95,000 they have calculated. Import duty 20% they have calculated on what amount? Check karo. On 49 lakh 40,000 check karo. Same amount is coming. Correct? So this came what? 59 lakh 28,000. 59 lakh 28,000. Then they have given purchase tax. So purchase tax means just like GST. So GST you can see they have added on 15 lakh 28,000. That becomes GST. If nothing is given, we'll assume it is non-refundable. It is non-refundable. Understood? Correct? So I hope you have understood this import duty and purchase tax. Entry tax recoverable letter from tax department. So it will not be added. Correct? Installation expense will be added. Installation expense will be added. Professional fee for clearance of customer. This will be also added. Any professional fee will be also added. And then you sum total, you get what? The cost price. This type of question can be asked. Super easy. Easy. What is given? Next point. Whatever I am not doing, you can do it by your own, therefore I am not doing. चलेगा? हाँ? चलो one question और. But this you do by your own, easy only. This is also one favorite question of institute. Religare Limited acquired a patent of a drug at a cost of 20 lakh for a period of 4 years, and the product life cycle is 4 years. The company capitalized the cost and started amortizing the asset at 5 lakh per annum. Means on SLM basis, 20 lakh divided by 4 SLM. After 1 year, it was found that product life cycle may continue for another 5 years, and the net cash flow from the product these 5 years were expected to be itna respectively. Find out the amortization of pattern for each of the year. Means what they want to say? Yeah, they have given economic benefit. Means year 1, first year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. Means first year, so from 50 lakh na? Sorry, 20 lakh na? 20 lakh, how much amortization done? 5 lakh. So what is the value? 15 lakh. Understood? This point. Now this become 15 lakh, and what they are saying at the end of, means from second year they have revised their useful life to another 5 years, and they have given pattern 8, 12, 10, 12.5. It become 8, 12, then what? 10, 12.5, 7.5. So can you see this 15 lakh will be now amortized in this ratio? So this 15 lakh amortized in this ratio. Have you understood this point? What is coming? Batao. 15 lakh. This total is coming how much? This total 8 lakh plus 12 lakh. 8 lakh plus 12 lakh. This is coming 50 lakh. So the 15 into 8 divided by 50, how much? 2 lakh 40,000. Then then 2 lakh. Check whether the answer is correct. Check karo. Same thing, but what they have done, they have calculated amortization basis and then they have done, but same answer will come. Have you understood? Correct. This type of question can be asked. Similar question, you can see one more question. A company had deferred research and development cost of 150 lakh. Sales expected in the subsequent year are itna respectively. You are asked to suggest how research and development cost is to be charged to PL account, assuming entire cost is development cost. Means they have said entire cost is development cost and we'll assume that it has been capitalized. So this will be amortized in this ratio. Correct now. If at the end of third year, it is felt that no further benefit will accrue in fourth year, how unamortized will be debt in the account of the company? Can you say in third year the entire remaining balance will be charged to PL? Correct now. Means first year it will be what? 150. This total is what? 1000. So first year it will be 150 into 400 divided by 1000. How much? 60. Second year it will be 150 into 300 divided by 1000. How much? 45. Now how much balance remain? Balance is what? 150 minus this 45. And in the third year they are saying that no benefit will accrue in fourth year. So entire 45 will be recognized as an expense in third year. Because no future economic benefit is expected. No future economic benefit expected. So entire balance will be charged in which year? Third year. That is only given. Check karenge. Acha, they have given two cases. Correct now. First they have done on the basis. Then if at the end of third year the circumstances do not justify that future benefit will accrue, then company has to charge unamortized amount, that is remaining 45 lakh, as an expense immediately. Understood? Huh? It's not disposal case. You can say disposal case also, no future economic benefit is expected. So it will be disposed of, means the entire balance will be charged to PL only, because it is not yet sold now. So there is no sale price, you can say in this way. So if no future economic benefit is expected, then it will be deleted from balance sheet. Correct? Yes, sir. Understood? Similar question is given 16, you can do by your own. Correct? Then question 17. Dell International Limited is developing a new production process during the financial year 31st March 2006. The total expenditure incurred on this process was 40 lakh. Correct? The production process meet the criteria for recognition as an intangible asset on 1st December 2005. So on 1st December 2005, recognition criteria was satisfied. Expenditure incurred till this date was 16 lakh. So 16 lakh will be charged to PL. Further expenditure incurred in the process for the financial year ended was 70 lakh. So 70 lakh will be capitalized. As on 31st March 2007, the recoverable amount, understood, recoverable amount for impairment loss of know-how embodied in the process estimated to be 62 lakh. This include an estimate of future cash outflow as well as inflow. Understood? It is given for impairment. You are required to work out. But the point number A, what is the expenditure to be charged to PL account for the first financial year 31st March 2006? Understood? First let me draw. But they are saying first year 31st March 2006. Then it is 31st March 2007. Correct? What is the total expenditure of first year? 40 lakh. 40 lakh. Out of this, when the recognition criteria was satisfied, 1st December. Correct? So can I say this is 16 lakh. So this is how much? 40 minus 16 means how much? 24 lakh. And they again incurred how much? 70 lakh. So can I say this will be charged to PL? This will be capitalized. So what is the carrying amount as on this date? 24 lakh. Then this will be also capitalized. So this will become 24 plus 70. How much? 94 lakh. But what is the recoverable amount? 62. So how much impairment loss? 32 will be transferred to PL. Understood? Simple. Have you understood this point? Yes, so let's see. What is the expenditure to be charged to PL account for the first year? You only say. What is the carrying amount of intangible asset for the first year? What is the expenditure to charge to PL account for the financial year second year? Impairment, how much amount? What is the carrying amount of intangible asset after impairment? 94, 62 lakh. Same answer is given, check karo. Simple na? Correct? One more question. An enterprise is developing a new production process. During the year 2001, expenditure incurred was 10 lakh, of which 9 lakh was incurred before 1st December and 1 lakh was incurred between 1st December and 31st December. Similar question has been given. The enterprise is able to demonstrate that at 1st December, the production process made the criteria for recognition of an intangible asset. The recoverable amount of know-how embodied in the process, including cash outflow to complete the process, is estimated to be what? 5 lakh. Same question has been given. Bolo. Same question has been given or not? Correct? Badao. So what they have asked means what they have given. First 10 lakh was the expenditure, 9 lakh will be charged to PL, 1 lakh will be capitalized, and recoverable amount is 5 lakh. Recoverable amount is more than what? Carrying amount. Therefore no impairment loss. Therefore no impairment loss. Understood? Same thing is given. If you want to read, read. Understood? This is a good question. Question number 19. I am just doing so that you understand. This is very simple. Correct? An enterprise has incurred an expense for purchase of technical know-how for manufacturing a moped. Means a know-how was developed for manufacturing a moped. Means moped is inventory. I have given one example of nano car. So know-how is intangible asset. For manufacturing of nano car. Nano car is what? Inventory. Moped is what? Inventory. The enterprise has paid 5 crore for the use of know-how for a period of 4 years. The enterprise estimate the production of moped as follow. So this was the estimation of production. Means this can be used for amortization. Ongoing into production, at the end of first year it is achieve its target production, but consider to revise the estimate for the next 3 years. How much this estimation change? Means what they want to say. Just try to understand. 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year. But the initial estimation was how much? 20, then 1 lakh. 100 na? Then what was at this point of time this was actually achieved? First year actually achieved? They have given na? How much? Ongoing into production, at the end of first year it achieved the targeted production. So at the end of first year this was achieved. But they have revised this. They have revised this now. So they have done 35. 35, 65, 65, 80, correct. Now, the question is that when you will calculate depreciation of first year, amortization of first year, what is the cost price of technical know-how? 5 crore. 5 crore you will take into what? Into 25,000 divided by what? Divided by, you will take this or you will take this. Batao. 1 or 2? Means you will take total production. So total production you will take case 1 or case 2? I am saying top 1 or bottom? Bottom. You will take, because at the end of the year you are calculating what? Amortization, and now you will take revised one. Correct? Very good. Excellent. Means it will be 25,000 plus 35,000 plus 65,000 plus 80,000. Very good. How much? It is coming how much? 5 crore. Means 5 crore multiplied by 25,000 divided by 2 lakh. What is the answer you are getting? How much? Whatever answer you are getting, whatever answer you are getting, write down. Correct now? Now, everyone, listen. Now, second question what they have asked, how will the enterprise amortize technical know-how? This too you have understood? Means first year you will do 25 by this, second year you will do, if suppose this is achieved, so 35 by this. Suppose in second year this is achieved. So second year amortization will be 35 by 2 lakh 5. Third year it will be 65 by 2 lakh 5. Fourth year it will be 80 by 2 lakh 5. If suppose we assume the revised become actual. Correct? But second question what they ask, whether this amortization should be directly charged as an expense or should form part of production cost of moped. Means whether it will be included in cost price of inventory or it will be charged to PL as an expense. Batao. This amortization cost, whether it will be expense in PL or it can be included in the cost price of inventory. Batao. No, as per AS2, it will be included in the cost price of inventory. Because can you see this technical know-how, as technical know-how is used in the production of moped, so that depreciation will become direct cost now. Means I think costing also in overhead you include depreciation. Costing subject production overhead include depreciation. So depreciation of those assets which are engaged in production process will be included in the cost of production. Understood? So therefore it will not be expense, it will be included where? In the cost price of, you can see in the given case amortization expense will be included in the cost price of inventory. Understood? Have you understood? Then 20 is also similar question. This type of question normally they ask. Correct? You can do by your own. This also you can do by your own. This already we have done similar question. Let's see this question. 24. Surgical Limited is developing a new production process of surgical equipment. During the financial year ended 31st March 2020, total expenditure incurred is 67 lakh. The production made the criteria on 1st Jan. Similar question we have done. Expenditure incurred till this day is 35, means after recognition criteria it is 67 minus 35. Further expenditure is 105. As on 31st March 2001, the recoverable amount is 89. Similar question we have done. You can do it by own. You can see exam it came for 5 marks. It will be capitalized. Correct. We have done that only na. Correct. This is also similar question we have done. 25. This question will come from book only. Correct. Let's see what is this. X Limited carried on business of manufacturing of bakery product. The company has 2 trademarks, Sun and Surya. 1 month before, the company knows through one of the marketing managers that both trademarks have allegedly been infringed by other competitor engaged in the same field. Means it has been used by some other competitor. They started using that. After investigation, legal department of the company informed that it had a weak case on trademark Sun and a strong case in regard of trademark Surya. Means they can lose the case for Sun, they can win the case of Surya. X Limited incurred additional legal fee to stop infringement of both trademark. Both trademark have a remaining legal life of 10 years. How should X account for legal cost? Now the question, this becomes subsequent expenditure. Should we capitalize it? So can you say this will not give any additional future economic benefit now? Correct? So this will be charged to PL. Therefore such legal cost incurred on both trademark must be recognized as an expense, because that will not give any additional future economic benefit. We have done right today only in a subsequent expenditure. I said if it meet 2 conditions, then it will be capitalized, otherwise it will not be capitalized. Understood? That the question is there. I hope you are understanding. Correct? This also you can do, but let us read once. Naresh Limited has the following transaction during the financial year 2019-20. Naresh Limited acquired running business of Sunil Limited for rupees 10,80,000 on 15th May 2019. So Naresh Limited acquired running business for rupees 10,80,000. The fair value of net asset is 5,16,000. So can you see this is nothing but amalgamation? So 10,80,000 minus 5,16,000. What is the amount coming? So 5 lakh, 10,80,000 minus 5,16,000. So can I say 5,64,000 become the amount of goodwill? Correct. Naresh Limited is of the view that due to popularity of Sunil Limited product in the market, it goodwill exists. Okay, goodwill will come or not? Yes. Naresh Limited had taken a franchisee on July 2019 to operate a restaurant from Sankalp Limited for rupees 1,80,000 at an annual fee of 10% of net revenue after deducting expenditure. The franchisee expired after 6 years. Net revenue was 60,000 during the financial year 1920. So franchisee they have acquired to this 1,80,000 will be capitalized. They acquired one franchisee, means they have paid. They have acquired a franchisee, means you have taken one franchisee and you paid how much? 1,80,000. So that is also one intangible asset. On 20th August 2019, Naresh Limited incurred a cost of 2,40,000 to register a patent for its product. Naresh Limited expect that patent economic life to be 8 years. So this will be also what? Capitalized. Naresh Limited follow an accounting policy to amortize all intangible asset on a straight line basis over the maximum period permitted by accounting standard, taking a full year amortization in the year of acquisition. Okay, maximum period they have given. So we'll amortize by using what? 10 year only. Goodwill on acquisition of business combination is amortized over 5 years. You can goodwill on acquisition of business is amortized over 5 years. Just write on one note. If I am saying intangible asset, so there are two type of intangible asset. One is goodwill. Now on amalgamation, and other intangible asset. Understood? For goodwill on amalgamation, AS 14 is applicable, and AS 14 says the maximum period of amortization is equal to 5 years. However, in this what is applicable? AS 26 is applicable, and AS 26 what? Say 10 years. Understood this point? However, it was given in the question. It might have, it is not given in the question. We'll apply AS 14 only to goodwill. Understood? Correct. Let's see what the answer is being given. Batao. How much goodwill is coming? Goodwill is coming how much? 5,64,000. You will do amortization by taking 5 years. So 5,64,000 divided by 5, how much? So this is 1,12,000. This is balance to be shown in balance sheet. Franchisee how much? 1,80,000. What is the useful life given? 6 years. So can I say either you will take 6 years or 10 years, whichever is less, because we cannot amortize more than 10, more than its actual useful life. Now you will do divide by 6, 30,000. This become balance to be shown in balance sheet. Then patent will be amortized by using what? 8 years. It become 30,000, and this is the balance to be shown in balance sheet. Very simple question. This type of question, lollipop question. Correct? I'm just doing so that you have some confidence. Yes, we have understood. Balance question, can you read by your own? Can you read by your own? I think most of the question, similar question we have taken. You can do it by your own. Chalega? Yes, sir. So with this we completed what? AS 26. Okay? Correct? We'll take 5-minute break. After 5-minute break, we'll start. Can we start once again? So we are into the last accounting standard of group 2 and last class. Correct? So last class you can see AS 18 related party. Now we have also one relationship. Hope so after the class also we maintain this relationship, and will definitely meet in what? CA final. Correct? Of course before that also we can meet, but of course I will wish that we meet as soon as possible. Where? In CA final FR class. Okay? Chalo. Let us understand related party as per what? AS 18. Now I hope you know that whenever there is a transaction between related party, it may be affected due to emotional relationship. Means it might happen it is not done at market price. So such information should be given to the user. So for that disclosure purpose, we need to first identify who are related party and what are related party transaction and what are disclosure requirement for that related party transaction. Means the objective of this chapter AS 18 is to identify related party relationship and the transaction between a reporting entity and its related party and their disclosure. So you can see to establish the requirement of disclosure for this A and B. So who are related party? Simple. What they said? Parties are considered to be related. Parties are considered to be related if at any time during the period, at any point, means one day also during the period, if at any point of time during the period, one party has the ability to control the other party, and one party has the ability to exercise significant influence over the other party. So it means what they want to say. We are doing AS18 now. AS18. What they are saying? If one party has the ability to control other party, correct? Or this one party has the ability to exercise what? Significant influence over other party, then relationship will be created. Means we need to now understand what is control and what is significant influence as per AS18. Understood? I hope you have understood. Who are related parties are considered to be related if at any point of time during the period one party has the ability to control other party, or one party has the ability to exercise significant influence over other party. Correct? Now means just try to understand. I am just giving one simple example. You can say your parent, correct, control you, correct? Understood? So can I say you have some relationship with your parent, and can I say your uncle and auntie does not control you but can exercise significant influence in your life. Understood? They are also related party. But if you are saying my uncle does not exercise significant influence over your life, so you will say, sir, even though there is a blood relationship but no relationship. Correct? Now there might be some blood relationship but there is no actual relationship because they are not able to exercise any significant influence. Control the parent will control, your uncle will not control your life. But can I say your grandparent control whom? Your parent. So through your parent, your grandparent will also control you. So this is known as indirect control. I hope you are understanding. So some party in your life will exercise significant influence over your life. For example, it might happen ki I may also exercise some significant influence over your life because I may change the decision. If you suppose ask me suggestion, so I can influence somewhat. So can you say if I am able to exercise, because all teachers will not be able to exercise, but if suppose I am able to exercise significant influence, so we are also under some relationship. Understood? So for relationship there are 2 points, control or significant influence. This point you understood. Now we need to understand when control will exist, when significant influence will exist, that we need to understand. However, we have done consolidation chapter. Consolidation chapter was totally based on control. Means parent and subsidiary relationship was based on control. But the control definition, whatever is given under AS21 is thoda different whatever is given in AS18. Correct? Now what was given in AS21, you remember consolidation chapter, when control is obtained, when first what when any one party hold more than 50% of voting power of other entity. Correct? A second condition was what? The board of directors is able to compose the governing, means one party is able to compose the board of directors of other entity. Correct? So these 2.7, these 2 points are same in AS18 definition, but one more point is added here. Let's see. Control. So control, what they said, if any one of the following conditions are satisfied, it is considered control. Means control will exist. Correct? What they said, point number A, ownership directly or indirectly of more than 50% of voting power of an entity. Correct? Now that is equity share ownership of more than 50%. Correct? Simple. Correct? Means what they want to say. If I say control definition, we are doing a control. So control point number 1, what they have said. If can I say parent P Limited hold 50%, more than 50% of S Limited, so can I say control is there? Control is there. Second, if I say P Limited hold more than 50% of S Limited, and S Limited hold more than 50% of Y Limited. So can say control here also, control here also, and indirectly through subsidiary P Limited also control what? Control Y Limited. Means can you say this is direct control? This is direct control. This is indirect control. So control can be directly or indirectly, but indirectly always through what? Through what? Subsidiary. Indirect control will always come through what? Subsidiary. I hope you are understanding. Correct? If you want to draw on. Correct. Means you can see one second. Ownership directly or indirectly. Understood? Directly or indirectly? I have given two examples, directly or indirectly, of more than one half, means 50% of voting power of entity. I hope you have understood this. Then point number B, control the composition of board of directors in case of company. Means if any entity control the composition of board of directors of another entity. Just try to understand. Suppose if I say in this way, example number 2, X Limited control the composition of board of directors of Y Limited. It means they can appoint directors. Suppose there are 5 directors to be appointed. 5 directors to be appointed. And out of 5, either all directors or majority of directors will be appointed by X Limited. Means can I say X Limited can control Y Limited because all the decision of Y Limited will be taken by directors only. And suppose out of these, either 5 directors can be appointed by this, or 4 directors can be appointed by this, or 3 directors can be appointed by this. It means they can control the composition. 2 directors then not. Understood? So when I am saying control the composition of board of directors, means X Limited has the right to appoint either or a majority of directors of what? Y Limited. Understood this point? Have you understood? Correct. So what they said, an entity is considered to control the composition of board of directors of a company if it has power to appoint or remove all or majority of directors of that company, either all or majority of the director of that company. Understood? So this point number A was same given under AS 21. AS 21 means for consolidation chapter. Means can I say when point number A is satisfied, so this other entity becomes subsidiary. This is subsidiary. Correct? In this also S Limited and Y Limited are subsidiary. In this also what? Y Limited is subsidiary. And X Limited become what? Parent. X Limited become parent. Understood this point? But AS 18 has given one more point for control, which was not in AS 21. Means as per AS 18, control may arise with point number C. But as per AS 21, control will not arise from point number C. Are you able to understand? What they say, point number C, a substantial interest in voting power and power to direct the financial and operating policy. Substantial interest means more than 20% but less than 50%. So suppose if I am holding more than 20% in your company and have a power to direct means give directions, power to direct the financial and operating policies, it means I have a control. Means what they want to say? Suppose if I say example number 3, X Limited hold more than 20% but less than 50%. If more than 50%, so then they come in point number 1 only. Correct? Plus what? Power to direct. PTD means what? PTD means what? Power to direct. Direct what? Financial and operating policy. Means I can give direction for your policies. So somehow I have control. Logically it is not correct, but chalo theek hai, from AS 18 point of view, let us assume whatever given we need to follow that. Correct now. So if I am holding more than 20% and I have a power to direct your policies. Correct. So what AS 18 says, control exists, means they are saying control exists, but you only say whether Y Limited will become subsidiary. Control is there as per AS 18, means Y Limited become related party. But whether Y Limited will be subsidiary? No. So Y Limited control is there, but Y Limited is not a subsidiary. As per which AS? As per AS 21. I said control definition as per AS 21 is for consolidation chapter. In consolidation chapter right now you said point number A and B only. Point number C was missing in control definition given by AS 21. Means as per AS 18 for related party relationship control means A, B, C. But for parent subsidiary only it is A and B. No, you are not able to understand. Control is there, means they have some relationship, but it is not a subsidiary. Means Y Limited will not be considered as subsidiary. Not able to understand what I am saying. 1 second. If in example number control is there, correct? So S Limited becomes subsidiary. If in example number 2 control is there, Y Limited becomes subsidiary, correct? But in example control is there as per AS 18, but Y Limited is not a sub, means Y Limited will not prepare CFS. Sorry, X Limited will not prepare CFS with what? Y Limited. Understood? So you are confused, I think so. Confused na? What I am saying, just try. Let me explain this way. Means let me explain this way. Point number 1 is what? More than 50% voting power, correct? Subsidiary related party. Now say parent subsidiary relationship. Point number 1, whether it will create parent subsidiary relationship? Yes. Whether it is a related party? Yes. Now understood? Point number 2, power to compose board of directors. Whether it will create parent subsidiary relationship? Yes. Whether it is a related party? Yes. Point number 3, if I am saying more than 20% plus what? Power to direct. So whether it will be parent subsidiary relationship? No. But whether it is a related party? Yes. So this is as per AS 21, this is as per 18. So right now we are doing this chapter now. But as per AS 21, if control exists because of point number 3, whether you will prepare consolidation? No. Because there is no parent subsidiary relationship. Thoda confusion hai. This is thoda technical subject, thoda technical chapter I will say. Have you understood this? Thoda. So what I am saying right now, we are concentrating on this. But then also can you say you need to identify whether the other party is subsidiary or not. If suppose in exam you read point number 3 will give subsidiary relationship, that will be wrong. Control is there, but the other party is not a subsidiary. It will become subsidiary only because of point number 1 and point number 2. Understood? If you want to write on this. I think this is giving more clear picture. Understood? Once again. Have you understood what when the control will exist as per AS 18? Point number 1. Point number 1 is what? Ownership directly and indirectly of more than 50% of voting power of other entity. Point number B, control the composition of board of director in case of company. Point number C, a substantial interest in voting power means more than 20% plus power to direct the operating and financial policies of other entity. So substantial interest, they say substantial interest means equity share ownership of 20% or more, but up to what? 50%. Understood? Now what is significant influence? Control you have understood. Now we are coming to significant influence. So significant influence, they said, where one party has the ability to influence or participate in the financial and operating policy decision. Means just try to understand, if I am saying I am holding more than 50%, so it means I am taking all the decision. If I am saying I have a power to direct, means I am just giving directions, means I have a power, means I have more power. But if I am saying I am able to participate, I am participating. I am participating means in your family meeting, everyone will come for participation, but everyone will not take final decision. Now, correct? Suppose one marriage is going to happen, so who will take ultimate final decision? The head of the family. Who is the head of the family? Your grandfather, your grandmother, your father. That become the head of the family. But can I say other relation will also come? So they will participate, but they will not take final decision. Means they are exercising significant influence in your life, but they are not taking final decision of your life. Correct now? For example, you want to admit in a college, so all will give all will give some suggestion. They will participate, but who will take final decision? Parent. So parent has what? Control. Other party has what? Significant influence. So they are only participating. Understood? So one party has the ability to participate in the financial and operating policy decision, but they have no control. They have no control. What they want to say is significant influence may be acquired by either some statute, means law, either it can be given by some law. Act has given such power, suppose, or it can be acquired through agreement, through contractual agreement. Means one entity has done one contractual agreement with someone that you can exercise significant influence, or it can be through some share ownership. Normally from exam point of view, this is important. So what AS 18 says that if an investing party directly or indirectly hold 20% or more than voting power of entity, then significant influence may be acquired. Means significant influence means one party is holding 20% or more than 20% of voting power, but they do not have power to direct. They have power to participate. If they have power to direct, they become what? Control. For this chapter, understood? If an investing party directly or indirectly hold less than 20% of voting power, correct, of the entity, and such influence can be clearly demonstrated, means what they want to see, if any investing party has more than 20%, 20% or more than 20%, it will be always presumed that the investing party can exercise significant influence. But if you are holding less than 20%, you may also what? Exercise significant influence, but if it is clearly demonstrated, means you need to give some evidence for that. Means from examination point of view, nothing is given, less than 20% will not exercise significant influence. But practically, if it can be evidence, it can be demonstrated that even though you are holding less than 20%, then also you can exercise what? Significant influence. Means from exam point of view, will say 20% or more than 20% until unless something is given in the question. Correct? Means one second, let me explain 1 second. So if I say like this, X Limited control, X Limited hold what? X Limited hold more than 50% of Y Limited. For the control or significant influence, control. X Limited, I am writing PTC. PTC means power to compose. The board of directors, power to compose, but the control or significant influence. Correct. If I am saying X Limited has more than 20%, more than or equal to 20%, plus what? Power to direct, but the control or significant influence. Control. For this chapter. Point number 4, X Limited is what? More than 20%, more than equal to 20% Y Limited, but the control or significant influence. Significant influence, understood? Correct. This much you understood? But can I say, just try to understand? Okay, I have understood. This much you understood? But can I say, in this case, Y Limited is what? Subsidiary. Here Y Limited is what? Subsidiary. Here Y Limited is what? Not a subsidiary, but it will be known as associate. That an associate. Here also Y Limited is an associate. Understood? However, I will say this point number 3 is totally confusion. It was covered in point number 4. Automatically, I think Bakwas point is this. This is Bakwas. It should be deleted. But can I delete? I can't delete. I don't have control to delete na. Yes, na. Correct. Yes, very good. I don't have control. I can participate in ICI meeting. ICI meeting I can participate because I am member. But I am not in what? The board of director team. Correct. They have also one board of studies. So board of studies team I am not eligible to visit. But I can participate because I am member. Correct? Yes, sir. Have you understood this? I think this is giving more clear picture. So if I will say, batao, in first case, whether X Limited will prepare CFS, whether Y Limited will prepare CFS. Yes. Here X Limited will in second case, X Limited will prepare CFS. In third case, X Limited will prepare CFS. No. Wherefore, X Limited will prepare CFS. No. Correct. However, it is not in your syllabus. This is covered under AS 23, which is not in our syllabus. Therefore, I am not going into that. And this was covered under which AS? AS 21, that was in our syllabus. Understood? I hope this is giving more clear picture. Right. One thing more, what they have said. Suppose X Limited hold more than 50% and Y Limited hold more than 20%. Correct now? Z. So can you say this Z means Y Limited is able to exercise significant influence over Z and X Limited is able to exercise control. Now the question is that whether X Limited will control or will be able to exercise significant influence over Z. So can you say Y Limited is what? Subsidiary, and through subsidiary they can exercise what? Significant influence over what? Z. Means either directly or indirectly. This become direct significant influence. This become indirect significant influence. Let's read what was given. If an investing party directly or indirectly? Directly or indirectly, na? So indirectly means what? Always indirect means what? Through subsidiary. Indirectly means what? Through subsidiary. Understood? Have you understood this point? Just draw this all thing you draw. Otherwise it will be totally difficult. Just draw it, na. If you will not draw, na, you will not be able to understand. You have drawn this. This drawn. Very good. This also draw. So that when you are revising, now you will be able to understand. Done? Now if I say this example, suppose X Limited hold more than 20%. If I am saying more than 20%, it means less than 50%. Huh? Correct? Correct. Of Y. And Y hold more than 50% of Z. Whether Y control Z? Yes. Whether X exercise significant influence over Y? Yes. Correct. This too you have understood. Now my question to you all, whether X exercise significant influence over Z? No. Very good. Why? Because Y is not subsidiary of. Very good. Understood. Means you have understood. Just draw it. It is no significant influence, na? It means, can I say there is no relationship between X and Z? Correct? I hope this much you understood. चलो chalo, if you say it is power, let me take one more example. I understood your doubt, very good doubt. Suppose x has more than 20% plus power to direct, that you are saying y, correct, and it is more than 50%, let us assume z. So whether y control z, whether x control y, but as per AS80 na, whether y is a subsidiary, not a subsidiary, not a subsidiary. So whether x will be able to control z, whether control or no control, control will be through only subsidiary, but y is not a subsidiary, therefore x will not control what? Z, no control. Understood this point? If y is a subsidiary, then through y x can control what? Z. I said this is bakwas point, but they have given, I need to teach you that. Correct na? I can skip this point na? It should be removed. 100% not correct. Chalega? But I hope you have understood what I want to say. Correct. Yes sir. But good doubt. This doubt is coming means you are understanding. Chalega? Yes. Now this you have understood. Now we'll come to related party relationship. This has been given in para 3. Now this para you need to memorize. Means in exam whenever questions come, you write down whether the relationship as per which para. So there are given para 3a, 3b, 3c, 3d and 3e. So how many paras are there? 5 sub para is given. So whenever exam questions come, you need to find out relationship based on para. Para number 3a to 3e. Let us do one by one. So right now we have understood control and significant influence. Right now we have not understood when the relationship is created. So relationship is created under para number 3a to 3. So the standard applies only to related party relationship described in what? Para 3. So this only we need to understand. Right now we have only understood the meaning of what? Control and significant influence as per AS18. Correct. Now coming to A. What is it? Enterprise that directly or indirectly through one or more subsidiaries. Intermediaries means what? Subsidiaries. Enterprise that directly or indirectly through one or more subsidiaries control the reporting entity, are controlled by the reporting entity, or are under common control of reporting entities. Correct? Means what they want to say. We are doing para 3a. So if x limited, correct now, correct, control the reporting entity. So we are doing this AS from which entity's point of view? Reporting entity point of view. Means you will apply AS18 to reporting entity, means you are preparing financial statement for which entity? Reporting. So the entity for which you are reporting, that become what? The entity for which you are preparing financial statement, that entity become what? A reporting entity. Means in exam they will give you one reporting entity and they will ask you whether X is a related party. You need to answer from whose point of view? Reporting entity's point of view. So can you say X control reporting entity? So X become what? Parent, and reporting entity becomes subsidiary. So whether X is related. X is related. Yes, RP. It is RPR. RPR means what? Understood. Then second, example number 1 you understood. Example number 2. Reporting entity control what? X limited. This can be one situation. So here reporting entity become what? Parent, and this become what? Subsidiary. Understood? Correct. So it means these two are what? Once again a related party relationship. Correct now. Third one. Third one, what they are saying, are under the common control of reporting entity. Are under the common control of reporting entity X limited, Y limited. So there are two entities X and Y which are under the common control of what reporting entity. So these two are also related. This is known as fellow subsidiary. We call them what? Fellow subsidiary. Are under the common control of what? Reporting entity. Understood? So what they are saying? Enterprise that directly or indirectly through one or more subsidiaries control the reporting entity means holding company, are controlled by the reporting entity means subsidiary, are under the common control with the reporting entity means what? Are under the common control with the reporting entity means what? Fellow subsidiaries. Means this also you have understood. Correct? Any doubt? Means if I say in this way, let me take one example. If there is a parent company which has one S1, which has one S2, this have what? S3, S4. Understood now? This is what? S5. Correct now? Means S1 is subsidiary of P, S2 is a subsidiary of S1, S3 and S4 is subsidiary of S1. Quite possible. So can you say this become a group company? This become one group now. Group means what? Group means group of parent and subsidiary. So in this group, all entities are related to each other. Because can you see? You can see S2 is controlled by S1, which is ultimately controlled by whom? Parent company. S3 is controlled by, which is ultimately controlled by P. And S4 and S3 are under common control. These two are also related. These two are means S3 and S4 are also under common control. You can see S3 controlled by S1 and S5 is ultimately controlled by S1. Not able to understand. If you see this indirect control हो रहा है ना, means if you see this is the relationship and this is the relationship. So ultimately control of parent company, fellow subsidiary. So in this group, all parties are related to each other. Means in a group, all parties are related to each other. Means P is related to S1, S2, S3, S4, S5. S5 is related to S2, S4, S3, S1 and P. Simple. S3 and S4 are also related to each other because they are fellow subsidiary. So S3 is means everyone is related to each other. Everyone means in a family all are related to each other. Correct now. So if there is a control, all are related to each other. Understood this point? Any doubt? No doubt. But this I am saying about what? Parent and subsidiaries. Correct? This is what? Parent and subsidiaries. Correct? It means parent subsidiary is created with point number 1 and point number 2. Means if there is a control regarding point number 1 and point number 2. Understood? Correct? This point you understood? Correct. Now let us come to para 3b. 3a understood? Yes sir. Come to 3b. You can see associate. Understood? Associate means whenever one party has significant influence over other party, the other party become associate of investing party. Correct? Significant influence you have understood. Whenever one party hold more than or equal to 20% of voting power, directly or indirectly. So associate and joint venture, a new term, joint venture of reporting entity and the investing party or venturer in respect of which reporting entity is an associate or joint venture. Means just try to understand. We are doing para 3b. We are doing para 3b. So point number 1, if suppose there is one investing party means investor. There will be one investor. Correct? Understood? And investor hold more than 20% or equal to 20% of what voting power, so the other party become what? Associate. So guys, both are related to each other. There is a related party relationship. Second example, what happened? There can be two or more than two party which has joint control over one party. Correct? Means suppose X Limited, Y Limited has joint control over XY Limited. It is as simple as partnership. Means X and Y are partnership in XY. So suppose they have joint control. Joint control means both will take a decision for XY Limited. Means X alone cannot take decision of XY. Y alone cannot take decision about XY. Both will take what? Decision about XY. Correct? So X and Y are known as what? Venturer. They are known as what? Joint venturer or venturer. They are known as what? Venturer. And this XY is known as joint venture. This is known as joint venture. Understood? So in this X and this will be related party and this will be also related party. Means venturer and joint ventures are related party. So associate and investor are related party. Venturer and joint ventures are also related party. This is only the case. You can see associate and joint venture of reporting entity and the investing party or venturer in respect of which reporting entity is an associate or joint venture. Understood? Means simple way I will say associate and investor are related party. Venturer and joint ventures are related party. Associate you have understood? Associate is an entity in which investing party has significant influence. Joint venture is a contractual agreement where two or more parties undertake an economic entity subject to what? Joint control. Joint control. Understood? Correct. I hope you have understood this example. This example you understood? So para 3b you understood? Any doubt in para 3b? Yeah. Correct. So this is not covered in para 3a. We'll discuss about this. Abhi right now, sorry, this is not covered in para 3b. Para 3b mein this is covered, and the relationship between venturer and joint venture is covered. However, if you want to write down. These are not related party. Not related party. So two partner cannot be related party, na? Because they are different. So X and Y are not related party until they have some other relationship. So if X control Y, then they have some other relationship. Correct now. So X and Y simply because they are co-venturer, they will not become a related party. Understood? If you want to write down. But this is not covered in para 3b. Correct? Understood? Para 3c. Individual is now individual. Individual means person. Means para 3a and 3b is related to entity. Para 3c is related to individual. Individual who own directly or indirectly an interest in voting power of reporting entity that gives them control or significant influence over entity and the relative of such individual. So para 3c is what? Para 3c. Correct? If I say Mr. Ram. Now Mr. Ram, not Ram Limited, Mr. Ram. Control Ram Limited. Ram Limited. So Ram Limited is a reporting entity. So Mr. Ram will become a related party. Understood? And Mr. Ram plus their relative will also become what? Related party of Ram Limited. So Mr. Ram plus relative will be what? Ram Limited. If Mr. Ram control what? Ram Limited. Understood? So these all are under related party or relationship as per para 3c. Correct. Similarly, if I will say Mr. Ram has significant influence over Sita Limited. Understood now? Sita Limited. So Mr. Ram and his relative will be what? Under related party relationship with what? Sita Limited. Understood? Very simple. I think you have understood. Correct. Now who is relative? Under relative who will come? Spouse, son, daughter, brother, sister, father and mother. So relative means what batao? It will be spouse, father, mother, spouse. Give importance. Correct? Then son, daughter, brother and sister. Understood? This will be related party. So Mr. Ram, so all brother of Mr. Ram, all sister of Mr. Ram, all son of Mr. Ram, all daughter of Mr. Ram, all, I don't know, one father of Mr. Ram, one mother of Mr. Ram, and one wife of what? Mr. Ram will be what? Related party. Understood? Understood. Correct? Any doubt? Correct. Any doubt? I hope you have understood. This also you have understood. Correct? Then, key management personnel and relative of such personnel. Key management person means what? Directors and manager. So if I say any key manager person will be also a related party. So key management person are those persons who have the authority and responsibility for planning, directing and controlling the activities of reporting entity. So all KMP means directors or managers. Correct now. So para 3E is what? If suppose Mr. Ram, if I say Mr. Ram is KMP of what? Hanuman Limited. Are you getting what I am saying? Hanuman Limited. So Mr. Ram and his relative will become what? Related party. Understood? Have you understood? Very simple. I think you are understanding whatever I am saying. Correct? Yeah. Directly and indirectly. That I also the same thing. If I'll say in this way, chalo. This three to you understood? 3. Let me come to your doubt. If I say Mr. Ram control Sita Limited. Yeah, Ram Limited. Better write down Ram Limited. Mr. Ram control Ram Limited. Now this control can be either point number 1, point number 2 or point number 3. Understood? Correct. And Ram Limited control what? Sita Limited. Understood? Correct. So can I say through Ram Limited, Mr. Ram will also control what? Sita Limited. So this become what? Direct control. This become indirect control. If Ram is related to relative will be also related. Find out relations with Ram. If Ram is related with Ram Limited, then you can't ask question for relative. Relative will automatically become related. So first find out who is controlling. Ram is controlling Ram Limited. So Ram become related party with Ram. Now along with free में क्या आता है? This is free. Relative is free. If Ram become related party, so automatically the entire relative become a related party to Ram Limited. If Ram control Ram Limited and Ram will also control Sita Limited through Ram Limited. So Ram become a related party to Sita Limited. So relative of Ram will also become a related party to Sita Limited. Understood? This also understood? KMP, this point was very easy. KMP, you understood? Correct. Now one doubt will come about non-executive director. You know about who are non-executive directors? Non-executive director, I'll just give one example. Suppose if you know Dhoni. Dhoni, you know? Dhoni is a cricket player and he is a brand ambassador of many company. So because he is a brand ambassador, so he is appointed as a director in many company for making goodwill. Because if I will say Dhoni is my director, so my company name will increase now. So I'll appoint him as my company director. But he will not be in active participation. Now he will come and go and he will not be in any decision making. He is only a brand ambassador. So this type of directors are known as non-executive director. Now the question arises whether non-executive director are KMP. So simply speaking, non-executive directors are not KMP. But if they are, if they have authority and responsibility for planning, directing and controlling, then they will become what? KMP. So normally they are not KMP, but if they have authority and responsibility for planning, directing and controlling the activities of entity, then they will become what? KMP. So that answer given. And non-executive director of a company should not be considered as KMP, correct? However, unless he has the authority and responsibility for planning, directing and controlling the activities of reporting entities, that only I have said. Correct? Yes, sir. This also you understood. Last point. Para 3E. Correct? Para 3. What they said? Enterprise over which any person described in C and D is able to exercise significant influence. Correct? Is able to exercise significant influence. Can I say if any entity has control, so automatically control will include significant influence? So when I am saying significant influence, it will include control also, na? Means if I am saying, just try to understand, if I am saying, everyone, X Limited hold 50% of Y Limited, so X Limited control and X Limited so if I am saying X Limited has significant influence, so automatically if X Limited control, so automatically it has significant influence. Are you able to understand? Therefore can I say, if they are saying enterprise over which any person described in C and D is able to exercise significant influence, it will include control also, because control automatically give rise to what? Significant influence. Are you able to understand? But if they say control, if suppose only control was written now, then significant influence will not come. Are you able to understand this point? So what they want to say, suppose para 3, like Mr. Ram, we have said Mr. Ram control what? Mr. Ram control Ram Limited. Correct. Means this was covered in which para? Para 3C. Well, any person who was covered in para 3C, if they control or exercise significant influence over any other entity, for example Sita Limited, so can you say this two will be also related party? Are you able to understand? Means the person who is covered under para 3C or 3, if they control or significant or exercise significant influence over other entity, so that other entity will also become what? Related to Ram Limited. Means Ram Limited is reporting entity यहाँ पर. Have you understood this point? Correct? One more example. If I say Mr. Ram, so with Mr. Ram, who will come? Relative is free, huh? Mr. Ram, who is free? Relative is free. Correct? Yes, sir. If I say Mr. Ram is a KMP of what? Hanuman Limited. So Hanuman Limited become a reporting entity and Ram become what? Related party as per para 3D. And now Ram control or significant influence Sita Limited. So can I say these two also become what? Related party. Are you able to understand? Have you understood this point? If I say in this way, Mr. Ram has significant influence over Sita Limited. So now Sita Limited become what? Reporting entity, and this was covered under para 3C. Check karo. And Mr. Ram control or jointly control or has significant influence. Either control has or has significant influence. So can I say over Ram Limited? So these two are also related party. These two are also related party. Are you getting? But if I say in this way, Mr. Ram, now you will say, is a KMP of Hanuman Limited and is also KMP of Ram Limited. Now batao whether they are related. These two are related. Batao. This is covered under para 3. What? D na? This is also covered under para 3D. But whether these are related? No, these are not related party. Very good. This you have understood. Why not related party? Because Ram is not controlling or exercising significant influence over Ram Limited. What is the sentence? Sentence is what? Enterprise over which any person described in C and D is able to exercise significant influence over the entity. Have you understood this? Correct? Have you understood this point? Yes, sir. I think you have understood. This much, any doubt? No doubt? I hope you have understood this much. Correct? Of course, you need to do some questions, practice karna payega, then doubt will come, then we can discuss about that. But today is the last class, so doubt you need to ask me in group only. Correct? But doubt will not come if you are able to understand. Correct? Now, AS18 has given some exclusion from the purview of related party. Some exclusion means, can you see, if you have understood relationship and any relation is not covered in para 3, it is automatically excluded. Means this is not required, but AS18 is giving clarification ki these are not related party relationship. Let me do what they are saying. Two companies, simply because they have a common director, they are not related party. Right now we have done. These two companies have a common directors, are not related party. Already we have done. Then single customer, single supplier, single franchisor, single distributor, single general agent with whom entity transact a significant volume of business merely because of resulting economic dependence. Suppose you are my only one customer, I am totally dependent on you. Right, totally dependent on you. So it means you can exercise significant influence over me. Whatever you will say, I will do now. You will say, sir, tell me at this amount, otherwise I will go. So I will say, okay, Baba. So it means you can exercise significant influence over my life. But whether we are related party, no. So they are just giving a clarification. Single customer, single supplier, single agent does not become a only because of this relationship. If you have some voting power over me, then you become what, my related party. That is other criteria. Then they have given the parties listed below. Although they may participate in its decision making process, then also they are not what? Related party. For example, provider of finance, banking company. Bank has given a loan of 500 crore to me. So of course they can participate in decision making, but they are not related party. Trade union, they can also participate in decision making for employees, but they are not related party. Public utility company means electricity company, etc. We are dependent on them, but they are not our related party. Government department, income tax department. Income tax department can exercise significant influence over us, but they are not our related party. They have just given a clarification. These are given under para 4. Para 4. Can you remember para number? Para number is important. Para number 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, 3E is very important. If you are writing as per which para number, then only you will get marks. If suppose you have forgotten, don't write para. Then written as per AS18. But if you can write down para number, you will get full marks. Chalega? But I think you can easily remember para 3A to 3. One time revision required? Yes, sir. Then circumstances under which disclosure requirement of AS18 are not applicable. Means they have given two circumstances under which disclosure requirement given under AS18 is not required. Abhi right now we have not done disclosure requirement, that is our last point. But what they said, we are providing such disclosure would conflict with the duty of confidentiality, then disclosure is not required. I am just giving one example, what they want to say. Correct? For example, there is one banking company and Mr. X is KMP of what? Banking company. So they are related party. Correct? Now, can you say Mr. X may be a customer of bank also, because they have opened saving account, they have opened current account or FD account. Look at this transaction, whatever is done between Mr. X and banking company is as per customer now. Of course, Mr. X will do deposit, will do withdrawal on a daily basis. And can I say bank has a duty of confidentiality, the bank should not disclose this transaction to any other party. Otherwise, it will be in conflict of what? duties of confidentiality. So what they want to say, this transaction should not be disclosed because this is what, as this transaction will be done as per the customer of bank. Because if banking company will disclose this, then we need to disclose everything about Mr. X. If bank is paying any remuneration, so that become what? A related party transaction. But this transaction, no disclosure required. Understood? Understood. But for this remuneration, what? Disclosure required. Because this remuneration is given on behalf of KMP. You are paying to a KMP now because he is a director, you are paying director's remuneration. Correct? So that is required to disclose. Understood? I hope now you have understood this point, where providing such disclosure would conflict with the duty of confidentiality. Second point, in respect of intra-group transaction in CFS, can I say in CFS intra-group transaction will be eliminated? So we have done a CFS of parent and subsidiary together, but there we have eliminated intra-group transaction. So if intra-group transaction already eliminated, the question of disclosure should not arise. So in CFS, any transaction with subsidiary should not be disclosed. Correct now. In CFS, in their individual financial statement, that will be disclosed, but in CFS any intra-group transaction will not be disclosed because it will be automatically eliminated. Understood? They are saying because consolidated financial statement present information about holding and a subsidiary as a single reporting entity. Correct. Understood? Then no disclosure is required in the financial statement of state control entity as regard with transaction with other state control entity. Means what they are saying, if suppose state control entity means what? Suppose there is one government, either central government and this government has two company, X Limited and Y Limited. These are two government companies because government control hold more than 50% of voting power. So this become government companies. So this is known as state controlled entities. So any transaction between these two are also exempted even though they are what? So this disclosure is also exempted. Understood? So any transaction between what? State controlled entities are also exempted. Understood? Then last point of this chapter, disclosure. Now this disclosure has been divided in two parts. When control exists but transaction does not exist between related party. Control exists, not significant influence. When control exists but transaction between them does not exist. Means suppose parent and subsidiaries are there, but there is no transaction between parent and subsidiaries. Correct? So what they are saying, the reporting entity should disclose the following: only the name of related party and nature of related party relationship. Means name means what? Name X Limited, and it is a subsidiary or parent company, only that is required to be disclosed. Correct? That's true. Where there have been transaction between related party, means if there is some related party transaction, correct? During the existence of related party relationship, means what they want to say, suppose you purchase 60% at this point of time and you have sold 60% at this point of time. तो can I say control was obtained यहाँ पर and control was lost यहाँ पर, means during this period only there was a relationship. Correct? Means you were a related party during this period, but suppose this is 31st March. Now on 31st March there was no relationship, no related party now. Now the question is that whether disclosure required? Yes, only for this period during this financial year. So only during the period of existence of that relationship, means any transaction during this period will become related party transactions. Understood? Now I hope you will understand where there have been transaction between related party during the existence of a related party relationship, reporting entity should disclose the following. Correct? Important from examination point of view. They may ask in exam what are the disclosure requirement. So first, the name of the related party, description of relationship means nature of relationship, whether it is subsidiary, associate or joint venture. That description of nature of transaction, volume of transaction, amount of transaction, any other element of related party transaction necessary for understanding of financial statement, means whether the transactions are made at arm's length price or not, means whether the price is adequate or not, that need to be disclosed. Means it might have been price is adequate, then also disclosure required. If price is inadequate, then also disclosure required. If price is nil, then also disclosure required. If there is a transaction, whether adequate price or inadequate price, that is not at all relevant. Whatever transaction you have done that require disclosure, even though the price is adequate, even though the price is inadequate, even though the price is nil. Understood? Correct. So any other element of related party transaction necessary for understanding the financial statement require disclosure. The amount outstanding from such related party at balance sheet date, any amount outstanding need to be disclosed, and any provision created for such outstanding amount also require disclosure. The amount outstanding means amount of debtor, and provision for doubtful debt created, that need to be also disclosed. Then amount written off in the period in respect of bad debt, debt due from or to related party, the amount which is charged to PL as a bad debt need to be also disclosed. These are the disclosure requirement. Can you repeat with me? First is what? Name of related party. Second is what? Nature of relationship. Third is what? Nature of transaction. Then what? Volume of transaction. Then any other element of related party transaction necessary to understand the financial statement, means whether the transaction has been done at arm's length price. Arm's length price means what? Adequate price. Arm's length price means what? Adequate price. Understood? Correct. Then point number F is what? The amount outstanding from such related party at balance sheet date, and any provision for doubtful debt due from such party at balance sheet date. Last, any amount written off in the period in respect of debt due from or to such related party. These are the what? Disclosure requirement. Understood? With this we completed what? AS 18. This whatever given is not important. You can read if you want to read. Correct? Have you understood? Let me take some question. Correct now. Some question will take, so idea ho jayega, we will get an idea. Come to question number 1. Identify related party in the following cases as per AS 18. A Limited hold, always draw 51% of B Limited. B Limited hold 51% of O Limited, and Z Limited hold 49% of O Limited. Correct? Reporting entity A Limited. But for A Limited, B is what? B is subsidiary, related or not? And O is also subsidiary, indirect. So O is also subsidiary, related. Z, without Z, because Z control na. Z is having 49%. So Z is not a related party. Z is not a related party na. Correct? Relationship is always created through subsidiary. Correct? Understood? O is not holding any percentage in Z Limited. So Z is not a related party of A. Coming to B Limited, can I say A is a parent company and O is what? Subsidiary company. Z is not a related party. Coming to O Limited, can I say O Limited, B is related parent and A is also related ultimate parent, and Z, can Z is exercising significant influence, so Z is also related. Check karenge. A, B and Z are related. Correct? Coming to what? Z Limited, so O is related because O is an associate, significant influence, so O is also, only O will come. Understood? This type of question can come. Super easy. Correct? One more question. Narmada Limited, start drawing. Narmada Limited sold goods for 90 lakh to Ganga Limited during the financial year ended 31st March 2006. The managing director of Narmada Limited owned 100% of Ganga Limited. So Narmada Limited, Ganga Limited. Managing director. There is one managing director of Narmada Limited. Means it is KMP of Narmada Limited who hold what? 100% of what? Ganga Limited. So of course these two are also related. Correct? The sales were made to Ganga Limited. Now during the year Narmada sold goods of rupees, so there was a transaction of 90 lakh. The sale was made to Ganga Limited at a normal selling price followed by Nama Limited, means the price is adequate. The chief accountant of Nama Limited contend that the sales need not require different treatment from other sales made by company and hence no disclosure required. Is it correct? Disclosure is required even though the transaction is made at adequate price. First we need to prove if they are related party. It is a related party transaction, disclosure is required. But answer is given, check करेंगे. Enterprise over which key managerial person is able to exercise significant influence are related party. This include enterprise owned by directors or major shareholders of reporting entity that have a member of KMP in common with reporting entity. Correct? Understood? In the given case, Narmada and Ganga are related party and disclosure of transaction between them is required irrespective of whether transaction was done at normal selling price. Hence the contention of accountant is wrong. One more question. Mr. Raj is a relative of KMP received a remuneration. Mr. Raj is a relative of KMP received a remuneration of 2,50,000 for his service in the company for a period from itna to itna. On 1/7/2004 he left the company. Should the relative be identified as at a closing date? Yes, because it is at any point of time. The relationship is there. Correct now, because he was the relative of KMP. So during that period he was what? Related party for the purpose. Yes, it should be done. What they have given. The parties are considered to be related if at any time during the reporting period one party is ability to control the other party or exercise significant influence over other party. Mr. Raj is the relative of KMP personnel should be identified as relative as at a closing date for the purpose of AS 18. Correct? And so this type of question can be asked. Then X sold good to his associate. So related party for the first quarter ending 30th June. After that the related party relation ceased to exist, means they are not now related party. However, the goods were supplied as was supplied to any other customer. Decide whether transaction of the entire year has to be disclosed as related party transaction. No, not entire period. Only for the first quarter disclosure is required. So what they said, the transaction of X Limited with his associate for the first quarter ending only are required to be disclosed as related party transaction. For the period in which related party relationship did not exist, transaction did not be required. Understood? Means I hope you are understanding all the questions after the discussion. Correct now? Let me take one more question. Come to question number 16. Kusi Limited enter into an agreement with Mr. Happy for running a business for a fixed amount payable to a letter every year. Once again, Kusi Limited enter into an agreement with Mr. Happy for running a business for a fixed amount payable to the letter every year. The contract states that day-to-day management of business will be handled by Mr. Happy, while all financial and operating policy decisions are taken by the board of directors of the company. Mr. Happy does not own any voting power in Kusi Limited. Correct? Mr. Happy does not have any voting power in Kusi Limited. But they have done one contractual agreement. Correct now? What they have? You are required to suggest how the above transaction will be treated as at the closing date. Closing date, yeah. Correct? Now, first thing we need to understand what is a transaction, because Kusi Limited contract state that what they have given. Kusi Limited enter into agreement with Mr. Happy for running a business for a fixed amount payable to letter every year. Means Kusi Limited is paying some fixed amount to whom? Mr. Happy. Correct? But there is no relationship now. Does not have any voting power in Kusi Limited, so there is no relationship. There is no relationship now. What they said, Kusi Limited enter into an agreement with Mr. Happy for running a business for a fixed amount payable, but Mr. Happy does not have any voting power. So Mr. Happy neither control nor exercise any significant influence. Correct now? They are only for running day-to-day business now. Day-to-day business. So he may be a simple person. He is not KMP. He is not KMP. Correct? So it means it is not a related party relationship. Let's see. Mr. Happy will not be considered a related party of Kosi Limited in the provision of AS 18, which state individual owning directly or indirectly in interest of voting power of reporting entity that gives control, significant influence and relative. So he is not exercising any control or significant influence. In the given case, in the absence of share ownership, Mr. Happy would not be considered to exercise significant influence on Kosi Limited, even though there is an agreement giving him the power to manage the company, but he is not a KMP. He is not a KMP. Managing the company means that he has no authority and responsibility for directing and controlling the activities now. Further, the fact that Mr. Happy does not have the ability to direct or instruct the board of directors does not qualify him as key managerial person. It is given also the board of directors. He is not in the board of directors also, na? Correct? Yes. Sri Bhanu, a relative of KMP, received remuneration of 3,50,000 for the services in the company for the period 1st April 30th June. On 1st July he left SRB. So he will be a KMP. He will be a related party. Correct. The similar point we have done. Correct now. I think the balance now you can understand. Can you understand by Ron? Correct now. I think if you will draw, if you read, you will be able to understand. Balance question can you do by Ron? You need to read only, because all points we have covered. All the points we have covered. Now it is your job. Correct. Now, because the last class, I'll just inform you two things. First, how to write AS answer. Write down. How to write case study based question of AS. Normally what? In AS there are two type of question. First they will ask calculate. Is it calculate EPS? Calculate cost price of intangible asset. When they say calculate or give accounting treatment, correct now, then give whatever is required. There is no need to write down a descriptive answer. What is required that you give? Correct now. For example, lease. We have done lease. They said give accounting treatment in the books of lessee or lessor. To give accounting treatment, pass journal entry. So you are not supposed to give a descriptive answer. You are not supposed to write on as per AS 19 full one pura para you have written. Not like this. Just give this is the date, this is the journal entry. They will understand. So in this what I will say, give means, can I say it is a practical based question? Give whatever is required. It is a practical based question. Give what is required. Only that much. Don't elaborate it. Correct now. If they say calculate cost, to calculate cost plus minus do, as we have done in some question of intangible asset. But if they say comment, justify, discuss, are you getting? Analyze. They have given this type of question. They have given a para. This is case study based question. Correct now. So in this you need to write down some descriptive question. So it should have normally 4 para. First write down in first para number and title of AS. Number and title of AS and related provision. And related provision. Related provision means whatever case study is given, that particular provision write down. For example, they ask you the question of revenue. Write down as per AS 9, revenue recognition, sale of goods will be recognized when these 3 conditions are satisfied. Then write down that 3 conditions, whatever we have done, only that much. Then write down the facts of the case. Means don't write down the entire question, write down in the given case. Correct now, like this. In the given case, Mr. Ram has done this. Just write down the facts of the case. Means normally it is nothing but the question you are writing in your own words. Question you are writing in your own words. Correct now, facts of the case. Then facts of the case and relate and try to relate with what? with above provision. Understood? Try to relate with above provision. Correct? But don't give any comment. In this, don't give any comment. Then point number 3 means third para. Don't, you can give point number also. You can give what? Only what? Para wise also you can write down. Then third para, give comment. Whatever comment is required, whatever justification required, that comment you give. Correct? Then if suppose sometime what happen, an alternative answer is also available. For example, they have asked one question of AS4 and they have given fire occurred in the premises, but question is silent about going concern. When going concern is affected or not affected, so give both answer. First write down if going concern affected, then this, and if any alternative answer is available. Suppose you have a doubt, so give alternative answer if required. Understood now? If required. Have you understood this point? If required. Suppose you have a doubt, question is not stating clearly what is the case, then give if this is the case, then this is the answer, like this. So normally this is only when required. So 3 para is more than enough to score marks. If you write down in this way, you will get marks. So first write down number means AS18, related party, correct? And then related provision para 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, that you write down. Then write down fact of the case in the given case A limited is able to control B limited, therefore A limited and B limited are related party. Then you can give comment whatever required. Understood? Correct? Yeah, they are related party. That is only comment. This time I have just given a small unit, write down entire case facts and then try to relate with the provision. But don't try to write much. Correct? Now 5 marks question, you need to only stick to your answer. If you write much now, unnecessary, you are wasting your time. Correct? Understood. I hope you have understood. Then how to do revision? Revision is very important, huh? Revision is very important. So from my point of view, revision, at least 2 time revision is sufficient, yeah, required to get good marks. Before exam, 2 time revision is required, minimum revision. More, so if you want more you can do, but 2 time is sufficient also and required also. Correct? How to revise? So there are 2 parts. I will say AS and what? Chapters. Chapters. Correct now. There are 2 parts, AS and chapters. AS, so I will say AS. AS. You need to read. When you are revising AS, so first you need to read the content. Content is very important. Correct now. So read means revise AS and then read questions. Then read all questions. Okay. Then in first time revision, now when you are doing first time revision, then read entire questions. But when you are reading question, you will identify these are the very small, very simple question. Direct question has been given. For example, we have done question number 1. We have a related party. Okay, revision is not required. That is understood when you know the points. If you know the content, you can do. For example, cost price of intangible asset plus. You know what to do plus. So if you know the content, you can do. So just identify 3 types of question. Correct now? 3 types of question. The question which you have understood by your own. You have understood by your own. Correct? Are you getting what I am saying? Which you have understood by your own. Means you don't require anyone help. Second, which you have understood only by reading solution. Third, which you have not understood by solution, you require help of other party. Other party can be friend, can be teacher. So there are 3 types of question. So this you give 1 star mark, this you give 2 star mark, this you give 3 star mark. So these 2 are what the question which you need to revise once again in second revision. And 70% will be of this category, 30% will be of this category. It can be 50-50 in some chapter, but normally it is 70-30. But it will not be reverse. 30-70 नहीं होगा कभी. So you need to concentrate in this question in your second revision and last revision. Right? So that is most important. You need to identify such type of questions. Otherwise, you will not be able to revise all questions before exam. Correct. You need to identify which question you have not understood by your own. So some question you can understand by solution. Some question you have not understood. However, that question will be very less question. In this category will be very less. It will be, I think, out of 10 questions, 1 question will be like that. So that also is required to be done before exam. Correct. In this chapter now, I will say chapter. I will say, can I say, this same technique can be applied. But this you read from my notes only. Read from class note. Don't read from books. Don't read from books. Means in class note, whatever I have given, that much you stick. Don't try to read the content given in the book. Correct. Don't go ICI book also. In this too, I have done some chapter with book only because that is theoretical chapters. Correct. Now you need to read book only. But here, each and every notes I have only given in class only. Means amalgamation chapter, internal reconstruction chapter, whatever I have done, that only read. Don't try to read from the book because it might happen in the book some different style has been given. Correct. Now, so you need to follow my style only. To read from my class notes. Correct. And then in question same pattern you can apply. On solution held. Correct. Means these are the question which is must revise question before exam. Correct. Understood. Then I have also given some question as MRQ already. I have given that question need to be done. Some question I have given expected. So that question need to be done before exam. This is the way to revise. Understood. The first time revision is very important. For second time revision, and second time revision is very important for last revision. Understood. So when you are doing first revision, just you make sure that you are marking your question like this. Understood. I hope you have understood the entire advanced accounting classes. Correct. You have my number. My number is what? 7731007722. Correct. So I will be with you. I am in the group. Correct. Now I will never leave the group. Even though you are leaving the group, I will not leave the group, so you can ask doubt in that group also. Correct. Now or if I create any other group, I will inform you, don't worry. If I will ask you that join this group, then you can join that group for asking the doubt. Understood? Because that group was for particular this batch. After some time I may ask you to join other group, to join that. In that group you can ask me anytime any question, I will clear it out. Suppose if I am not able to clear it out in your group only, means by writing message, so I will give you a time to call me. You can call me at that particular point of time. Understood? I hope you have enjoyed the classes. My best wishes are with you. Correct. Pass CA Inter as soon not in this last attempt only. This is your last attempt. Correct. Now there is no first attempt. This is your last attempt. Pass this attempt. Come to CA final as soon as possible. Thank you very much. We'll meet soon in CA final classes. All the best wishes. Okay. Bye bye.